Chapter 151 Danzo's Ambition. Really? That would be really good. Lee has always hoped to become an excellent ninja. The girl with a bun on her head was not thinking about the man in front of her who dared to judge Tsunade, but was relieved that her teammates could be cured. I really care about your friends. The man raised his eyes slightly, stared at the girl sitting on the porch chair, and asked softly, "What about your dream?" I used to want to be the legendary female ninja like Lord Tsunade. Tian Tian couldn't help but look up at the ceiling of the hospital and said weakly, "But I don't have the talent to become a medical ninja, nor can I learn to drink and gambling like Master Tsunade. I originally thought that even if I master ninjas, I could become a female ninja like Master Tsunade. But this Chunin exam." It made her feel the gap again. I am just an ordinary person. The distance between me and those geniuses is very far. In the past, whenever she saw Lee Look's competition with her genius teammate Hinaga Niji, she would see with her own eyes the boredom gap between ordinary people and geniuses, but she could also adjust her mentality and try to find a path that suits her. But in the selection competition just now, she lost to Tamari, a female ninja in the Sand Village. However, the girl was just depressed for a while and then immediately cheered up. Compared to the difficulties of her future, she was more worried about the future of her teammates. Plum. Tia Nation's eyes fell on the operating room door again. Squeak. The door of the operating room was opened. Tsunade walked out casually, as if she had just completed a minor operation, and she became the same as the former Shimiya Shiera. Small question. Tsunade saw Tian Tian coming towards her, waved her hand casually and said, "For the rest of the time, just rest assured." Is Lee okay? A hint of joy flashed across Tia Nation's face, and then he clenched his fists and looked at Tsunade with some admiration. "I am worthy of being Tsunade." Yeah. Tsunade was already immunized by these words praising her. She waved her hand and sat next to Shiera Emiya. She picked up a glass of water beside the chair and poured it down, talking about Lee Look's condition. "I just saw a brand new case today. The little ghost's body has a kind of injury after using a special ban. The young people are really trying their best. Create it." Emiya Shiera also started chatting casually. "I just saw that little guy in the operating room. The access control technique opened the acupuncture point in his body, but there were not enough acupuncture points he penetrated, but it had also damaged his body. Every day I became a little curious." The girl saw that Tsunade and the man seemed to have a hot chat, which made her feel a little curious about the identity of the man she just talked about. Tsunade, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas. Is he so respectful to others? And the other party has strong eyesight. It was actually obvious at a glance that Lee Look used the 8-gate Dunjia, and even sounded quite familiar with the 8-gate Dunjia technique. I'm so lucky. Tsunade praised Lee Look's luck while holding the water cup. She also lamented that she had a cup after the operation. Shimizu, I just finished a hard operation and someone helped prepare a glass of water. Speak. There are the Zongnan exams. When Tsunade said this, she wanted to change the topic. Well, forget it, don't mention those unhappy ones, Lord Emiya doesn't like ninja fights. Someone sent the message. Emiya Shiera lowered her head and said casually, it seems that the news about Orochimaru came from the scene of the Chunin exam. Crazy. Tsunade squeezed the water cup with one hand. This woman who had just completed the operation immediately took off her white coat and left the hospital with an irritable face. About Orochimaru. She can't stand by and watch. Now she is going to ask Jiraiya, who is in charge of the Chunin exam, for information about Orochimaru. She will never forgive Orochimaru for stealing the crystal coffin. Sir Tsunade. Jing Ian saw Tsunade's back leaving and hurriedly chased after him, wanting to ask about the medical treatment that Li Luk needs to use in the future. The patient is still. Let me do the rest. Emiya Shiera slowly stood up from the chair. Tian Tian glanced at Wei Gong Shiwen a little blankly. Ah! Jing Ian looked at Shimiya Emiya who took the initiative to take over, and her eyes were filled with joy and gratitude. I can't be grateful. I feel this doctor is weird. Every day he muttered a little while beside Li Luk. Hey hey hey! Jing Ian quickly pressed Tianation's head and added a little whisper to the side, this adult is the best medical ninja in the ninja world, even better than Tsunade, and he is the person he admires the most. Ah! Tianation's eyes were filled with incredible eyes. Did Master Tsunade, whom he had admired since childhood, actually admire the man in front of him? How? I haven't heard of it at all. The scene of the Chunin examination competition is still sending wounded personnel to Konoha Hospital, such as the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, Yamaoka Ino, and Harano Sakura. These ninjas. It's really like I'm afraid of life for this exam. After all, for these little kids, the promotion from a Shinin to a Zongnan is indeed a glory that surpasses their peers. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke finished the trial. When they visited the patients at Konoha Hospital, they also showed off to Shiera Emiya and Sasuke about entering the third exam and invited Shiera Emiya to watch. Sasuke and I will definitely win. Naruto Uzumaki's fighting spirit is still very exciting. There is still 1 month left to practice hard. Uchiha Sasuke was not confident enough. He reached out to stroke the back of his neck, still feeling the burning sensation coming from his neck. In addition to visiting classmates, they have another purpose in coming to Konoha Hospital. That is, I hope Shiera Emiya can help him solve Orochimaru's curse seal problem. The existence of this curse seal energy makes Uchiha Sasuke, who is not familiar with it, unable to fully exert his strength. The whole Konoha. Only Shiera Emiya is best at cursing seals. As long as you untie the curse, Uchiha Sasuke is confident that he can win. And during this month's preparation time, his team leader Kakashi Yukinai Haki and Naruto Uzumaki's teacher Jiraiya will conduct special training for a month. After all, the opponents they have to face are really strong. Emiya Shiera raised his finger and landed on Uchiha Sasuke's neck, and a warm chakra fell on the curse seal. It will be troublesome to deal with it. Shiera Emiya looked at the change of the curse seal on the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck and said softly, "Try to merge my curse seal on this curse seal first." With the fall of chakra, the heavenly curse seal planted by Orochimaru became depressed. When Shiera Emiya's fingers left Uchiha's neck, there was a painted black nail ring outside the sky curse seal on his back neck, as if it was wrapped in the sky curse seal like a cage iron lock. It doesn't seem to hurt that much. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his neck and felt a vague sense of chill. This chilling feeling calmed down, making him no longer afraid of Orochimaru's curse seal. The next time, it was him and Naruto Uzumaki who worked hard to practice and become stronger within 1 month. Perhaps the third session of the Chunin exam was really dangerous. Jiraiya taught Uzumaki Naruto a meridian called Rasukama, and Haki Kakashi taught Uchiha Sasuke a thunder escape ninjutsu named Chidori. The other ninjas worked very hard. Only the Shinen Pen of Yu Hidden Village doesn't care. Because Pain's strength is enough to overturn the entire Konoha, his purpose is not the Chunin exam. The only trouble is that they have been targeted by Jiraiya, which has led to the Nagato trio's attempt to assassinate Shimura Danzo for a while. Same. This also leads to another problem. Konoha has been guarding against Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito, and also monitors Yuyan village ninjas make them not have enough energy to be alert to another village that wants to cause trouble. Sand Hidden Village. This village that chose to surrender to Konoha during the Third Ninja World War has been trying to get rid of their alliance with Konoha and liberate it from the almost affiliated alliance. In order to achieve this goal, the fourth generation of Fengying Raza from the Sand Village even colluded with Orochimaru at all costs. This ninja village, one of the 5 major countries. Finally, I decided to participate in this major event that was destined to shock the ninja world. In the divine power space, the conspiracy between Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru was placed here. Because they may be monitored by Heiju on weekdays, it is not safe to communicate on any land in the ninja world, and they can only continue their conspiracy in the God Majesty space. The power of Sand Hidden Village is useless. Uchiha Obito looked down on the hidden village of Satsuki. He didn't think that the power of the 4th generation of Fengying Raza could help this major event. Maybe the more people involved, the more trouble it will bring. Just use them. Orochimaru had already had his own plan in his mind, and he didn't care about the weak power of the Sand Village. Koha's vigilance is getting more and more serious now. Jiraiya and Tsunade are watching very closely. This time, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, and was still a little uneasy, using the power of the 3 Narutos. Can you sure you can handle Shiera Emiya? Certainly. Although that big man is very strong. Orochimaru licked his lips and was very confident in his plan, but his power is not greater than our cognition. According to the current situation, Emiya Shiera's total chakra is about equal to a movie-level figure. If Shiera Emiya enters the immortal mode or the curse seal mode, his chakra quality may be significantly improved, but it is still within the controllable range. As for Emiya Shiera's reincarnation according to Uchiha Obito's information, Orochimaru also learned a lot of abilities about the reincarnation but it still did not exceed their predictions. The only trouble? Perhaps it is Emiya Shiera's unlimited ninjutsu. However, this unlimited ninjutsu is not a big trouble in the strength of the three Narutos. The first Naruto, who was reincarnated in the Filthy Land, is responsible for fighting against Shiera Emiya. The second Naruto and the fourth Naruto are responsible for finding opportunities. The probability of their defeats Shiera Emiya is not low. As for the Nagato, if you follow what you said, Orochimaru raised another question they needed to face, then Nagato's power may be more powerful than Amirishi Shiera now. I will find an opportunity to solve Nagato. Uchiha Obito was very confident in his divine power, Maniatoscope Sharingan. He also stroked another ordinary Sharingan in his eyes and said coldly, "Don't worry, Nagato will not bring any accidents. No matter how strong his power is, he can't do anything to my divine power. What's more, I also have Izanaga's trump card. This ultimate illusion that turns all the unfavorable factors in the battle into sleep is enough to allow him to find an opportunity to solve the threat of Nagato. But Izanagi is no secret. Because Konoha happens to have another old man who also wants to solve the threat of Nagato and also uses the ultimate illusion Izanagi as the trump card of the battle. The dark underground base. Shimura Danzo was stroking his ninja knife. News came from some of the men who were once placed in the dark. A team of Rain Ninja performed well in the Chunin exam. Their strength was obviously far better than Shinin. However, two of them gave up the third exam. This team of Rain Ninjas is likely to have any conspiracy against Konoha. Therefore, Umbu was also ordered to monitor the Yuyan team. There was no need for any guesswork. Shimura Danzo knew that the team must be Nagato, and it must be the Rin-Egan who destroyed him and Shanjiayu Hanzo. Conspiracy. What conspiracy? It was just a conspiracy to assassinate himself to complete his revenge. Shimura Danzo would not put his hope of protecting himself entirely on Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. He saw with his own eyes the power displayed by Nagato during the Bloody Rain. But this is Konoha after all. According to Shimura Danzo's judgment on the strength of both sides, the final outcome of the battle between Nagato and Sarutobi Hinashen and other Konoha's senior leaders is likely to be a loss-making outcome. Then, it's really the best. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and put the ninja knife in his hand into the sheath. Whether it is the reincarnation it's still the position of the fifth generation of Hokage of Konoha. As long as Nagato and Konoha have a conflict, he may be able to win this time. Although the current situation has become quite complicated, the two rebel ninjas of Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito also have the intention of using Konoha to encircle Nagato to obtain the samurai. Shimura Danzo believes that he will be the ultimate winner. It's time. Shimura Danzo wrapped the bandage on his face and took his two personal guards to leave the Dark Root base. He wanted to visit his two old friends, Xiao Haru and Mito Minion. Now, it's time for me to come out. 4 years after that night of extermination, Shimura Danzo was removed from power and was forced to stay at home. Now Konoha village is in trouble under the title, "There may even be danger at any time," and I, the former Hokage assistant, cannot stand by and watch. At least. Also pose. At least two old friends should support their future comeback. After all, a terrifying storm will break out in Konoha immediately. Shimura Danzo believed that he would be able to survive this storm, and even his life would reach its peak after this storm. He had 11 Sharinans on his arm supporting his ambitions. Plus, there was also one in his eyes. This time, Rizan will definitely die. It would be better for Jiraiya and Tsunade to die in this storm. Shimura Danzo looked at the 4 unions on Naruto, and his gloomy eyes slowly darkened. At that time, I can sit steadily on the highest seat of Konoha. Chapter 152. I've seen your mother, but I'm in the underworld. Konoha village. More and more people came to Konoha. Many people cannot see the surging undercurrents in Konoha village. People often can only see the surface and the prosperity and peace of this village. Inside Konoha Hospital, there is also some serene peace. Lee Look, a seriously injured member of the 3rd Squad, lay quietly in the ward. He was still sleeping in a drowsy manner, waiting for his body to recover and heal. The other ninjas in the village are preparing for the 3rd exam, and Lee Look's injury has been treated by Tsunade without any serious injury, and he does not need special care. The hospital guards were obviously a bit bad. A short figure had quietly sneaked into the hospital. This short figure looked like a little devil. He was carrying a big gourd behind him and sneaked into Lee Look's ward. Gaara, Lee Look's opponent in the trial match. Although Lee Look was seriously injured in the trials and even broke his leg by Gaara, he still made Gaara very embarrassed in the trials. That's exactly. Gaara wants to kill Lee Look. This child in Sand Village is like a murderous maniac. When he treats people he doesn't like or even hates, he will do it without hesitation. In the 2nd exam, he personally killed many ninjas who took the exam. Pity. During the trial, Gaara originally wanted to kill Lee Look, who was so shameless, but was stopped by the team leader of the 3rd Squad, Yunin Maidkai. Now, no one can stop him in this hospital. Gaara's face was extremely ferocious. Looking at Lee Look, who was sleeping on the hospital bed, a surging murderous intent gradually appeared on his body. Die. Gaara's palm slowly poked out. A ball of yellow sand floated out and suddenly wrapped around Li Luke's body. In just a moment, he could take Li Luke's life. No one can stop his killing. Only killing can make him feel happy. Or murder is the meaning of his life. Just as Li Luke was about to die here, a peaceful voice suddenly appeared behind Gaara and fell into Gaara's ears. This is a place to save people. Who? Gaara's body instantly stiffened. Because he didn't notice someone lurking behind him, and even the yellow sand that had been protecting him since he was born did not stop the other party from approaching. This. How is that possible? Someone can actually avoid his yellow sand. Gaara's body flashed to the side in an instant, and he quickly raised his hand and controlled a wisp of yellow sand to launch a surprise attack on the other person who appeared in the room. Click! The strand of yellow sand was easily broken away. However, Gaara refused to give up. His eyes bulged as if he was bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and controlled the sand and rushed up again. Sand exercise. The visitor had a faint misunderstanding, and he calmly stretched out his palm, and a splash of water appeared from his fingertips. This splash of water circled elegantly in the ward, tracking and staining the sand like a dragon, and quickly soaked all the yellow sand controlled by Gaara. The weight of yellow sand has increased sharply. Gaara could only grit her teeth and wanted to gather the yellow sand little by little, but she could not control the sand like an arm, and it was easily beaten by the visitor. This Konoha's ninja. This is how he dealt with his sand fighting technique. Li, I'll come to see you. It happened that Naruto Uzumaki pushed open the door of the ward at this time. After seeing this scene, he immediately screamed in fear, "Gaara, what do you want to do?" Gaara. The person who saved Li Luke pronounced this name in surprise. It's Li's opponent. Naruto Uzumaki rushed to the bed, blocked Li Luke, and explained to the people loudly, Amiya, this guy is Li's opponent in the selection competition, and he seriously injured Li. I'm going to kill him. Gaara's face was full of anger, as if he remembered his embarrassment during the trials, and the nerves on his cheeks were twitching with all his might. You can't do it now. Naruto Uzumaki's face was very serious. He believed that he could block Gaara, and he believed that Shiera Emiya, who was in the hospital, would definitely not let something happen to Li Luke. After all, Emiya Shiera defeated Mr. Jiraiya with one hand. Especially during this period, Naruto Uzumaki has been practicing with Jiraiya. The more he understands Jiraiya's strength, the more he feels that Shiera Emiya's strength is strong. No matter what, Gaara is definitely not likely to be Shiera Emiya's opponent. Snort. Gaara looked at Naruto Uzumaki with anger on his face, and then looked at Shiera Emiya, who was standing in the room. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill Li Luke in front of Shiera Emiya and Naruto Uzumaki. But he will never give up. Etc. Shiera Emiya looked at Gaara's back as she wanted to leave, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she called him, "Are you Kali Luo's son?" Gaara's body trembled suddenly. The red-haired boy's face was completely filled with anger. Because no one dared to mention his mother in front of him, because his mother has always hated his birth, because his birth killed his mother's life. This man. Do you actually know his mother? You know her? Gaara gritted her teeth and looked at Emiya Shiera. I've seen her soul in the underworld. Emiya Shiera stretched out her fingers and rubbed her eyebrows, searching for her memories. There is also her younger brother Yoshimaru, but her younger brother has more problems than her. She was trapped in the gap between life and death and refused to get rid of it. Maybe it's because I've seen too many people. No. It should be said. Perhaps there are too many souls I have seen in the underworld. Perhaps there are too many souls liberated in the gap between life and death. Shiera Emiya would often slowly print the memories of liberating those souls, and he couldn't even remember them for a long time. It was not until he heard the names that the souls had once hung on the edge that his memories were somewhat revived. Only. Emiya Shiera's words. Obviously, Gaara would not believe it. The red-haired boy snorted coldly. He originally wanted to know something about his mother Giulioluo and his uncle Yoshimaru, but when he heard the soul of the underworld from the other party, he immediately felt that this guy was talking nonsense about lying to him. Really? A wasted his time. Gaara turned around and left the ward in anger. That guy. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Gaara's departure back with anger and worry. Emiya Shiera's eyes also looked at Gaara who had left, with a little dim look. Speaking of it. Who is the name? Emiya said. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but feel curious and asked in a low voice, that guy seems to be even more angry. Galio is his mother. Yoshimaru is his uncle. Emiya Shiera did not hide anything, but just continued to speak calmly and told the stories he had heard in the world after death. On the day he was born, his mother Kali Luo died of labor due to difficulty, leaving him with powerful strength. The yellow sand that had been following him and protecting him was the remaining power that his mother had transformed after death. But his father. When Emiya Shiera said this, her brows couldn't help but frown. If it weren't for the many stories he had seen in the past 1,000 years, he would have thought this story was a bit too ugly. What's wrong with his father? Naruto Uzumaki looked around curiously, waiting for Shiera Emiya to continue to tell the story, because he received fatherly love not long ago and was also curious about other people's father. His father. Emiya Shiera shook her head gently and told the story of Gaara's family to Naruto Uzumaki. Even Gaara's father's fourth generation of Fukukawa Raza was sealed as a war weapon since childhood, and forced Yoshimaru, the only uncle who loved and cared for Gaara since childhood, to assassinate Gaara, twisting the truth about Gaara's mother Karura's deep love for her son. How? It will be like this. Uzumaki Naruto hugged his head in a little shocked. As Konoha's nine-tailed Toshiki Riki, Uzumaki Naruto has always felt that his life was bad, and even blamed his father for the fourth generation of Naruto. Now it seems Gaara's life seems to be worse than him. Even Naruto Uzumaki could not imagine what Gaara would make his mental breakdown when he was assassinated by his uncle Yoshimaru, who loved him deeply. Should more collapse than yourself? No wonder that guy is always full of murderous intention towards people, as if he is full of malicious intention towards this world, because this world does seem to be not very good to him. I'll tell him. Naruto Uzumaki felt a little sympathized with Gaara's experience, and immediately raised his foot to catch up with Gaara's footsteps and wanted to tell Gaara the truth. At least, let that guy know. Actually, this world is not that bad. What do you want to say? Emiya Shiera patted Naruto Uzumaki's head and whispered, no one in this world would want to believe that someone brought the voice of the dead. I believe it. I will always believe in Emiya. Although a little bit irritating. But Wei Gong is his friend. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly grabbed Shiera Emiya's wrist, as if he was swearing, and he said curiously, then, have you ever seen my mother? Sooner or later one day, you will meet her. Emiya Shiera reached out to rub the little guy's yellow hair and stared at his eyes seriously, if you believe me. How come I don't believe in Emiya? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and promised confidently, Emiya said everything must be right. I will practice first, I will definitely defeat that guy in the third exam, and then tell that guy the truth. Then, please. Emiya Shiera seemed to have entrusted everything to Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 153 One Tail, Guarding the Crane. With the opening of the third game of the Chunin exam, Konoha village also welcomed the most important guest, the fourth generation of Fengying Raza from the Sand Village. Please, please. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru, wearing a robe, came to welcome the fourth generation of Fengying Raza, and invited this Fengying to go along with him and sit on the viewing platform at the highest point of the field. Thank you. The fourth generation Fengchai Raza raised her head, and a cold face appeared under the Naruto's hat, narrowing her eyes and following Sarutobi Hinashin's footsteps. I'm so lucky that Mr. Fengying is willing to visit Konoha. Sarutobi Hinako was leading the way while greeting him, and his eyes slightly turned to look at the face of the fourth generation Fengying, hoping to see the allies' thoughts. However, the fourth generation Fengying Luasha had very little words, but he walked up to the viewing platform step by step, sat in his position, and looked at the arena. I have to say, the third exam was grand. The entire VIP seat was filled with names and nobles from various countries. The senior executives of Konoha were even present today. Even his ex-Hawagata assisted Shimura Danzo, who had been unemployed at home for a long time, sat next to his two old friends. Among the three ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade stood on the high point in the corner, overlooking the entire arena. They were always alert to Orochimaru, who might appear at any time. As Konoha's distinguished guest, Shiera Emiya was also invited to attend, or the little guy Uzumaki Naruto hoped that he could come to watch the ceremony, so he finally made this big man who always devoted his time to medical research willing to show off here. But Emiya Shiera's location is next to Tsunade. After all, this position can be seen more widely. That little devil Naruto is the first to appear. Jiraiya looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who was walking towards the center of the field as the referee asked, and couldn't help but touch his chin. It should be no problem, right? Yet Tsunade stood beside Jiraiya and waved her hand boredly. I heard that your teacher and that little guy have made up a lot of lessons. Hey. Ji Lai couldn't help but scratch his head with a silly smile. Just as they were chatting here, the game on the field had begun quickly, and Naruto Uzumaki and his first opponent, Hinaga Niji, had already fought together. As a genius of the Hinata clan. In addition, Midkai, Hinaga Niji's teacher Konoha, is best at physical skills. This little guy is obviously more proficient in physical skills than Naruto Uzumaki. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade only watched for a while. The battle was left with only a few ornamental value for them. The two of them couldn't help but talk about the most important thing again, about their former close friend Orochimaru. Have you found out the whereabouts of that guy? Tsunade looked around the entire arena and found no suspicious. No. Jiraiya's expression also became serious, and his eyes were also looking at everyone on the field. There are too many people coming to the village recently. After checking it, we didn't find any clues. It seems that the guy may have left. But that guy is unlikely to give up just like that. If he and Obito Uchiha had any conspiracy, their conspiracy would probably be put today, because today is the last day of the Chunin exam. Same. Today is also the grandest day. If Orochimaru had attacked Konoha in front of many distinguished guests today, it would have been a major event that alarmed the entire ninja world. Pity. Orochimaru hides so well. It really makes Jiraiya no trace. I have notified the Shangnin in the village. Jiraiya looked at some of the Shangnin in the front row of the audience, and said in a deep voice, an accident may occur today, so let them be more vigilant. On the other side of Umbu, I also secretly searched for his traces in the stadium. On the outside of the village, I also received an order to increase the alert level. When Jiraiya finished speaking this, he glanced at Tsunade again and continued, if that guy really dared to make trouble today. Say it bluntly. There is a high probability that there will be no return. All the combat power that Konoha can gather is in the village. Unless Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito can instantly detonate the 9 tails in Naruto Uzumaki's body, Orochimaru is not very good. It may have caused some big storm. Certainly. Uzumaki Naruto's side. a contestant will definitely win more attention. Orochimaru would not have the chance to secretly get close to Uzumaki Naruto under his command and use the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body to make chaos in 9 tails. It is also difficult for Uchiha Obito to have this opportunity. Although Uchiha Obito's whereabouts are strange and have always been elusive, Haki Kakashi volunteered to take on the task of fighting Uchiha Obito. As long as Uchiha Obito appears, Kakashi Haki would not give him a chance to get close to Naruto Uzumaki. Except for that guy Orochimaru. Those group of ninjas in the hidden village of Rain are also very troublesome. Jiraiya looked at the location of the Yuyan team that he was particularly concerned about. I don't know if something will happen to them today. Something strange is. When Jiraiya looked at the 2 Rain ninjas, Zero and White Tiger in the audience, they seemed to have noticed something and also looked at Jiraiya's position. I always feel familiar and unfamiliar. Jiraiya's face couldn't help but become a little frozen. He could only belong to himself, maybe he had seen the other person during the journey, but he couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart. Hope. The Yuyan team was able to recognize the reality. Now he and Tsunade are here, hoping that their deeds of the leader of Yuhang village, Hanzo Yamake, can make them give up those conspiracies. Just when Jiraiya was worried about possible problems outside the field, the first battle came to an end. Uzunato, who claimed to avenge his classmate Hinata in this game, used Raise Non to defeat Hinaga Niji. The second game. Uchiha Sasuke fights Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki just got out, and his little face suddenly became a little tangled, because he wanted to defeat Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Really? It's so difficult. How come there are so many opponents you want to defeat? After all, Uchiha Sasuke is the opponent Naruto Uzumaki is eager to defeat, and Gaara is from Shiera Emiya. I want to defeat Gaara. Tell Gaara the truth about Gaara's mother. But the referee would not pay much attention to it. After Naruto Uzumaki ended, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara appeared. Compared with the battle between Hinaga Niji and Uzumaki Naruto, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara is more exciting and obviously has a higher viewing ability. Uchiha Sasuke's figure was moving in the field at high speed. He kept improving during the Chunin exam and was constantly learning the advantages of others. For example, physical skills learned from Lee Look. Uchiha Sasuke is also a real genius. He has made rapid progress during this month's practice, which makes the patient Lee Look in the audience stunned. But physical skills alone are not enough. Uchiha Sasuke kept attacking Gaara. No matter how much effort he used to break the sand, he could not completely shatter Gaara's sand defense. The dense sand blocked the two of them like a solid wall. Fortunately, he has also learned powerful ninjutsu from many people. Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Uchiha Sasuke immediately began to release the powerful Fire Escape ninjutsu, and the flames gathered in an instant and rushed towards Gaara like a fire dragon. The dense sand kept bursting in the flames. Seeing the powerful ninjutsu suddenly burst out in the audience, warm applause immediately sounded in the middle of the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but cheer. I feel like that little devil is like your disciple. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Sasuke with great interest and complained casually. No, 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 no. Jiraiya waved his hand with some concern. He didn't dare to accept Uchiha Sasuke as his disciple, especially Uchiha Sasuke, the little guy, who was obviously related to his recognized son Naruto Uzumaki. If Sasuke was his disciple, then his disciples may really have a fight story. When Jiraiya thought of this, she couldn't help but tilt her head quietly and carefully looked at Emiya Shiera standing on the other side. This big man's name is so famous. The other person's vision is truly extraordinary. Jiraiya was really a little scared. He dared not ignore the horror theory of Shiera Emiya that his disciples would kill each other until they decided on the true son of prophecy. What humans fear the most? Emiya Shiera turned his head slightly and his eyes fell on Jiraiya. It will never come because of human fear. What's this guy Jiraiya afraid of? Tsunade looked at Emiya Shiera in surprise. It won't happen. Jiraiya shook his head quickly, and his eyes fell on Naruto Uzumaki who had just left. If the Big Toad Immortal Prophecy really told what Lord Emiya said, then I will definitely avoid such a thing. End. Naruto will sooner or later be an excellent ninja. Jiraiya looked at Shiera Emiya as she spoke. Don't Your Excellency Emiya think so too? But Emiya Shiera's eyes fell on the prep seat in the field, and her eyes calmly said, You already believe it. If there is so-called fate in this world, then fate will not disappoint you, and the story that is destined to appear in the prophecy. Destined. It will appear. While they were communicating here, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara on the field had completely become hot, and the violently burning flames and flying sand were constantly colliding. Explosions came one after another. However, the real killer moves are often hidden under the flames. In addition to fire escape, Yukoza Sasuke also learned new ninjutsu from Haki Kakashi this month, and even made him like it more than Jiraiya's fire escape ninjutsu. Thunder escape Chiridian. Uchiha Sasuke's figure moved quickly, and a flash of lightning flashed between his palms, rushing towards Gaara as the sand and dust of the explosion of yellow sand and flames filled. This guy. Gaara hurriedly controlled the yellow sand to form a round sand ball, covering his body in the ball, but his speed was one step slower. The sharp thunder escape from Kyandu had pierced his shoulders, and blood flowed slowly from Gaara's shoulders in an instant. The smell of blood suddenly made his face become more and more gloomy, and even a murderous intent that seemed to be able to tear people apart appeared on his face. His rationality. It is gradually losing. So much so that an evil chakra began to appear on his body. A half of a strange brown cat face gradually appeared on his face. This chakra. It can make people feel an ominous smell. Even Naruto Uzumaki on the preparation table had already noticed the problem with Gaara. He had realized that the guy who called Gaara was going to have a big problem. Because they all have the same existence. Gaara will become like herself on the night of graduation, and the things sealed in his body are about to emerge. Teacher Kakashi. No, I'm going to find Teacher Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto ran towards Jiraiya quickly, hoping that Jiraiya could stop the next battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Teacher Jiraiya. When Naruto Uzumaki ran over, he didn't have time to say hello to Shiera Emiya and said hurriedly, "That guy is different from everyone, he is Kuriki, a man who guards the crane." Shiera Emiya looked at Gaara, who was standing in the field without any movement, sensed the chakra emitted from Gaara, and calmly helped Naruto Uzumaki to give the answer. This name. Jiraiya and Tsunade are definitely familiar with each other. What? After all, in the Ninja World War, Sakura Village has been in the Ninja World War more than once. It is no secret that the existence of a Kuriki is to use the power of a Kuriki to attack Konoha. I will kill you. Gaara in the field slowly raised her head and stared at Uchiha Sasuke in front of her. A crazy smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, and his fingers slowly stood up. I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Sasuke's body involuntarily wanted to retreat. This dangerous aura. He has also sensed it. This guy. What kind of monster is it? Crazy. Gaara's eyes slowly closed. A terrifying storm suddenly began to burst out in the entire field. A huge fat raccoon cat suddenly appeared under the attention of everyone, and a strange sound echoed on the field. Finally. I'm out again. Chapter 154 The True Purpose of the Fourth Generation of Fengying Luosha. In the competition stadium, a group of viewers were immediately frightened and began to run away. Whether it is Konoha Ninja or Saurian Ninja, they have seen the tailed beasts go wild. They will not think that Yi Tai's appearance is just to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. This is too scary. Why do you encounter such a thing when you take a Zongnin exam? Especially Konoha had experienced the fright caused by a new Nine-Tail rebellion not long ago, and the villagers' memory of the fear of the tailed beast's rampage also revived in that fright. At this time, what else can I look at the Zongrin exam? Even more than just ordinary villagers. The ninjas participating in the preparation table seemed to be vaguely trying to retreat. Like a rampage was really an accident. After all, Gaara's sister Temari was also one of the contestants. Her face turned pale, and she didn't seem to have expected that Yuxia would go wild at this time. The only one without any action. It was the ninja Pain who participated in the Rain Hidden Village. The rain ninja was still standing quietly, without any fear of the tailed beast, but his behavior seemed to be the ignorant fearless. But no one cares so much. Konoha ninjas began to evacuate the personnel one after another. As the chief examiner of the Chunin exam, Jiraiya didn't have time to think about it so much, and immediately took Tsunade to fly into the competition field, arranging the Konoha ninjas to prevent the rampage. No matter what, he definitely does not allow something to happen today. The power of one tail may not be as powerful as that of the 9 tails, but the tailed beast is a tailed beast after all. Once it goes wild, no one will be able to do it. How to predict how much destructive it will cause? Sasuke, retreat! Jiraiya shouted to Sasuke Uchiha away from the arena, looking at the huge body of Moritsuki with a serious face. Your exam is over. But my victory and his victory. Uchiha Sasuke had a little unwilling face. He looked up at Yaiwei Mori's body, and Gaara who was sleeping in Yaiwei's chest. He couldn't help but gritted his teeth with some hatred. The exam has been terminated. Jiraiya was a little helpless and issued another order to ask Uchiha Sasuke to retreat. Get out of the arena quickly, the tailed beast is not a problem that you little kids can solve. Little devil, hurry up and retreat. It is impossible for this kind of accident to continue the exam. What you have to do is follow other people to evacuate the crowd. Tsunade pinched her wrist, and her attitude was stronger than Jiraiya's. She looked up at Yashishi, and couldn't help but sneer at her luck. Haha, it's really troublesome. Recently, it's either Jouei or Yishi. Old man. Jiraiya's eyes looked in the direction of the viewing platform, looking at the 3rd generation Naruto Sarutobi Hineisen and the 4th generation Fengchiraza sitting on it. On the highest viewing platform in the entire arena. The shadows of the 2 villages were still sitting calmly. Even though the crane of Guardian ran away at this time, the audience below were in chaos and panic, and the shadows of the 2 villages were still sitting upright without any movement. At this time, they seemed to be competing for concentration here. However, the 4th generation of Fengying Luosha sat firmly as Mount Tai. This 4th generation Fengying does not seem to care about the exposure of the man Zulai from the hidden village in Sarawak, nor does it care about the crisis encountered by the man Zulai from the hidden village in Sarawak. A little uneasiness emerged in the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo. As the host of this Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not ignore it. He still tried hard to ask gently, Old Master Fengying, this situation seems not to appear in the exam. There is nothing that cannot be seen. A laugh appeared in the 4th generation of Fengying Raza's mouth, as if he thought that the old man Sarutobi Hinazo was a little fussy. The tailed orc, Jiraki, is a weapon in the hands of our villages. It's not surprising that he appears in an arms race like the Chunin exam, right? Or the 4th generation Fengying Raza's eyes slightly turned, and he looked at Sarutobi Hinazan. Can Konoha still be unable to use your man, Jiraki? Sarutobi Hinasen was silent for a while. Actually, Konoha has never used Kuriki. Even at the most difficult time in the Ninja World War, Konoha still tied Torurito to the village and never thought about using the Nine Tails to fight. Certainly. The key to the problem lies in. Once the Nine Tails are rampant, it will be difficult to deal with the situation. We are different after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his eyes sharpened. Compared with the power of the tailed beast, I think Mr. Feng Ying should know the trouble of the tailed beast as much as we do. Moreover, the power of the tailed beast is a bit beyond the rules for these little guys, and this is itself. Yet. I don't think so. If the third generation of Hokage has no confidence in the juniors of his village, you can immediately choose to make the child surrender, but it seems that you have given up the exam. The fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza chuckled and looked at the Mushita and Uchiha Sasuke in the field. As for the troubles like the Mushita and the like. Koi is the host. You can't even solve the problem of the tailed beasts, rascal, right? Sarutobi Hinashin's face suddenly sank. However, this old man could not show weakness in front of the fourth generation Feng Ying, because he understood that Feng Ying was deliberately provoking Konoha here, and the other party seemed to be mocking Konoha for being in a difficult situation in the two Nine-Tail Rebellion incidents. And this kind of incident of bringing Renjiriki to Konoha, even causing a storm to go wild, is an extremely dangerous thing, enough to cause a war between the two villages. But Sarutobi Hinata is a pacifist. Although the peace maintained by Sarutobi Hinata over the years has damaged many of Konoha's interests and made his peace seem a little weak, he is willing to use this weak attitude to allow Konoha to have time for stable development again. Even if this is a Chunin exam like an arms race. Sarutobi Hinata looked at the fourth generation of Fenkage Raza. He didn't want to turn against him, but just put forward his own thoughts coldly. I won't give these children some problems that they need to face if they are older and capable. Tailed beast. It is one of them. This is a problem that even the Supreme Ninja cannot face. Let Uchiha Sasuke, a Squinin, deal with the tailed beast? How could this Feng Ying have the face to say such words? All right. The fourth generation Feng Ying Luosha's attitude immediately became a little polite. A gentleness even appeared in his eyes, softening his attitude. Anyway, I'm ready, Konoha Wu. When there is a crisis in the situation of the law, I will not sit idly by. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the other party's politeness and suddenly couldn't figure out the other party's thoughts, because the performance of the fourth generation Feng Ying was really too strange. Could this fourth generation Feng Ying really want to use one to show off her muscles in the Chunin exam? Just for a Zongnin exam? Something big has happened. According to the principle of using tailed beasts in ninja villages in various countries, people often use the war in which huge profits are needed in the village, and even the importance of tailed beasts is particularly above the shadow of the village. In case of loss, that will immediately shake the status of the village. The reason why the 5 major ninja villages are the 5 major ninja villages is that in addition to being full of talents and powerful force, war weapons like tailed beast are also guaranteed to their status. The shadow of a village. How could it be so simple to think about it? Just as Sarutobi Hinashen was very suspicious and wondering if the other party had any conspiracy, a Konoha ninja suddenly came to report an important news. Sir Naruto. A large number of sand ninjas are approaching Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, his eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly looked at the fourth generation Fenkong Raza sitting upright. I have been paying attention to Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, and those troubled ninjas in Rain Village. I didn't expect that Sakura Village also made small moves in secret. His Sergeant Feng Ying. I need an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became a little heavier, and he had a vague guess, is this Sakura Village wants to start a war with Konoha? Certainly. The voice of the fourth generation Feng Ying Luosha was mixed with a smile. Sarutobi Hinako's fingers suddenly clenched. No. The fourth generation of Feng Ying Luosa added to his previous sentence, and continued with a chuckling, okay, I won't tell jokes here. If nothing unexpected happens, the ninjas in our village should have stopped. Sure enough. News from Konoha's periphery soon came. The ninja troops in Sand Village had stopped outside Konoha and did not have any conflicts with Konoha. They seemed to be waiting for some order. I need Konoha to cooperate with me in a play. The fourth generation of Feng Ying Reizaru saw Sarutobi Hinazan's suspicion and finally began to reveal his true purpose. Please don't worry, I will solve the trouble of a raid, but I need a raid here to create a chaos to evacuate the people taking the Chunin exam. I also need Konoha to allow the Saurian ninja troops to enter, because the real troubles that our two villages need to face together next. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately became ugly. This is not a trivial matter. Does this Feng Ying know how dangerous it is to run a tailed beast? If it cannot be dealt with, how many people will be killed or injured here? The most important thing is, he also wants to allow the Saurian ninja troops to enter Konoha. The Sand Ninja troops' peripheral edges near Konoha were already a signal of war. Was he going to put the other party into the village and start a massacre? Even if the other party has 10,000 reasons. Even if there are really any troubles that are difficult to solve. If the other party wants to use the Chunin exam to do something, he should discuss with him as a Naruto earlier, and not start acting until he was raided, and even secretly dispatched a ninja army to Konoha, which he could not tolerate no matter what. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crowd of people who had already begun to fall into chaos because of a rampage in the audience below. His eyes became gloomy, as if he had become the former powerful ninjao in the ninja world. Everything he did was to protect Konoha. No matter what purpose this Feng Ying has. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to reach any deal with the other party at this time. Xiao. A sentence from the fourth generation of Fenkage Raza made Sarutobi Hinazo quickly calm down. I don't know if your Hokage has heard of the existence of this organization. No. Or, I believe that Lord Naruto must have heard of their existence. What does this have to do with what happened today? Sarutobi Hizen looked at the audience evacuated below, and then looked at the stadium full of Konoha ninjas who were preparing to take action to deal with the silence. He said in a deep voice, "No matter what Lord Feng Ying wants to do in Konoha today, you must stop all your actions immediately and immediately order the ninja troops outside Konoha to withdraw from the Kingdom of Fire. If you stop all your actions now." Sarutobi Hira stared at the Feng Ying tightly, and his voice became gentle. "Now I can still forgive the past for the actions of your Excellency Feng Ying, and even our covenant can continue to be maintained. I can treat everything today as not happening. To be honest, the actions of the fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza can already start the war in the ninja world." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still willing to show his tolerance and generosity, and shows that he is willing to give up pursuing the other party's fault in order to maintain peace. Holy Hokage! The fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza's eyes fell on Yu Yin Ninja, who was still standing quietly in the chaotic crowd, narrowing his eyes. "What if I say, the leader of the Akatsuki organization has sneaked into Konoha?" Chapter 155 This Idiot Shimura Danzo. In the chaotic field, the contestants preparing for the battle seat are also evacuating. Tiandao Pain was still wearing a virus hood and stood calmly. His eyes slightly scanned the competition stadium until it fell on an old man in the audience. Shimura Danzang. The old man was still sitting calmly in his position. When the two Hokage consultants Xiao Haru and Mito Minion left their seats to issue orders to the Konoha ninjas, Shimura Danzo still did not move. This old man. I don't worry about going wild at all. As a former manager of Konoha intelligence, Shimura Duenzo had some knowledge of the Yaiwei Kushu in the Sakai village, and even knew every rampage that Yaiwei Kushu had appeared in the Sakai village, and every time it was pacified by the fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza. The least-tailed beast in the ninja world. It doesn't take much effort to solve the problem of a rampage. Really troublesome. Never been these tailed beasts. Shimura Danzo raised his eyes slightly. His eyes swept at the chaos in the venue until he stopped at the calm Yuyin ninja on the preparation table. Although the Yuyin ninja was wearing a gas mask, Shimura Danzo still understood that the other party must be looking at him. Don't you do it. Shimura Danzo held his ninja knife, and his eyes also glanced slightly around him, trying to find the figures of others. Where is that guy Orochimaru? This question. It also appeared in Pain's heart. Pen's eyes kept paying attention to Shimura Danzo. His body Nagato and Konan were also scanning the field, wanting to find Orochimaru's location, but they did not receive any news about Orochimaru. After all, when is the opportunity to start? Now Konoha seems to have fallen into chaos because of a rampage. At this time, he is almost able to attack Shimura Danzo, right? However, Pen never expected it. Now he is being discussed by the two filmmakers on the viewing platform. The third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinako's expression was already particularly solemn, because he had always known the tricky aspects of the Akatsuki organization after Uchiha's clan extermination night. Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi. According to Sarutobi Hinesan combined information, the three Konohas-level rebel ninjas have a close relationship with the Akatsuki organization, and that organization has great ambitions. At this time, the fourth generation of Fenkage Raza suddenly told him that the leader of the Akatsuki organization had sneaked into Konoha, which also forced Sarutobi Hirosen to be shocked by the news. The leader who gathered this level rebel ninja organization could never be an ordinary person, nor could he sneak into Konoha without any action. I'm just curious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually became sharp, and he still asked, how could Lord Fengying know about the Akatsuki organization? This matter. I really don't want to explain in detail. When the fourth generation of Fenkage Raza, when he said this, he seemed to notice Sarutobi Hinazo's dissatisfaction, and suddenly changed his words. However, in order to gain the trust of Lord Naruto, I don't mind sharing this information that embarrasses Sakura village. I think. Before the Third Ninja World War, the disappearance of the third generation of Lord Fengchao, Lord Naruto should not forget. Sarutobi Hina nodded in contemplation. This matter. He really can't forget it. After all, the Third Ninja World War started shortly after the disappearance of the third generation of Fengying. The Fengying, who was the same as him as the third generation, suddenly disappeared in his prime but has been listed as a mystery. Is it? Sarutobi Hizuko immediately realized the disappearance of the third generation of Fengchai and the relationship between the Akatsuki organization, and asked in disbelief, did it be the Akatsuki organization's people? Theory, it's their people. This level rebellious ninja Red Sand Scorpion in our sand village is the murderer who assassinated the three generations of Lord Fengying. While pursuing him, we found that we also joined the Akatsuki organization. It's because of this. I've just been paying attention to the information of the Akatsuki organization. After the fourth generation of Fengying Raza, he continued to speak. For example, Konoha's level rebellious ninja Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi are both members of the Akatsuki organization. Even when the fourth generation Fengchai Raza said this, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Original Hokage's disciple Orochimaru has also joined Akira. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became ugly. He had already believed in the words of the fourth generation of Fengying Luosha because he knew that this information was not something that ordinary people could find. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi's relationship, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have known the organization, and he wouldn't have even known the true face of Uchiha Obito later. More than that, the fourth generation of Fengying Reizaru looked at Sarutobi Hinashin's face and knew that the other party had believed him more and more. He immediately added fire. There is also this level rebellious ninja Kisame from the Fuji hidden village that assassinated the fourth generation of Mizukage Guki Yakura, who also joined the Akatsuki organization. Even though Sarutobi Hinata had known the tricky part of the Akatsuki organization for a long time, he could not help but be shocked that the death of another shadow was related to the Akatsuki organization. No. To be precise, there are already 3 level rebel ninjas in the entire ninja world who assassinated Kage and were closely related to the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito, who killed the 4th generation of Naruto, Akazan Scorpion who assassinated the third generation of Fengying, and Kansumi who killed the fourth generation of Mizuki. This organization. It can no longer be described as ordinary danger. Just the other party kept gathering the rebel nuns who assassinated Ying, or it was likely that the other party had been secretly leading the major incident of assassinating Ying. The death of a shadow may not only cause a ninja village to lose its strong combat power, but may even lead a ninja village to a long-term political chaos. Just right. After I learned that Kisame Kanji killed the fourth generation of Mizukage, I paid more attention to the information of the Akatsuki organization, so I also found some more secrets. The Konoha and Akatsuki organization had huge grudges in the early years. The fourth generation of Fengying Raza seemed to know everything and continued with a smile. The Naruto of the Takashi village assisted Mr. Danzo Shimura in the Yuyan village to assist Lord Hanzo of the Sunk Anon village, and almost completely destroyed the Akatsuki organization. Your grudges have long been formed. Danzang. Sarutobi Hinata couldn't help but look in the direction of Shimura Danzo. This guy. It's really a big thing to do in secret. Sarutobi Hinata must not have a headache for you Shimura Danzo's ability to cause trouble. But what makes Sarutobi Hito's head the most trouble is Shimura Danzo actually had private contact with the samurai Hanzo from Yuyan village, and even joined forces with the samurai Hanzo to attack the Akatsuki organization, but he did not tell him about this matter. This matter is so important. If you know the information of the Akatsuki organization, instead of having a slight understanding of the information of the Akatsuki organization, you can calmly make arrangements for the dangerous Akatsuki organization in advance. So, while asking, Sarutobi Hinazan looked at the rain-hidden village ninja who was still sitting in the arena. He already had a guess in his heart that needed to be confirmed. How did Lord Fengying know that the leader of the Akatsuki organization sneaked into Konoha, and he was revenge on Konoha for the sake of his former hatred? Don't you already know the answer? The fourth generation of Fengying Raza, looking at Sarutobi Hinata's eyes moving, understood that Sarutobi Hinata might have guessed that. He immediately gave Sarutobi Hinata a decisive evidence. Just as Lord Naruto guessed. It's just that I found out that Lord Shanjiao Yu Hanzang was killed, and all his confidants were executed by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization took over the Yuyan village, which had no headless dragons. Therefore, when I learned that the Rainy Ninja participated in this Chunin exam, I guess the leader of the Akatsuki organization will most likely take advantage of the Chunin exam opportunity to sneak into Konoha. The fourth generation of Fengying Raza seemed to know the information about the Akatsuki organization. He even glanced at Shimura Danzo who was sitting in his original position. It's just that I don't know whether the other party is for revenge or has other conspiracies. That guy Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. This old friend of Shimura Danzo. He actually refused to tell him this information. Sarutobi Hitsuzaka did not care about the attack on the Akatsuki organization in Shimura and Yamoki Hakusaki. He just cared about the fact that Shimura Danzo was unwilling to reveal information to him, the Naruto. Sarutobi Hitsoza couldn't help but remember the abnormality of Shimura's hiding during this month. This old friend suddenly couldn't stand the loneliness and often visited Swan and Ikoharu and Mito Minyan, and even attended the Chunin exam field. Maybe Shimura Danzo had long realized the threat from the Akatsuki organization. This guy may have also learned about the death of Hanzo Shanjiao, and was also worried about the revenge of the Akatsuki organization, and was always worried about being assassinated by the Akatsuki organization. This idiot. Could it be that I, Naruto, wouldn't I protect him? Which time did something go wrong? Didn't you help him solve it? This guy. I really don't understand at all. How could a dangerous organization like Akatsuki just seeks to avenge him? There must be a deeper conspiracy. Because Danzo privately concealed the information of the Akatsuki organization in order to avoid pursuing his collusion with Shanjiao Yu Hanzo, this guy, which resulted in Konoha being so passive in front of the allies in the Sakura village. Now, I will be led by this Feng Ying. If the threat from the Akatsuki organization was close, if it was not for the conflicts within Konoha's top leaders to avoid problems in front of this Feng Ying, Sarutobi Hiruzen Mama wanted to call Shimura Danzo over. Etc. How did the other party know? I didn't know the Akatsuki organization's intelligence from Danzang. A hint of suspicion suddenly appeared in Sarutobi Hinashin's eyes. His eyes were staring at the fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza in front of him. There was a vague guess in his heart, which made his eyes become dangerous. Old Feng Ying, you and Danzang. Yes. In order to jointly deal with the threat from the Xiao organization. The fourth generation Feng Ying Luosha's eyes were slightly bent, as if they could not stop their smile. We have indeed had such a small connection. Chapter 156 Danzo can do anything that people can't do. All right. As a longtime friend of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiro knew him very well. This kind of thing is indeed something Shimura Danzo could do. But is this something that a brain-strapped person can do? You. Have you figured out who is Naruto? Have you figured out who is the companion you can trust? Sarutobi Hakona's chest was almost blown up by Danzo's actions, and countless swear words that wanted to accuse Shimura Danzo. As the assistant of Konoha Village's predecessor, Konoha's senior management, who had been around for nearly 40 years, actually secretly colluded with Shadow of the hostile ninja village. Especially, they also communicated through the information of the Akatsuki organization that they were unaware of. This behavior. It's even more angry than defection. That bastard idiot. Sarutobi Hinako's cheeks were so angry that he twitched a little. At this moment, his expression made the fourth generation Fenkage Raza sitting next to him look particularly satisfied. This wind shadow. It seems that I like to see Sarutobi Hinazo very angry. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hinashin's anger lasted for a while, and soon the situation below attracted attention. What he needed to care about was Konoha's current troubles. As for Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but get angry again, glaring at Shimura Danzo, who was still in the audience. He could only wait until the incident was over before dealing with him hard. However, Sarutobi Hinesan can tolerate it. The Nagato trio can no longer bear it. Just as Sarutobi Hinesan and the fourth generation of Fenkage Raza had gradually reached a consensus on jointly dealing with the leader of the Akatsuki organization, a tall Konoha ninja quietly walked to Nagato in the chaotic crowd and whispered a few words beside them. Orochimaru said, "We almost need to retreat first. This chaos was created by Sand Ninja. The purpose is to disperse the people in the competition field." The fourth generation of Fengying Raza from the hidden village in Sand Village already knows the identity of Lord Pain. They want to join forces with Konoha to capture Lord Pain, so as to ask the information about this level rebellious ninja Red Sand Scorpion from the hidden village in Sand Village and the whereabouts of the third generation of Fengying. Obviously, this Konoha ninja is Orochimaru's subordinate. Or it was a nail left by Orochimaru on Konoha. After saying that, the Konoha ninja hurriedly retreated, as if he was unwilling to stay in this dangerous environment too much. What? Nagato and Konan were shocked at the same time. Because Sakai village knew their intelligence and even set up traps for them was something they could never have expected. Or no one would have thought of it. After all, Sakai village is weak in strength and has a low presence among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Even the daimyo of their country does not like that village. We must retreat immediately. Zionin didn't have time to react and wanted Nagato to withdraw together as soon as possible. Her voice was full of anxiety. Koha is already a trap. Nagato was just silent and speechless. Nagato had already begun to control pain and looked up at the entire arena. Konoha ninjas are orderly calling the people in the audience to retreat. Jiraiya and Tsunade have even suppressed the rampage of Morikaku. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru and the fourth generation of Fenchai Raza were still sitting upright on the high viewing platform, and they were still looking down at the shadows of ordinary ninjas. Where is Shimura Danzo? Shimura Danzo also looked at Pen. It seems that Konoha and Satsuki village have already known their identities, and they specially used this Chuninyan exam to create a trap specifically targeting them. But at this point, is it that easy to retreat? And couldn't Konoha and Satsuki really think that they can keep him here, right? In this world, except for the big man who is observing everything in the corner of the field and also possesses the reincarnation eye, Nagato is confident that no one in the ninja world can be his opponent, and even if it is Mr. Jiraiya who once taught him, it cannot be his opponent. Certainly. Jiraiya certainly didn't think so. Because Jiraiya was a little extra confident at this moment. One tail is so weak. Jiraiya watched Tsunade fly and shook into the ground with one punch. He subconsciously complained, and even felt a little envious. Real. One tail is too weak. On the night when the 9 tails in Naruto Uzumaki almost ran away, he and Tsunade fought against the 9 tails, who had not yet appeared, were suppressed by the 9 tails and could not raise their heads, and they were even at risk of dying in that battle at any time. Now, he and Tsunade joined forces to deal with Ishitashima. No. Maybe they don't need to join forces. Because Tsunade seems to be able to suppress a Shunkin alone. It is really enviable that Sakai village has such a weak-tailed beast. If the Bofeng sect had to deal with the 9-tailed but the Onet-ailed with the strength of the Bofeng sect, the couple would definitely not have sacrificed. Well. Kakashi Haki stood behind Jiraiya, looking at the scene of Tsunade suppressing one hand with one hand, and was a little unclear whether they should ask if they wanted to help. Don't relax the polysearing, Kakashi. Jiraiya glanced at Haki Kakashi. He just felt a little relieved about the matter of Astern, but he did not completely relax. This is just a little storm. Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito may still be in the dark. Yes. Kakashi Haki glanced at the fewer and fewer people, and asked, now this Chunin exam. The audience has left. The performers don't need to continue. Jiraiya shook his head, and his eyes also looked at the 2 people on the viewing platform. If nothing big happens, the old man and Feng Ying should be discussing this raid. Wait for the old man to discuss with Feng Ying, and then decide the next assessment of the little guys. Teacher Kakashi. The crowd has been evacuated. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke flew to the side of Haki Kakashi, followed by a group of little guys, all of them, their simultaneous nin. However, their existence seems a bit embarrassing. Because they can neither participate in the competition here nor do they seem to play a role here, and there is no need to let them scoop here. But these little guys are still very fighting spirit. Naruto, Sasuke. Haki Kakashi thought for a while, then suddenly looked at the sand ninja who was watching here not far away, and said in a deep voice, you go and monitor sand ninja. Yes. Naruto Uzumaki took on this task. He looked back at the Moritsuki who was being beaten by Tsunade. He looked at Gaara who was sleeping in front of Kara, and couldn't help but want to say something, Teacher Kakashi, that Gaara. Because I have heard of Gaara's story. Naruto Uzumaki knew that Gaara liked to kill people and he didn't want Tsunade to kill Gaara with miserable fate. After all, he and Gaara are the same. Even their destiny has many similarities. I am a lucky person, Kiriki, and Gaara's fate is a bit too unfortunate. Mr. Tsunade won't kill him. Kakashi Haki seemed to understand Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts. Gaara is a man named Kiriki from the Sand Village. Even if there is a problem with Konoha, Tsunade will not kill Gaara before the Sand Village and Konoha have broken up, which will lead to the loss of a Sand Village, which will make a big grudge. I definitely won't kill someone. But it will also become very painful when hitting people. Boom. Tsunade's fist is strong and powerful. This woman showed her style that she was not a medical ninja at all. She smashed the body of Ishikawa directly to the ground, and bravely shook the ferocious-tailed beast with her own strength. I have to say, Tsunade fought very happily in this battle. Yoshi was completely arrogant in front of Tsunade, who had full firepower. He was just a large sandbag, especially when Jiraiya was rushing into the formation. There was no possibility of fighting back. Now it seems the crisis of the storm of a crane is about to end. However, Jiraiya faintly noticed a strange thing. Until this time, neither the third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinaruto nor the fourth generation Fenchiraza did not stand up to express any opinions. Whether it is for a rampage. It was still the case that these people evacuated the audience. Them. What are you thinking about? After Jiraiya watched Tsunade completely establish the victory, his eyes began to look at the situation on the field. As a result, he saw that in the empty arena, there were 3 people who should not be left behind, or they were indeed the most likely people to stay. Ninja in the hidden village of Rain. 3 extraordinary strengths of Rain ninjas. 3 strong men who should not appear in this Chunin exam. Pen on the preparation table. Zero and White Tiger in the auditorium. This Yuyin team is still on the field. Whether it was a rampage or the chaos in the audience, it seemed that they did not mean to retreat at all, and they were still here. Something is wrong. Jiraiya's body tensed up again. However, before Jiraiya could do anything, he saw Pain in the preparation table suddenly jump up and jumping in a direction in the audience. At the same moment, the third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinaruto and the fourth generation Fenchiraza on the viewing platform flew almost at the same time and rushed towards the direction of the Pen Rain ninja. When Yi Tai Shunjun went wild, people were afraid that Yi Tai would commit a massacre on the field. The shadows of the 2 villages sat upright without any movement, but when the Rain ninja was acting, they quickly took action. At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes were instantly attracted by the Rain ninja. The other party's identity. The secret of the other party. What is the reason behind the other party taking the Zongnan exam? Just because the other party takes action, the shadows of the 2 villages need to appear and intercept them. It is impossible that this guy named Pain is actually Shanjiayu Hanzang, the leader of Yuyan village, right? Even Hanzo. It is not as if the shadows of the 2 villages were facing a great enemy. Mr. Jiraiya. An Anbi ninja landed beside Jiraiya, quickly conveying the order from Sarutobi Hinazan. The order from Naruto, quickly subdue one, and assist Naruto to round up the enemy together. Enemy? Jiraiya couldn't help but feel even more curious. What kind of enemy is this? It's not enough that the shadows of the 2 villages take action together. He and Tsunade still need to help him. Chapter 157, I Deserve to be Teacher Jiraiya. These days, what other enemies need such a big battle? Unless it is the shadow of another village or the stronger Kulai. No. It may also the guy who encircled Orochimaru? However, when Jiraiya immediately flew over, the battle between the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaruto and the fourth generation of Fenchiraza to capture Pain had already begun. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru took off his hat and threw off his robe, revealing his slender leather armor. His voice was no longer as kind and gentle as before, and he could only be vented from his chest. Come to Konoha as your priest. Sarutobi Hinako's body was half squatting, like a monkey that could pounce on at any time. His eyes were staring at the other party's gas mask. As the master, he did not go to greet him in person, it was really my dereliction of duty. Pen raised his head slightly. The man did not deny his identity, as if he had already known that the other party had obtained his information, but his voice was still so calm. It seems you all know. This is also a trap for me. Yes. The voice of the fourth generation of Fenchiraza was mixed with a smile, as if he was very satisfied with the agreement between him and the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen to jointly conquer the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, or perhaps he was very satisfied with his successful guess about Pain's identity. No secret in the world can be hidden forever. The fourth generation Feng Yingluosha smiled extremely proudly, and she looked at the gas mask on Pen's head with a smile. No matter how mysterious your identity is, no matter how many secrets you have in your heart, as long as you are still living in this world, it will inevitably be exposed. Pen looked at the shadows of the two villages in silence. Although sooner or later it will be exposed. But after all, it was beyond his expectations when it was exposed at this time. Even if he wanted to take Konan and his body Nagato away from here at this time, he seemed to be staring at Konoha and Satsuki village early, and it was relatively troublesome to escape. So, battle is inevitable. Fire escape fire dragon flame bomb. Sarutobi Hizaki immediately saw the movements in Pen's hand. His palms quickly clasped their hands to form seals, and opened their mouths to accumulate fire attributes. A ball of flame condensed and spit out. Wind escape breakthrough. The fourth generation of Feng Yingluosha's sealing speed was not slow either, and he also vomited a strong wind in the direction of Pain, and the wind helped the fire for a moment. In an instant, this battle broke out directly. The strong wind flames released by the two shadows at the same time swept towards Pain. What's going on? The other ninjas present couldn't help but change their qualities. What exactly happened? Why do you see shadows from two villages dealing with a ninja in a rainy village when you look back? They even joined forces to fight the enemy. However, before they could react, they saw the ninjutsu gathering from the strong wind flames instantly dissipated into the invisible state. The rain ninjutsu just raised his palm and instantly dissipated the two shadows released ninjutsu. Jiraya's eyes tightened. At this moment, it made him look familiar. Old man. Jiraiya looked at the mask on Pen's head and hurriedly asked for information. What is the situation? Who is the other party? Catch him first. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very aware of the threat from the Akatsuki organization. He already knew how dangerous it was to be able to subdue the Akatsuki organization leaders who were able to subdue the group of S-level rebellious ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. The ninjutsu released by the shadows of the two villages was actually dispelled by the other party without any harm. This was something he had never heard of, which also showed the other party's difficulty. What's more, in order to get the information, they would better capture each other alive. Sarutobi Hinako was talking while staring at Pain's gas mask, and her eyes slowly became sharp. I just learned about the information from Feng Ying's mouth. The leader of Akatsuki's organization I mentioned to you before, Akatsuki's leader sneaked into Konoha. Jiraya's expression suddenly became serious. Ji Lai didn't think so much, and he also knew that they must quickly get Pain in front of him. If the other party is really the leader of the Akatsuki organization, then many of the whereabouts and secrets of Konoha's S-level rebel ninja can be answered. Hehe. The fourth generation of Fenkage Raza looked at his companions Sarutobi Hinas and Jiraiya who were fighting with him, and couldn't help but pursed his lips and chuckled. It's interesting. What's more interesting is, Tsunade also quickly noticed the situation here. Click. Under Tsunade's fist, the floor of the field broke like an eggshell. The woman simply punched her head, then knocked her fingers to wake Gaara up, and quickly looked towards Sarutobi Hina. Come with support. What's the situation? The moment Tsunade landed beside Sarutobi Hinako, she immediately found the position she should be standing, but she still felt something was wrong. Tsunade looked at the battle formation formed by them in surprise, and then looked at the battle position where the fourth generation Feng Ying Raza was located, and her brows frowned in a little unhappy manner. No. How could this Feng Ying stand in Orochimaru's position? It should be said. Is it worthy of being the storm of the Sand Village? He actually found the most suitable combat position so quickly? Don't say. This Feng Ying has a very keen fighting intuition. If you look at it carefully, the four of them are all shadow-level combat power, and this tacit cooperation in combat formation will not hinder the attack of others. And this kind of combat formation, nor will the opponent escape because of a person's failure. Pity. Just in an instant, the way of heaven Pain escaped from their siege. Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandao Pain looked at the four figures rushing towards him, and suddenly raised his palm, and a strange repulsive force surged out of his hand. In an instant, this repulsive force hit the four people surrounding him. Sarutobi Hinata and others vomited blood at the same time, but compared to the injuries they suffered, they were even more incredibly the other party's move. this feeling. Jiraiya immediately determined the other party's ability. This is the Eye of Reincarnation. Jiraiya suddenly remembered the scene of being suppressed when he fought with Shiera Emiya. His eyes quickly looked in the direction of Shiera Emiya. When he saw the man still standing in place, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Another pair of reincarnation eyes. Why did I encounter the reincarnation eye again? His dead disciple Nagato, the ancient medical ninja Shiera, and the man in front of him, Jiraiya found that he had seen 3 pairs of reincarnation eyes. The eyes of the 6 paths of immortals. Is it so unusual that he encountered it? However, Jiraiya didn't have time to think about it so much. He knew that what he needed to do was nothing else, but to attack while Shenluo Tianzhang was over. Fire escape Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As someone who had fought with the Samurai Eye, Jiraiya knew some information about the Samurai Eye. He quickly made seals the moment his body landed and spit out a ball of flames at the heavenly Dao Pain. No. No. An error happened again. You shouldn't use ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is ineffective against the Samsara Eye practitioners. The Samsara sect can absorb ninjutsu into chakra. However, what's strange is, Pen did not have any action to absorb ninjutsu. Even the Samsara artist was unexpectedly expected that Jiraiya was immediately thought of launching a counter-attack when he was pushed out by the repulsive power of Shenluo Tianzhang. Shenluo Tianzhang has at least 5 seconds. Pen could not predict Jiraiya's counter-attack would come so quickly. He had only time to avoid it in a hurry, and was caught off guard and burned on the edge of the flames of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Flame burned the gas mask on Pen's head. The counter-attack is very fast. Pain could only reach out and threw the burning gas mask on his head to the ground, knowing that he could no longer hide his true face. His eyes slightly raised and looked at Jiraiya, praising Jiraiya's fierce counter-attack. It's worthy of being Teacher Jiraiya. Chapter 158 Orochimaru. This is an unexpected situation. No matter what, the people present would never have thought that the leader of the Akatsuki organization suddenly shouted Jiraiya's name and even called Jiraiya his teacher. You. How, maybe. Jiraiya's pupils were subconsciously wide. Because the enemy in front of him had orange scattered hair and a familiar young man's face, but his face was decorated with nails. How familiar! But how strange it is! Jiraiya tried his best to recognize the other person's appearance, but the reincarnation eyes and the temperament of the other person made him unable to recognize the other person's identity no matter what. Or Jilla couldn't believe it either. The enemy standing in front of him looked too much like his dead disciple Yahiko, which even made him feel a little dazed for a moment. In that country where it was always raining, he had accepted 3 disciples and soon received news that the 3 disciples died in the war. Look, it looks familiar. Tsunade subconsciously frowned and thought. Because she had also met Jiraiya's disciple Yahiko. Yes. Jiraiya's heart subconsciously tightened, and she took a deep breath before finally asking the other party as if she was confirming, Yahiko, is it you? The teacher actually remembers me. Pen's eyes fell on Jiraiya's body, and he said calmly, I thought you could recognize me when they appeared together. Them. Jiraiya's brows immediately frowned. Next moment, two figures had already appeared beside Pain. When Pain's true face was exposed, there seemed to be no special need for Nagato and Konan to hide, or at this time Nagato no longer wanted to hide. Because they are no longer have a heavy burden. Nagato is no longer the real controller of the Akatsuki organization, nor does he have to care about his true face being exposed in the ninja world, and he is no longer the most important person. Long time no see, Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato stood behind Pen, reached out and took off his gas mask, revealing his bright red hair, and his expression seemed to be as restrained as before. Haven't seen you for a long time. Xionan's figure fell behind Pen at the same time, and she slowly took off her gas mask, revealing her light purple hair. 3 people. 3 former disciples. They stood in front of Jiraiya again as if they had passed through time, so that Jiraiya could finally fully distinguish them at this moment. My disciple. It turned out to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya's brain became dizzy for a moment. It was obvious that the toad of Maomushin had conveyed the news to him that these 3 disciples had long been dead. These are the 3 little ghosts in the rain country. An incredible flashed across Tsunade's face. Jiraiya, Tsunade, do you know each other? Sarutobi Hinata couldn't help but look back at Jiraiya and Tsunade, hoping to know about them from Jiraiya's mouth. It's not just that understanding. Tsunade's eyes couldn't help but become a little complicated. She turned her head slightly and looked at Jiraiya, who was still shocked on her face, and explained softly, during the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya accepted the 3 of them as his disciples. This kind of master-apprentice relationship. In fact, it is more troublesome than a strange enemy. Tsunade looked at his companion and felt a little sad for him. His former disciples have now become his enemy. Jiraiya is Jiraiya's disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually became serious. Because he remembered the scene when his disciple Orochimaru defected, perhaps he is the only person who can understand Jiraiya's mood now. Yuuko, Nagato, Konan. Jiraiya adjusted his breathing. The mature ninja mentality made him quickly erase the sadness in his heart, leaving only suspicion and cold questioning. What the hell is going on? How did you join the Akatsuki organization full of rebellious sects? How could Yahiko be the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Is there anything wrong? Pain stood in front of Nagato and Konan, like Yahiko in the past, sheltering her companions from the wind and rain, resisting the questioning of their teachers to them. Teacher Jiraiya, our thought has always been to change this world full of war and killing. The Akatsuki organization is just able to help us realize this ideal. Wait, change the world? Jiraiya's body suddenly trembled. This ideal. It seems not surprising at all. Because Yahiko used to want to change the world and mediate and end all wars, it is not surprising that Yahiko, who was devastated by war in her childhood, had this idea. But Jiraiya's mind had subconsciously remembered the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal, and thought of the prophecy of Shiera Emiya's son. No. Not good. Compared with the resurrection of these disciples, Jiraiya's heart was even more panicked that Amiria's words came true. The prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. There will be a child who brings change to the world in this world, and he will take that child as a disciple and guide him on a positive path. Emiya Shiera's prophecy. When he accepted each disciple, the idea of changing the world was derived from the hearts of these disciples. They would kill each other for their own idea of changing the world, until the only child that conformed to the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. What are you going to do? Jiraiya looked at his disciples, hoping to ask their thoughts, and also wanted to ask questions about the Akatsuki organization. I have heard about the Akatsuki organization. Now I have gathered up the Akatsuki organization that is dangerous and rebellious in the ninja world. It doesn't seem like I want to change the world through peaceful means. Nothing to tell. Pain shook his head and did not intend to explain too much. Because he is not the real decision-maker of the Akatsuki organization, it is impossible for him to rely on his own ideas to decide whether he can leak information. But he would not hide another thing. Anyway, that's something that Mr. Jiraiya absolutely cannot accept. You, who are born in Konoha Hidden Village, Daguo Ninja Village, are always looking forward to you who people understand each other, and you cannot understand the means we want to change the world. Past master and apprentice. It has long been destined to be on the opposite side. Get out of the way. Pain raised his palm and said calmly, Teacher Jiraiya, we don't want to kill you, nor do we want to hurt more innocent people here. This is a sincere statement. Their arrival was just to kill Shimura Danzo. This is the task left to them by Shiera Emiya and Heiju, and it is also the goal they want to complete the revenge themselves. They really do not intend to hurt more people at this time. After all, the controller of the Akatsuki organization, it is not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even the other party has always been a medical ninja who saves the suffering. However, Pen's concession will not bring about a peaceful end. When their identities are truly exposed, they will never be able to leave Konoha easily no matter what, especially Jiraiya is not the one who can make the decision. Holy Hokage! The fourth generation of Fengying Reiseo glanced at Sarutobi Hinazan and said with a smile, although both of our villages need to capture the leaders of the Akatsuki organization to obtain information, it seems that Konoha seems to have a great connection with the Akatsuki organization. The agreement between Sakura and Konoha needs to be torn up again, and should we make way for them? Jiraiya, you step down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn, and waved his hand to signal Jiraiya to withdraw from the battle between master and apprentice. The old man's eyes were still sharp and looked at Pen. Leave it to me and Feng Yinggong to solve it. Nature. It is impossible for them to give in. This opportunity is really rare. They must seize the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Even if the other party is Jiraiya's disciple, even if Jiraiya feels dissatisfied. As Konoha's third-generation Naruto, for Konoha's future safety, he must also seize the other party. If Jiraiya was asked to participate in the battle, if this disciple gave in to the master-disciple battle like he did, they would have to watch the other party leave. However, Jiraiya seems not going to retreat. The tall and strong man looked at his disciple with some bitterness, shook his head and decided to refute his teacher's proposal, not wanting to withdraw from the battle just now. After all, both sides of the battle are important people in his life. No matter which side wins, it will be a painful thing for him. The most important thing is, this itself is his responsibility. The teacher himself shoulders the responsibility of guiding his disciples, rather than giving in to the side at this time and watching everything happen, even letting the elderly teacher and other companions who can rely on life and death to deal with it. What's more, the extraordinariness of the reincarnation eye. Perhaps only he knows it best. Because only I, who have personally experienced the power of the reincarnation eye, know more about the reincarnation eye, but Nagato and Yahiko in front of me both have the reincarnation eye. Although I don't know why. But they should be able to use some of the abilities of the reincarnation eye. This battle. It seems that there is more danger to Konoha. If Nagato and Yahiko both mastered the Sarawara like Shiera, their withdrawal may cause Sarutobi Hinesan and Tsunade to fall into danger. Don't you plan to retreat? Pain looked at Jiraiya's fight and his voice felt a little regretful and sad. That's right, this is teacher Jiraiya. Pity. This is an unwise and unintelligent act. If teacher Jiraiya has really seen the power of the reincarnation eye, you should understand that you have no power to fight back under the power of the reincarnation eye. Jiraiya's expression condensed. Because he knew that the other party was indeed very reasonable. At least he did not have the power to fight back in Emiya Shiera's hands. Perhaps he might not be able to win if he brought Tsunade and Sarutobi Hinesan to fight. But the battle in this world. Often it doesn't happen because of the outcome. Then let's start. Sarutobi Hinako raised his palm. The old man took the lead in attacking, and his fingers quickly formed a handprint of magic. Because he also learned the lessons he had just learned, he was not stingy with the lessons he had learned and shared them with his disciples and teammates Luoshe who were fighting with him. Use ninjutsu first. Be careful of the repulsive force that the other party can bounce us and the technique away with one move. That's the ability of the reincarnation eye. Jiraiya shared the information about the Rin-Egan. While forming handprints at the same time, he looked at his disciples with a heavy look, and said his source of information, when I was discussing with Lord Amiya, he also used this move, which could launch a repulsive force to fly all attacks in an instant. Linear attack. The voice of the fourth generation Feng Ying Luoxia coldly proposed a combat method, which hedged against the repulsive force through the ladder attacks between the various members of the team. A look of surprise appeared on Sarutobi Hinako, Tsunade, and Jiraiya's faces at the same time. Because the master and apprentice also wanted to propose this kind of staging combat method at the same time, but I didn't expect that this fourth generation Feng Ying Luoxia was so sympathetic. Fire escape fire dragon flame bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a ball of flames in the direction of Pain and the other two. Sealing technique to absorb seals. Nagato's figure jumped out and blocked the flames, raised his hand and turned Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon flame bull into pure chakra and sucked into his body. In front of his power. No one can hurt Pain and Xionin behind him. If the latter attack is effective for Pain, it will never have any effect on him, a true samsara practitioner. Careful. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, who stood up, his expression became heavier and he spoke in a deep voice about the disciple's ability. It is the ability of the reincarnation eye to absorb the technique. During this period, any released technique will be absorbed by Nagato into chakra. Is ninjutsu invalid? Tsunade waved her fist and smashed it up. If the ninjutsu attack is invalid, then her physical skills will never fail. Origami flew out. When Tsunade took action, Konan also took action at the same time. Xionin raised his palm and flew towards Tsunade with origami wrapped in detonation talismans, as if he was about to blow Tsunade's body away. At this moment, Tsunade only had time to spread her yin seal all over her body. At least her yin seal and her seal-free self-healing in the curse mode should block the explosion of these detonating talismans. Wind escape cyclone. The fourth generation Feng Ying Luoxia's fingers suddenly rose up at this moment, and opened his mouth and spit out a strong wind. The strong wind instantly blew all the origami into the sky. This move of Feng Sun easily cracked Konan's technique and instantly rescued Tsunade from the troublesome situation. Thank you, Lord Feng Ying. Tsunade's figure quickly landed on the ground. I have to say, Luoxia's move is extremely critical. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya feel a little more affection for this Feng Ying. At least it seemed that this Feng Ying really wanted to fight with them. Thank you. Sarutobi Hinashen thanked the fourth generation of Feng Ying Raza. It doesn't matter. The fourth generation Feng Ying Luoxia smiled and said softly, after all, we are allies who need to rely on each other, but we have not yet forced out that strange repulsive attack, and it seems unlikely to attack the other party's body. A battle that can't be called warm-up. Have you already felt relaxed? Just as the fourth generation of Fengshiraza and the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinasaru wanted to discuss the tactics that had not forced out a strange repulsive move after a wave of offensives, Pain's voice fell in their ears, making their minds alert at the same time. However, this alertness is meaningless. Pen raised his palms at them indifferently, and said 4 words calmly in his mouth, as if he had just released an ordinary technique. Shenluo Tianzheng. Next moment, the density in the air was suddenly compressed by the repulsive force instantly. The entire ground began to tremble violently under the pressure of repulsive force. All Konoha ninjas present saw an amazing scene at this moment. This time, Pain had no intention of restraining. Shenluo Tianzhen's power was almost full of force. The half-field tiles laid throughout the field were pushed up by Pain's revenge in an instant, and Shenluo Tianzheng left a desolate plain on the ground like a plough. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had no time to react, their bodies were instantly slapped out by this powerful repulsive force, and even fell out of half of the field. Before they could land, they began to vomit blood, as if they had been suddenly severely injured by this move. Psychic technique. Tsunade, who was the least injured, immediately formed a psychic seal after landing. She was able to judge other people's injuries based on her injuries. The painted black spiritual magic array suddenly fell to the ground, summoning a huge slug. The slug looked at Tsunade, who was vomiting blood in his mouth, with surprise. Sir Tsunade. Slugs, heal them first. Tsunade hurriedly pointed at the same seriously injured people. Her body should be the strongest among the people present, and she can still react in time under the huge impact of this Shenluo Tianzheng. Yes. The slug's body instantly split into pieces. When the 2 slugs crawled to Sarutobi Hinako and Jiraiya and wrapped their bodies in to treat them, their physical condition was also detected. No life-threatening. The gentle voice of the slug clone made Tsunade feel relieved. Cough cough cough. Sarutobi Hinako and Jiraiya coughed out at the same time. They felt the treatment of the slugs, but their hearts were not as relaxed as they imagined. Because the enemy's strength is a bit too strong. Although both of them did not use all their strength in this battle, they were severely injured before they could use all their strength. Look at the wounds of your Excellency Feng Ying. Sarutobi Hinata reminded Tsunade. During the battle just now, the 4th generation of Fengshiraza gave help to Tsunade, and Konoha could not sit idly by the fact that this sincere ally was seriously injured. I have asked the slug to help. A green chakra appeared on Tsunade's palm. She looked at Jiraiya's injuries and said in a deep voice, I'll go and ask Lord Emiya to help. It's better not to let that big shot come. A familiar and unfamiliar cold voice suddenly appeared in Tsunade's ears. When Tsunade was still a little confused, the sound of another slug clone made Tsunade's heart suddenly lift. Sir Tsunade. This is... When Tsunade looked back, she saw the 4th generation Feng Ying Luosha lying in place from a distance. This scene made her mind sink. It's not because of Luosha's death. But this move looks very much like her former teammate. This is the big snake flow stand-in technique. Tsunade thought in horror as she heard the sound in her ear. She slowly looked around in disbelief, but she didn't see Orochimaru. However, Tsunade also noticed another thing. Blood was flowing from the corners of Sarutobi Hinako and Jiraiya's mouths, but regardless of their injuries, he sat up and looked nervously behind her. What a pity! You didn't even recognize me. Chapter 159 The Resurrected Narutos. In an empty field. Orochimaru's voice appeared a little erratic. A cold breath also emerged from behind Tsunade. Whether it was Sarutobi Hina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, they had never noticed that he was pretending to be the fourth generation of Fenkong Raza, which made Orochimaru seem to have complaints about his teacher and former friends. Haven't seen you for a long time. I thought I had done enough. Orochimaru looked at the three most important people in his life with a smile, his face full of regret. So many traces have not made you notice my identity. What's even more regretful is that you have no power to fight back in front of Nagato. However, the response to him was not welcome. No Konoha ninja will be welcome when they see him. Orochimaru, you guy. Jiraiya subconsciously wanted to stand up. Orochimaru. Tsunade had already waved his fist at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hinashin's eyes became a little complicated. He looked at the disciple who had defected from his hands and suddenly realized, no wonder I always feel that Feng Ying's fighting style is familiar. It turns out that you have been pretending to be Feng Ying. The fourth generation of Feng Ying Luosha is most famous for its ability to control sand gold. However, in this battle, the fourth generation of Feng Ying has been using Feng Sun and has never used the ability of sand gold on the battlefield. Perhaps he should have noticed it long ago. Of course it's me. If it weren't for me. Orochimaru avoided Tsunade's attack with a smile and said softly, who will help you solve the threat from the Akatsuki organization? Are you expecting that Feng Ying who has ill-treated his heart towards Konoha? You bastard! Tsunade narrowed her eyes, not wanting to hear his defense at all. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hinazo seemed to understand Orochimaru's meaning, and said in a deep voice, did you always want to use our power to deal with Akatsuki's leader? No. Orochimaru raised a finger and shook it, chuckled and continued, I never thought of relying on you to deal with Xiao, because I knew from the beginning that you could not be Nagato's opponents, or that your strength was a little weak to them. But, teacher, you are not useless. Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed, revealing an extremely dangerous look, at least your defeat can put Konoha in the most dangerous situation. In this way, you can use real means yourself. Only when Konoha falls into danger can those former Konoha Hokages be willing to fight for Konoha again. Everything is a messy starter. Orochimaru's fingers slowly stood up, and a sneered sarcastically at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time to start a real feast. In order to resurrect them, I sacrificed 3 children who can use the power of the spell. Nani method and psychic technique. Orochimaru's palm suddenly slapped on the ground as he spoke. His face became particularly serious and solemn at this moment, staring at the smoke rising under his palm. Under everyone's attention, 3 coffins on the ground suddenly rose from the ground. The art of reincarnation in the immortal land. Sarutobi Hinazun's heart suddenly became heavier. The thing that made him feel most difficult to maintain in his heart was the situation gradually becoming completely out of control, whether it was their defeat at Pain or Orochimaru's sudden appearance. These, all of them, are unexpected troublesome situations. Now, something worse is going to happen. What exactly does Orochimaru want to do with the art of reincarnation in the filthy land? Crash! The 3 coffins slowly opened. 3 figures with cracks on their faces appeared in everyone's sight. Each of them was very familiar to Konoha ninjas, and even their relatives were still alive. The first generation of Naruto. Sarutobi Hinako's pupils suddenly widened in an instant, and she looked at the long-haired man in red armor in the first coffin in disbelief. Grandpa! Tsunade's heart trembled nervously. And, the second generation of Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzun's body also began to tremble, and he stared nervously at the second man wearing blue armor. Naruto. When Jiraiya saw the figure in the third coffin, his mind suddenly appeared in an empty space, as if he had never thought that one day he would see his dead disciple. It's not just them. The other Konoha ninjas present were also shocked. If the first and second generation Naruto have been very old characters, then the fourth generation of Naruto Shizumizu still has great prestige in Konoha. Even his son was also on the scene. Uzumaki Naruto stood beside Haki Kakashi, looking at Hatsuki Mizuno in the coffin with some shock, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Koi's Hokage. When Haki Kakashi saw this scene, his mind couldn't help but tremble. He never thought that he would see these dead people one day. Especially his teacher, Bo Feng Shui Gate. This is... Habuki Mizuno's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Sarutobi Hinako, Jiraiya, and others who were seriously injured in front of him, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Third generation of Naruto? Jiraiya? Why are you here? What's going on? No. No. But why did you get here? The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. The second generation Naruto Senju Tobirama's voice was a little dim, as if he had expected his technique to be used. Sure enough, has it still been used? Todomama. The first generation of Naruto Senju Hashirama raised his foot and stepped out of the coffin and immediately accused his younger brother. I told you a long time ago that I shouldn't have used the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. however. What's strange is, Senju Tobirama did not refute it. Even at this time he didn't seem to want to discuss this topic. The second generation Naruto just looked at Sarutobi Hinesan, who was so close to him, and seemed to have fallen into some thought, and then asked, "Is it a monkey?" "Yes." "You are old too." Senju Tobirama sighed softly for a while before he continued to ask, "What is the situation now? Why are you so seriously injured?" "Us." "Let me say it." Orochimaru interrupted them with a smile and said softly, "Koha has been invaded by dangerous enemies. I have to use the filthy reincarnation technique left by the second generation of Naruto to resurrect you." "Shut up. Don't listen to his nonsense." Tsunade quickly interrupted Orochimaru's words and retorted in a deep voice, "Orochimaru is a rebellious ninja in the village, don't believe his words." "Tsunade." Orochimaru smiled and looked at Tsunade, and indifferently fabricated the lie he had told in the past. "The reason why I became a rebel ninja was entirely because of my secret conspiracy between Danzo and me, and the purpose was to find an opportunity to eliminate the most dangerous Akatsuki organization in the ninja world." Tsunade held his forehead. "No. This bastard dares to lie. Who would choose to believe such a lie? Is that so?" The first generation Naruto Chihu Hashirama touched his chin and looked around, looking for Danzo's figure. "I remember that Danzo has been very smart since she was a child. Where is he? Why didn't he be here?" Tsunade's cheek couldn't help but twitch, and quickly explained, "Grandpa, don't believe his lies. He said all of them." "But there is one thing that is not fake." Senju Tobirama turned his head slightly, his eyes looked at the battlefield, and then looked in the direction of the Nagato trio. He could sense that the other party's chakra was extremely powerful. "Koi. It seems that I have encountered troubled enemies." At this point, no one can deny it. Even Tsunade couldn't help but feel silent. Because Pain's strength did exceed their imagination, and he severely injured them with just one move, and the other party seemed to have enough energy. "What's going on?" Nagato's eyes were nervously staring at the three coffins emerging from afar. Because in his perception, three extremely powerful chakras appeared, and even one of them was obviously particularly powerful. The art of reincarnation in the immortal land. Pen's voice was very calm, as if it could soothe people's hearts, and his eyes were also staring at the farce on the other side. "Orochimaru should have betrayed us. After all, Orochimaru has been pretending to be the fourth generation of Feng Ying and fighting with them, and even when Konoha was defeated, the three Konoha's former Hokage were reincarnated. It's unlikely. It is to deal with Konoha. All of this is a trap set by Orochimaru, and the purpose should be to deal with them, and it is even more likely to deal with Shiera Emiya who was standing behind them. We have to retreat." Konan had to remind Nagato that he hoped to use the name of Shiera Emiya to persuade Nagato to leave this dangerous place. She was a little worried about Orochimaru's trap. Master Emiya did not issue any orders to make us fight Konoha. Last time, they stepped into a trap. Yahiko has already sacrificed her life. Zionin did not want Nagato to continue to stay here at risk, especially when they knew this was a trap. The other party had another help from the reincarnation of the filthy land. Let's withdraw first. Konan made her own suggestions, and she knew that Nagato would definitely be willing to obey Shiera's orders. Let's go back and discuss with Lord Emiya to deal with Orochimaru's betrayal. But Nagato's expression was a little ugly, and he shook his head gently. It seems that it may be a little trouble for us to retreat. Whoosh! 2 Kunao flew towards them. Pain raised his hand and condensed a black stick to try to knock 2 Kunao away. However, next moment, the 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Kawu at the same time. They raised their hands to grab Kawu, and almost stabbed Pen's body at the same time. So fast! Pen looked at the 2 figures who appeared beside him in disbelief, and he didn't even have time to react, and he had not even seen the other party's appearance yet. Pen. Zionin's body instantly began to turn into origami. Shenluo Tianzheng. Nagato had no time to control pain, so he could only use his body to release a repulsive force and push 2 enemies that suddenly appeared like a flash of flashing. However, when the repulsive force touches them, the 2 enemies disappeared without a trace at the same time. This high-speed offensive action, like a ghost, shocked Nagato and Konan at the same time. Chapter 160 Super Shenluo Tianzheng. How is it possible? Nagato bit his teeth tightly. The man's expression has become particularly serious. Since Nagato really began to develop the ability of the Reincarnation Eye, he has been relying on the Reincarnation Eye to fight, and no one has ever been his opponent. But the enemy just now, it was completely beyond his expectations. When he saw the enemy appear, the opponent's attack had arrived at the same time. The body finally reacted and launched a counter-attack, and the opponent disappeared before the counter-attack came. Nagato's Rinpoche only saw the 2 people having silver hair and golden hair, just like silver glitter and golden glitter. Golden flash. Nagato's mood became faintly heavier. At this moment, Nagato remembered a long-lost legend. Konoha's 4th generation Naruto Shizumizugate used to be omnipotent in the ninja world. With his extremely fast instant body technique, he could defeat dozens of Yunin at the same time. He left the reputation of golden flashes in the ninja world, so he forced the major ninja villages to issue a supplementary order. When encountering a golden flash, ninja's abandonment of a mission is not considered a mission failure. 4th generation project. Your instant body technique is very fast. The second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama grabbed a flying thunder god Kani in his hand, praising the younger generation around him, a younger generation who could keep up with him or even exceed his speed. The first speed in the ninja world in the past. I actually saw the future in a junior. It's just a tentative attack. Facing the praise from his senior, Naoki Mizuno only stroked the back of his neck shyly because he was really embarrassed to say that he had not used all his strength yet. But Hakusuk Mizuno soon skipped the topic and looked at Nagato and others in the distance with a serious look. The other party's ability is indeed very strange. The eyes of the six paths of immortals. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but become a little cautious. Although the two of them caught each other off guard by relying on the instantaneous speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two reincarnations' eyes were able to launch a counter-attack on them in an instant. Other side. Not to be underestimated. It's a very interesting opponent. Chihu Hashirama didn't care at all, and his face looked a little interested. He didn't seem to care much about the other party's strength, as if he was quite interested in any opponent he met. I have never seen a living person with the eyes of the six paths of immortals. Orochimaru looked at the three Naruto discussing dealing with the Nagato trio, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes slightly deflected and fell to a corner of the field. All my cards have been played. Is that big shot still unwilling to come forward at this time? If you need to get more information about the reincarnation Just as Orochimaru looked at Shiera Emiya, Sarutobi Hitsuza also looked in Shiera Emiya. Maybe we can turn to the Lord Emiya. Is Mr. Emiya still here? A hint of joy flashed across Chihu Hashirama's face, and she didn't seem to care about Ning's disturbance after her death. I always bear his care when I was alive. Chihao Tobira subconsciously wanted to avoid looking over there. He was resurrected by the second filthy land. Tsunade hesitated and told the story of Shiera Emiya. She looked at Orochimaru with some annoyance. Orochimaru, it's all good things you did. Let's talk about the past with your Excellency Emiya later. Senju Tobirama didn't want to talk about the issue of Emiya Shiera at this time, because he was worried that it might lead to a quarrel between him and his elder brother, which would affect the crisis of resolving Konoha. He just said in a deep voice, "Brother, solve Konoha's enemy first." All right. That's a pity. Kayaki Hashima suddenly closed his hands and fisted, his face no longer as cheerful as before, and he immediately entered a state of fighting. Then we will first solve the troublesome enemy, then go and talk to the Lord Emiya, and finally release the filthy land and return to the underworld to avoid affecting the living. Naofeng Mizuno couldn't help but nodded slowly. This person is reincarnated by the filthy land. The resurrected fourth-generation Naruto did not look at the direction of Emiya Shiera, his eyes only fell on a yellow-haired boy next to Kakashi Haki in the distance. That's his son. I just want to have a good chat with my son and see with my own eyes what his son looks like. At least I have to solve the crisis facing Konoha first. Click. The three resurrected Narutos took this step forward at the same time. This step. It also made Nagato's vigilance aroused. Xiaonan, retreat. Pain's voice reminded Xiaonan to retreat a little further. The other party is very dangerous, protect yourself. Nagato stood behind Pen, wanting to deal with these three Narutos by himself. Konan, I will stop you, you can leave here first. No. It's too dangerous here. Pen's voice was still cold, his eyes slightly tilted, as if he could sense the troubles and difficulties he was about to encounter, and if you are here, I can't use many powerful techniques here. No way. If you want to deal with the two extremely fast 2nd generation Naruto and 4th generation Naruto, then he and his body Naruto must use some large-scale attack techniques so that the other party cannot escape their attack range no matter what. Xiaonan frowned. Because she is not an ignorant woman, she had already seen how difficult the two high-speed Naruto moved was. This may be the most dangerous dilemma that Nagato encountered after using the Samana Naga. At this time, can you escape by yourself? Even if she was fighting for her own life at this moment, she no longer wanted to fall into her past fate. She could not watch Nagato follow in the footsteps. But the situation on the battlefield will not be allowed to be discussed. While they were discussing, the first Naruto Shimura suddenly rushed towards them, followed by the second Naruto Tobirama and the fourth Naruto Shimura Fukumizu Gate. The wooden escape and tree world is rebirth. Senjo Hashirama rushed to the front. This first Naruto lived up to the title of the former ninja god. His strength in this resurrection of the filthy land is far from reaching the peak, but with his strength, he is far beyond the mortals. The roots of trees drilled out from the ground and surrounded the three Nagato trio. The towering trees and thick vines were also surging forward and growing continuously. Half a square. In an instant, it became a primeval forest. Shenluo Tianzheng. However, Pen just raised his palm and quickly cleared out a clearing space again. He didn't want to fight with these Narutos who had experienced countless chaos in this environment, because neither he nor his body was a ninja who had experienced many battles. The gap in experience. It is really extremely fatal at this moment. This trick. It's just a feint. The figures of Senjo Tobimara and Hatsuki Mizuno had already rushed towards them. The two men who seemed to be responsible for supporting them were the real main attackers. Fly to the sky. Pen has not used the original body Shenluo Tianzheng. Because he knew that even if he used Shinra Tens, he could not seriously damage Chihao Tobirama and Hatsuki Mizuno. These two guys were so fast that they could escape the moment Shinra Tens hit them. They could escape when they touched the repulsive force almost breathing. Want to really solve these two opponents? The only way to let the opponent face his attack is nowhere to escape. Tiandao Pain and Nagato flew up at the same time using buoyancy. Dance of paper. Xiaonan's legs turned into origami and flew behind her, and gracefully drove her body to fly up quickly like angel wings. Her eyes scandalized the two figures coming back towards them, and the origami between the wings suddenly turned into countless sharp paper shurikens. The dense paper shuriken shot out from the flying wings behind her, and shot out at a high speed like dense bullets, causing dust to spread on the ground, and even tiny holes were made on the ground one by one. However, the body of Haku Mizuma and Senjo Tobirama are extremely sensitive. These two Narutos were quickly moving through the paper shuriken. Instead of throwing out the flying thunder god Kyuubi in the dense rain of paper, they were looking for a truly suitable opportunity. Water escape, water dragon bomb. A hand seal of water escape suddenly formed at Chihao Tobimaru. Sealing technique to absorb seals. Nagato immediately raised his hand and turned the water dragon into a chakra to absorb it. He quickly transmitted the chakra in his body toward Pen. Only my own body. Only in this environment can we protect Pen and Zionin. Pen, created by Yahiko's corpse, only possesses the ability of heaven and masters powerful combat techniques. No other auxiliary techniques can be used. Shui escape and heaven cry. Senjo Tobirama kept releasing ninjutsu towards them. Even the Hakubuki Mizuno and Senjo Hashirama on one side were looking for an opportunity to attack at the same time. Nagato could only use his 6 abilities to constantly interrupt the enemy's attack. He wants to create opportunities. Create an opportunity to release terror techniques. Somewhat strange. Senjo Tobirama looked up at the sky, Pen, and Nagato above. He discovered a strange situation in his perception, and Pen's chakra was increasing rapidly. Correspondingly, Nagato's chakra is falling rapidly. Since Nagato has always used a puppet of Pen, he can only instill his chakra into Pen in this way, so that Pen can release that powerful technique. Fortunately, nowadays, Nagato can be used with both minds. Nagato was able to deal with the attacks of the 3 Narutos while controlling pain to release that move. Certainly, this is not without its shortcomings. Because anyone who knows the relationship between Nagato and pain, all of us have noticed that there is something wrong with Nagato's mental state. As for now, Konoha ninjas could only detect one problem, that is, the Tiendao pain flying in the air was gathering chakra to prepare a terrifying technique. I can't interrupt. The mind of Habuki Mizuno was shocked and the situation immediately judged, any flying thunder Kyushu will be shot down by 2 enemies responsible for protecting the orange-haired man. But he is not unable to do anything. Huofeng Mizuno quickly wanted to prepare for the Flying Thunder God array. Although he didn't know what technique the other party wanted to use, the Flying Thunder God array could solve most of the dangerous techniques. But it's Mizuno's turn to take action. Just as the 3 of them were thinking about how to interrupt the terrifying countermeasures, Pen in the sky had quickly completed the chakra recharge from Nagato. Let's solve them first. The power of this move is enough. Pen's palm slowly raised toward the bottom, his pupils slightly condensed, and an extremely terrifying repulsive force suddenly released from his body. Super Shenluo Tianzheng. The terrifying repulsive force began to sweep down from midair in an instant. The surface of this stadium was constantly lifted up by this repulsive force one after another. Its power was particularly terrifying this time, so powerful that it seemed as if it could not resist at all. No. Not as if. But the real inability to resist. Because the power of this move is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. Even when Senjo Tobirama and Hatsuki Mizuno subconsciously use the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid it, it is impossible for them to let go of Konoha at this time to escape and avoid the attack. Even the god of ninja, Shimura Senju, his strength to be reincarnated by the filthy land this time is far from enough to easily solve the troubles of Super Shenra Tianzheng. However, they are not the only ones in Konoha. Konoha now has enough powerful manpower. Although these people were injured just now, there was even an unknown rebellious man. But the four of them are enough. Sarutobi Hinata, with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, a rebellious ninja disciple who came to make up the numbers, the four masters and disciples fell in four directions to complete their seals when Pen released Super Shinra Tens. Nani I Method 4 Red Sun Formation. Chapter 161 Nagato and Pain at a Disadvantage. Four red beams penetrated straight into the sky. Four beams of light began to link out of four red barriers at the same time. The terrifying repulsive force of the Super Shenluo Tianzheng suddenly hit the barrier of the four red sun arrays. People could even see it impacting the air, as if it could destroy everything in the world. However, the barrier of the four red sun formation was like a hard city wall to block this technique that could destroy Konoha. The thin red barrier wall remained motionless like a mountain. The repulsive force like a huge wave. Completely confined to the narrow four red sun formation. This repulsive force also rolled the soil on the ground backwards like waves. The soil surging was piled up in the red barrier walls on all sides. The barrier of the four red sun arrays continued to burn the soil, making the soil look as regular as pottery. The legendary, four red sun formations. The Konoha ninjas couldn't help but take a deep breath as they watched this scene. Four red sun formation. This is the strongest barrier known to everyone in the ninja world. According to legend, each use of the four red sun array requires four shadow-level chakras to be arranged, and their defense is enough to block most of the techniques known to everyone in the ninja world. Now it looks. Sure enough, what is said is not false. Everyone present saw the terrifying appearance of the four red sun formation, as if it was overwhelming, and countless soils kept surging in the barrier. When Pain's technique ended, the four red sun array seemed to have turned into a hollow cylindrical tower, which looked particularly spectacular. But this tower is destined to be unable to stay. Because there is no better combat area than in the four Xiang formation. This barrier will provide a battlefield for the three reincarnated Narutos to arrest the enemy, and will also become the perfect cage to trap the Nagato trio. Them. It's definitely impossible to escape. Who? Nagato took a deep breath. He looked at the red barrier of the four red sun formation, and a darkness flashed in his eyes. With his shallow combat experience, the problem could be seen. The defense of this barrier is solid, enough to resist the power of the Super Shenluo Tianzhang. It seems that I can't break the blockade of the four red sun formations. At the same time, there is also a question that is so close. After Pain Tiandao just used Super Shenluo Tianzhang, the enhanced power of the technique will cause this technique that integrates attack and defense to fall into a long cooldown. At least in a short period of time, Pain is no longer able to use it, which means that his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced during this period. If it weren't for the Nagato of the body that had been cured by Emiya Shiera, this move might have caused the body to lose its strength and would have to consume its own vitality. Even so, Nagato also had to take a breath. And his enemy. But it is the reincarnation body of the filthy land that does not require rest at all. Nakaman. Xiaonan flew by his side with concern. No obstacle. Nagato could only pretend to be calm. His eyes glanced at the three figures standing on the mound, and slowly raised his fingers and began to form seals. Beast path and spiritual skills. Nagato raised his hand and formed a psychic seal. A strange-looking Archaeopteryx appeared under his feet, allowing him and Pen to barely stop gravity and take off and stand on the bird's back and take a break. Water escapes and water breaks the waves. However, a high-pressure water flow burst out from Kishao Tobirama's mouth in an instant, which suddenly penetrated the body of the Archaeopteryx, turning the psychic beast into a smog of smoke and dissipating. This move immediately forced Nagato's figure to fall down in an instant. At the same moment, three Hokages rushed towards Nagato at the same time. Psychic art! Psychic art! Psychic art! Nagato gritted his teeth and watched his body fall, and quickly formed a psychic handprint again. A tall psychic beast emerged from the psychic array in the void. A tall and ferocious wolf dog roared and appeared high, a huge one-horned rhino also landed on the ground, and a long huge centipede also emerged. These psychic beasts have all obtained the psychic amplification of the Samsara Eye. They all have a pair of Samsara Eye and their bodies are particularly strong and hard. Three psychic beasts rushed towards the three Hokages. If it were other enemies, these psychic beasts with unique bodies would be powerful enough to make anyone fall into a tough battle. However, the enemies they faced this time can no longer be described as ordinary power. Even if one of them is powerful, it would be a bit too underestimated to describe the other party. Would escape all the bag technique. Senjo Hashirama raised his palm. Huge wooden palms kept coming out from where the psychic beast passed. On the way to charge, the huge rhino grabbed the horns of the cow by his wooden palm and pressed it to the ground and turned into smoke and dissipated. The ferocious wolf dog suddenly gave birth to a pair of wings and flew up. Would escape Woodman's technique. Senjo Hashirama closed his palm again. The tall wooden man stood up from his feet. The wooden man instantly grabbed the wolf dog and pressed the other person firmly to the ground. The huge centipede suddenly drilled into the ground and then came out from another direction again, as if she wanted to climb up along the wooden man's body to attack Shirama Senju. Would escape mole dragon technique. Senju Hashirama carefully reached out and pressed his hand on the wooden man's body. A wooden dragon slowly grew on the wooden man's shoulders. The wooden dragon quickly entangled the centipede's body and turned the huge psychic beast into a cloud of smoke. Between a few breaths, these strange psychic beasts created by the reincarnation eye have been solved. Chihao Hashima stood on Muren's head calmly, looking at Nagato's figure, as if looking forward to his next move. But Nagato didn't have time to think about it. Senju Tobirama and Hatsuki Mizuno had already rushed to him. Shura Deo. An arm immediately grew on Nagato's back, and the arm quickly turned into a laser cannon, and a shelling bombardment was fired in the direction of Tomomi Senju, but Tomomi Senju was instantly avoided. A black rod emerged from Tiendao Pain's arm and rushed towards the direction of Bofeng Mizuno, and his palm also raised. Everything is inspiring. A gravitational force suddenly headed towards the Bofeng Mizuno. However, when the figure of Hakufeng Mizuno was pulled towards the heavenly Dao Pen by gravity, he threw out a flying thunder god Kyuwu. I've guessed it. Pen's eyes flashed coldly and dodged. His eyes were staring at the figure of the Nagato shrine, and even the reincarnation eye of the Nagato shrine was also looking at the Nagato shrine. The sharing of vision between the body of the reincarnation eye and the puppet. No matter what action Bofeng Shuman does or wherever he wants to launch an attack, he can see it in time, and there will definitely be no accidents this time. Sure enough. When the kunao fell behind Pain, the figure of Habuki Mizuno suddenly appeared behind Pain, and grabbed the kunao and threw it out again with a light statement. At the same time, he also raised his other palm. Ruswenwan. Huofeng Mizuno raised his hand and pressed the raise non towards Pain. Pain waved the black stick and blocked his back. He had already seen the movements of Hatsuki Mizuno behind him through his own vision. This time, I am absolutely amazing to be able to block your own attack. However, when Pain waved his black stick to block his back, his reincarnation eye saw the kunao of Bofeng Mizuno inexplicably thrown in front of him from behind. Next moment, the figure of Habuki Mizuno suddenly appeared in front of him from behind, holding the spire ball in his hand and hitting his chest. This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Naofeng Minato looked at the shocked Tiendao Pain standing in front of him. He knew that the other party had lost his combat power under this move, so he explained his move softly. The blonde man's face showed a hint of tranquility, as if he was not the one who defeated his opponent very quickly during the battle. Senior brother, you lost. Chapter 162, The owner of Akatsuki organization is me. The enemy came so quickly. The enemy's combat experience and strength are so strong. But when he was fighting, he knew so little about these enemies that Pen had lost without having enough time to make many decent attacks. It's really worthy of being, Golden Flash. Orochimaru stood outside the barrier of the Four Red Sun formation and praised Hatsuki Mizuno for killing Tiendao Pain with a very sharp look. I have to say, in Orochimaru's opinion, this young man who took away his Naruto position in the past is worthy of praise at this moment, because Pen's strength is not weak. Even if the Tiendao Pain had a clear period of weakness after releasing Super Shenluo Tianzheng, it was not so easy to solve, but it was solved in a few breaths by the Bofeng Mizuno. Even the blonde young man with traces of filth on his face looked so relaxed. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, looked at Orochimaru, and spoke angrily, "That's because Minato knows that our chakra cannot maintain the Four Red Sun formation for a long time, so it's reasonable to choose to defeat Yahiko quickly." Yet, Orochimaru remembered the information about Nagato mentioned to him by Uchiha Obito, and narrowed his eyes, but Pen is not Yahiko. Inside the Four Red Sun formation, Naoki Mizuno looked at Tiendao Pain in surprise. Because in his opinion, he was only hit by his Spireball, and with Pen's strength, he should not have been killed by this move. However, but Pen fell down dejectedly. When he lost his combat power, he seemed to have lost his life, and only Mizunomiya was left with a confused look on his face and pulled out a black stick from Pen's body. This is Hell Road and Spiritual Art. Nagaman suddenly bit his teeth and spread a huge head of the King of Yama. The King of Yama instantly stretched out his slender tongue and swept the body of Tiendao Pain into his mouth. Once you lose the protection and help of Tiendao Pain, even Nagato, who can use all the 6 abilities of the Cave Ri, will surely quickly enter the dilemma of defeat under the siege of the 3 Narutos. Must repair the heavenly Dao Pain as soon as possible. It's a pity the 3 Narutos won't give him this time. Even they didn't know what Nagato was thinking. They had only one goal, to take the lead and defeat Nagato as soon as possible, because the user of the Four Red Sun formation was not the infinite chakra with the body of the filthy land, and they couldn't last long. Nakamen. Xionin, who was flying in the sky, flapping her wings and flew over quickly. Her palms raised towards the 3 Hokages at the same time, and origami flew from her palms. At this time, she must replace Pain to protect the Nagato. Xionin's palm turned into countless white papers, and white papers floated on the battlefield, and they were wrapped in detonation talismans and flew towards the 3 Narutos together. Welcome her. But it was a light kunao. This Kunashang brought a detonation talisman to face the flying sky with white paper. Senju Tobirama continued to rush towards Nagato without looking back. His fingers just slowly stood up and completed a simple hand print. Multiple the detonation talisman. Next moment, the endless detonation talisman suddenly exploded. A huge ball of fire broke out from the sky, and the explosion shockwave continued to spread up and down. The fierce shockwave made Xiaonan unable to spread his paper wings and fly back into the sky. Xiaonan. Nagato subconsciously raised his head. However, The first generation of Naruto Senjo Hashirama jumped and punched him up. Nagato could only control Shureideo's laser cannon and wanted to bombard an attack on the other side, but a huge force had hit his body in an instant. This is strange power technique. Nagato's body flew backwards and threw out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that the power of this first-generation Hokage was so great. When Nagato quickly condensed his chakra and wanted to resist, two Kunao had already fallen beside him. The figures of the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama and the fourth-generation Naruto Fukumizu Gate appeared immediately next to Naruto with the help of the Flying Thunder God. Shenluo Tianzheng. Nagato raised his hand and bounced the two Hokages out. Pity. This move is useless. The most powerful Naruto ever, the ninja god Senjo Hashimara, who ended the troubled times of the Warring States period, has rushed towards his position again. Nagato, who wanted to beat the three Naruto with his own strength, finally had to fall into a difficult battle. Pen. Helldao Yang King's mouth has opened. The figure of Pen of Tiendao drilled out of King Yama's mouth, and a black stick appeared in his palm and held it in his hand. He stepped forward to block the first Naruto Senjo Hashirama, who was rushing over, looking for a space for breathing for Nagato. What's going on? There was no panic on Chihu Hashirama's face, but he looked at the Tiendao Pain, who suddenly recovered his combat power and blocked him with some curiosity. How? It seems to be resurrected. That might be a puppet. The sound of Hakusuke Mizuno appeared on the battlefield. The blonde man who had just defeated Tiendao Pain had already noticed it. His eyes were fixed on Nagato's position, and his expression became particularly cautious. He also held a black stick in his hand, which was a black chakra sensor. Pain. No, it should be said that Yahiko. It is not a real living person, but a puppet. 1. A puppet controlled by Nagato. Yahiko. He has long been dead. Not a puppet. Nagato clenched his fists, and his eyes were even prominent at this moment. He was desperately transmitting his chakra to Tiendo Pain, desperately controlling Tiendo Pain to fight with the first Naruto Chihu Hashirama like a living person. Now, he is still alive. Nagato's eyes fluttered slightly, and his voice quickly changed from excitement to calm down, as if he wanted to convince everyone in front of him, and also wanted to convince himself. We are all still alive. A hint of sadness appeared on Hakusuke Mizuno's face. Although Nagato was arguing. But everyone already understood at this moment. What is it? Jiraiya's heart trembled when she heard it, and she looked at the communication in the Four Xiang formation with shock, but her heart suddenly hurt at this moment. Today. For Jiraiya, there are too many things happening. He had already thought that the three dead disciples had been resurrected, and even appeared in front of him in a complete manner, but he did not expect that they would become enemies, forcing their masters and disciples to fight each other. Now, the situation seems to have changed a little again. One of the disciples Yahiko had already died and was made into a puppet by another disciple Nagato? So, that's it. Chihu Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Tiendao Pain in front of him, and suddenly grabbed Tiendao Pain's black stick with his palm and smashed pen to the ground with force. Click. Tiendao Pain's body fell down weakly again. This physical battle. After all, Pain is no match for a ninja god with rich combat experience. Make your dead friend into a puppet. Chihu Hashirama also pulled out a chakra sensor from Tendo Pain, and his eyes also fell on Nagato, and he sighed softly, I want to deceive myself by using this to him that he is still alive in the world. Nagato's hair was a little scattered and blocked his face, as if the beautiful bubbles he had blown for himself in the past few years had become shattered at this moment. How great! All three live in this world. There is no need to think about the painful past, no need to bear the heavy future. It is obvious that the three of them just need to stay in the Akatsuki organization, live in the friendship of the past, and follow the men they worshipped in the past. Nakaman. Jiraiya looked at Nagato with some pain and asked the disciple sternly, what happened? What was going on? Nagato still did not answer. Maybe it's too lazy to answer, or maybe it's the answer is meaningless. The man with red hair stood in dejection, with a pair of lost reincarnation eyes exposed through the scattered long hair gap. Do you want to resist stubbornly? Chihao Tobirama's eyes narrowed. Now, anyone can see. Nagato could never be their opponent. However, this man seemed to have given up something at this moment. After he woke up the beautiful dream he woven by himself, he seemed to have given up resisting. Because. Is it meaningless? After all, under the blockade of the Four Red Sun formation, he could not escape, under the siege of the three Narutos, he could not win with the Rinnegan. What should I do now? Naoki Mizuno couldn't help but look at everyone present. Whether it is the first generation of Naruto Shimura, the second generation of Naruto Tobira, or the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako and his teacher Jiraiya, it seems that they can come up with better solutions. Capture the other party alive? If it was captured alive, the other party seemed to have given up resisting. Or kill the other party at this time. If you kill the other party, you can do it just by finding an opportunity. Do you want to kill them? Senju Tobirama held his own kunao. As Konoha's second-generation Naruto, Senju Tobirama's style will always be like this. He will never launch a counter-attack when the enemy's chances. He will find a way to deal with all potential risks in advance. If you kill him. Chihao Tobirama looked at the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo, the one you are worried about, a dangerous organization that gathered a bunch of rebel nuns, was disbanded, right? Sarutobi Hinato was thinking for a moment. In a sense. The death of the leader of the Akatsuki organization seems to indicate the death of an organization. But what? The group of rebels from the Akatsuki organization are quite dangerous. If they scattered, they are obviously even more dangerous, especially the tricky Uchiha Obito inside. Sarutobi Hinazawa thought for a second, and wanted to make his own proposal. He hoped to get more information about the members of the Akatsuki organization from Nagato. However, Orochimaru's words were first to be released. Of course it's impossible to disband. Orochimaru had a smile on his lips. He could finally break out of the ground with the dagger he hid in his heart. After all, the real master of the Akatsuki organization has always been in control of everything. The person I really want to deal with using the art of reincarnation in the filthy land has never been Nagato. Nagato's face suddenly changed at this moment. The depressed red-haired man suddenly raised his head, but his heart suddenly realized that Orochimaru had betrayed them, so how could he not reveal the true core information of the Akatsuki organization? Is Akatsuki's master not Nagato? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with some surprise. Who else could it be? Tsunade also looked at Orochimaru with some surprise. Because Nagato's performance in this battle was already strong enough, he almost defeated the four masters and disciples with his own strength. No. It should be said. Just relying on a puppet. This made them lose the four masters and apprentices instantly. If it weren't for the four Red Sun formation, perhaps the entire Konoha would have been defeated. Now Nagato is just defeated by the three former Hokages. Even when he is not completely defeated at this time, the other party still has the power to fight to the death. The powerful Nagato. How could it be just a chess piece that obeys others' orders? It's me. A familiar voice suddenly appeared in Tsunade's ears. This voice is extremely familiar, and has made Tsunade feel at ease countless times in the past. Whenever this voice appears, Tsunade's heart seems to be lifted. Tsunade, be careful. A hint of nervousness suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's expression, reminding Tsunade with a voice that was completely inconsistent with his rebellious ninja identity. Not only because of the friendship between living and dying together day and night, but also because of the medical ninja that Tsunade needs to use in the next more dangerous battle. However, his reminder is one step late after all. Because the other party appeared too suddenly, when he appeared beside Tsunade, his palm had already hit hard and suddenly slapped Tsunade away. Blood spurted out from Tsunade's mouth that flew backwards. The other party's fingers gently slashed across the sky, and his fingertips caught a drop of blood sprayed out, as if he had taken Tsunade's drop of blood more important than continuing to attack Tsunade. At the same moment, the four Red Sun formations, which had been besieging Nagato, lost one of the members who maintained the barrier and broke open the moment Tsunade flew backwards. But compared with the four broken Red Sun formations, this person who appeared on the battlefield to attack Tsunade made the Konoha ninjas present look panicked and shocked. The Konoha ninjas' pupils widen in an instant. Even including the first Naruto who resurrected the filthy land. How is it possible? Jiraiya watched the man appear. Jiraiya's mind was blank. The moment he saw the other party take action, his mind was even more shocking than when he saw the Nagato trio. How is it possible? A bloodstain hung on the corner of Tsunade's mouth, covering her chest and abdomen in disbelief. At the moment when she saw the person coming, no, it should be said that when she heard the familiar voice, her heart suddenly began to get cold and quickly fell into the endless abyss. However, the person who came was very calm. This man's mood seems to be like this forever. This man can always remain so calm at all times, whether it is the life and death of mankind, the war and peace of mankind, or the betrayal and loyalty of mankind. It seems like there is no longer anything in this world that can move him. Chapter 163, After seeing a leaf, I just imagined that I had seen the towering tree. Emiya, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the man in panic. Emiya Shiera. How could it be Shiera Emiya? How could Shiera Emiya appear on the battlefield at this time? He even helped Konoha's enemy attack Tsunade, who maintained the 4 Akayang formation. As a little guy who has been with Emiya Shiera for 3 or 4 years and has been under the care of Emiya Shiera, he never thought Emiya Shiera would stand opposite him. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts, Konoha knew better about Shiera's style, but was shocked by this scene. No one would have thought that the greatest medical ninja ever in the ninja world would be the master behind a dangerous organization that attracts S-level rebellious ninjas. Obviously, everything seems irrelevant. Even the two sides can't seem to be in any way involved. A most respected medical ninja in the ninja world, like a savior god standing in the hearts of the human world, how could he be with a group full of rebellious ninjas? What is the connection between weaving? Emiya, Your Excellency. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan shouted in stammer. The old man's body trembled slightly, his face was faintly pale, and he had no idea of his former style, because he could not imagine that the other party would appear at this time. How is it possible? Shimura Danzo, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suddenly magnified when he saw Emiya Shiera attacking Tsunade. Even Shimura Danzo. I can't believe that Shimura was the master of the Akatsuki organization. As two people who had followed Emiya Shiera to travel to the ninja world in the past, they had seen Emiya Shiera saving lives and helping the wounded. In their hearts, Emiya Shiera will always be a kind-hearted man. Such a person will never endanger the ninja world and will never hurt anyone. Therefore, Shimura Danzo wanted to use him in his heart. Such a person. How could it be the owner of the Akatsuki organization? This is not true. Tsunade ignored her injuries and tried her best to stand up, trying to walk to Shiera Emiya. Master Emiya cannot be. When Emiya Shiera looked at Tsunade, who was shaking towards him. The coldness of this man's words was particularly true at this moment. Do you think the Emiya Shiera you know is the entire Emiya Shiera? No. When Tsunade heard this, her steps were immediately unstable, but she still wanted to walk towards Shiera Emiya step by step, trying hard to help Shiera Emiya and try hard to find an answer for her life. Master Emiya will definitely not. She doesn't believe it. Tsunade refused to believe it. This man in the past once gave her gentleness under her coldness when she was a child, gave her a perfect childhood and dream, and gave her an unforgettable back. Such a person. People who never hurt the world. How could he choose to hurt her at that moment just now? However, when Tsunade finally approached, Shiera Emiya suddenly raised his palm, and the green chakra scalpel instantly penetrated Tsunade's chest. At this moment, Tsunade has become an enemy. At least he will use Tsunade as his enemy at this moment. Blood splattered along the green light of the chakra scalpel. People looked at the green sword that emerged from Tsunade's back in panic, and a hint of panic flashed in everyone's eyes. Tsunade! Tsunade! Master Emiya! Tsunade didn't want to pay attention to those people, she just stubbornly wanted to raise her head and look at Emiya Shiera. Tsunade wanted to see if there was any sadness on Emiya Shiera's face, and wanted to see if there was any hidden truth on the other party's body at this moment. However, nothing. The warmth contained in the indifference of the past was not seen in the expression of Shiera Emiya's expression. Only the face was filled with coldness, and there was no trace of the past. Emiya Shiera reached out and gently supported Tsunade's shoulder. His voice seemed to be feeling guilty because he used a chakra scalpel to penetrate Tsunade's chest. In his cold words, they could pierce the hearts like a sharper blade. You have only seen a leaf. Why do you have to stubbornly imagine that you have seen a towering tree? Tsunade's heart was like losing a dam in an instant. But it seems that this shouldn't be strange. There was a hint of confusion in Emiya Shiera's voice, but he became a little sad in an instant. He seemed to have got the answer to the question, the leaf I left in this world is enough to block your eyes. Crash. Blood is flowing quietly. There was a bitter struggle on Tsunade's face. She looked down at the green sword light in front of her chest, but another hint of hope appeared in her eyes, and her voice suddenly became firmer. You're wrong. Sir Emiya, you are a medical ninja. Tsunade grabbed Shiera Emiya's arm, and there was no pain or struggle on her face. This woman who had matured and bloomed like flowers even had a little excitement in her eyes. The mistake in fighting such as piercing the gap in the heart should not happen to us. Emiya Shiera's brow frowned, as if she couldn't understand why Tsunade had to stick to this point at this moment, because this has already made you lose your combat power. I just wanted to use your blood to psychic slugs, so as not to be unable to psychic slugs because of your death. If this makes you happy, then you can be a little happier. Your life and death will no longer have any meaning. Amiya Shiera calmly broke away Tsunade's fingers, and watched Tsunade, whose eyes became desperate, collapsed beside him, with his bare hands on the air. The psychic technique. Amiya Shiera relied on Tsunade's blood to form the psychic seal and was lying on the sect in the desperate eyes of Tsunade on the ground. He completed the summoning of the psychic blood contract. This method of psychic communication. Only when the two of them have the same psychic contract can they be accomplished. Bang! Smoke rises. A slug appeared instantly from the psychic smoke. Master Wei Iwan. The slug sensed Amiya Shiera's chakra at the first time. This is 1,000 years later. Amiya Shiera once again enlightened it. After the slug couldn't wait to appear, he looked at Amiya Shiera with some joy and wanted to express his longing, and saw Tsunade lying on the ground. Lord Tsunade? I'll treat it. Don't worry about her life or death. Amiya Shiera calmly spoke to stop the slug's movements, and his eyes fell on Nagato and Konan. Slug, go and see their injuries. The slug looked at Amiya Shiera in a bit incredible. Because when it was treated by Tsunade just now, it seemed that the enemies the Konoha ninjas were Nagato and Konan were facing. Why does it seem that something is wrong now? They are my companions. Amiya Shiera's eyes raised slightly. Yes, Lord Vihara. The slug didn't dare to ask more questions, and quickly split into two clones, squirming towards Nagato and Konan. Tsunade had heard Shiera Amiya's words in her ears, and she looked at the slug's distant figure with a weak look, and her eyes gradually became empty at this moment. These words. Shi Miyaki had never told them. This man never said anything to her companion or something. All of this. All are true. The Akatsuki organization is really his organization. The people from the Akatsuki organization are really his companions. Now, your life and death are really irrelevant. Amiya Shiera looked at Tsunade lying on the ground, slowly lifted his arm, and the green chakra scalpel seemed to be about to emerge again. Tsunade. Chihu Hashima and others were shocked and wanted to rush towards Amiya Shiera. If the action just now was an accident, no one would doubt Amiya Shiera's idea of killing Tsunade. However, their distance is too far. Even the technique of the Flying Thunder God requires medium. People who have recently. He rushed over when Tsunade was injured. Tsunade. Jireya's figure rushed towards Shiera Amiya. He looked at Tsunade, whose face was full of confusion and pain, and his heart was full of anger and pain. You guy! Jireya gritted her teeth and looked at Shiera Amiya, holding the Rasenguan in one hand and slapped directly at Shiera Amiya's chest. Do you know? This guy Tsunade has always admired you. Jireya bit his teeth, his face full of anger at Shiera Emiya, and the raised non in his hand was filled with his anger. Tsunade, a woman, has clearly regarded Shiera Emiya, the great medical ninja, as a support for her soul since she was a child, and even as the most important person in her life. How could this guy treat Tsunade like this? How can I? This is destroying Tsunade's world. However, when Jiraiya really fights Emiya as an enemy, he will truly feel the gap between him and Emiya Shiera. Emiya Shiera directly avoided Rasengan, reached out and grabbed Jiraiya's wrist, and instantly hit Jiraiya's chest with his elbow, and then slammed him to the ground with his hand. Puff! Jiraiya immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this tall and strong man slapped his palm to the ground regardless of his injuries, and a cloud of anger burned in his eyes as if he had become a boy of the past. The man looked at Emiya Shiera angrily and asked sternly, "Tsunade has longed to be a medical ninja like you, and has been learning what you look like. It's a pity that I'm not the same as before." Emiya Shiera's eyes were even unwilling to raise, and even stingy with Jiraiya's look, a narrow-minded person who cannot understand my true thoughts. Do I need to praise her for learning plausible things? Jiraiya forced himself to suppress the blood he wanted to spit out from his chest. A strange bitter smile appeared on the corner of Tsunade's mouth. I have done so much myself. But he is still a narrow-minded person who cannot understand him? Xiao Tsuna. The first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama, who had been very close to each other in the past, looked at his granddaughter with some distress. Anyone who has ever seen Shiera Emiya so doting on Tsunade when she was a child will not believe that Shiera Emiya would hurt Tsunade one day. But all this has happened. Next moment, this first-generation Naruto suddenly grabbed his fist. The first Hokage Senjo Hashimaro looked at Emiya Shiera who was walking towards them with anger. However, when Uchiha Hashima's eyes fell on Emiya Shiera, his anger instantly turned into a hint of confusion, which made him feel the pain of his former close friends parting ways. Why did it become like this? A hint of pain also appeared in Uchiha Hashirama's eyes, as if he was muttering to himself, and as if he was asking everything in front of him, why, it turned out like this. There is a faint feeling of Uchiha Hashirama. Some sadness could not suppress his emotions. He remembered his younger brother whom he had been able to rely on since he was a child and murmured, Tobirama, why? Lord Emiya became like this? The Lord Emiya we have met in the past has never been a person who would hurt others. Uchiha Tobirama's eyes slowly lowered. Todomama. Uchiha Hashirama did not hear his younger brother's answer, which made him subconsciously feel a little strange because his younger brother never refused to answer any of his questions. Even if the answer is the opposite of your own thoughts. My younger brother never dares to tell the answer. Etc. Uchiha Hashimara suddenly turned around and looked at his younger brother. Looking at the heavy face on Uchiha Tamamara's face, he finally realized some strange situations he had known. He asked in disbelief, Tomura, do you know something? Chapter 164. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't understand that this world is hopeless. Senjo Tobirama's performance is so strange. This younger brother did not seem to be shocked by the involvement of Shiera Emiya in a rebel ninja organization, nor even by the fact that Shiera Emiya was hurting Tsunade. Tobirama. Chihu Hashirama's eyes gradually became heavier, and he suddenly had some guess in his heart. What is it? Why? Senjo Tobirama was still silent. This question. It's really embarrassing to say it. Shimiya Emiya, the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world, became the master of a dark organization, and it is most likely that the trouble caused by the conflict with him before he died. But this slander, it definitely not just belongs to you. These things are indeed related to me. Senjo Tobirama slowly looked at Emiya Shiera and added, but the real culprit should be that guy Madara. At this moment, Senjo Tobirama vaguely figured out a lot of things. Even he guessed the most important part. Milk. Chihu Hashirama was a little surprised. This matter. Why is it related to Uchiha Madara again? Is Uchiha Madara? Everyone present immediately thought of the terrifying person who had competed with Chihu Hashirama, and everyone's face became solemn at this moment. Especially the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru. Because Sarutobi Hinata had seen Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiera's interactions more than once in his youth, Emiya Shiera's Akira organization must be related to Uchiha Madara. Tobirama, what's going on? Chihu Hashirama repeatedly asked his younger brother, why is Mr. Emiya getting involved with Madara again? Brother. After you die. That guy Madara had more contacts with Lord Emiya. He never gave up on his conspiracy to use Lord Emiya. Even before I died, Madara had successfully deceived and persuaded Lord Emiya to help him realize the evil conspiracy hidden in the dark. Senjo Tobirama cannot conceal the truth of the past in front of a victim, but he will not conceal the reason for the conflict between him and Emiya Shiera from Senjo Hashira. Certainly. Senjo Tobirama could not blame Emiya Shiera. Because his elder brother, Hashima Senju, knew what kind of person Emiya Shiera was, the other party had always been a respected medical ninja in the past, and even Tobira Senju himself admitted this. He admitted that the other party was indeed a good person at the beginning. Is this actually the case, Lord Emiya? Senjo Hashirama couldn't help scratching his head. If it was because of the temptation and deception of his former friend Uchiha Madara, Shiera Emiya looks like this, I would be a little embarrassed to say. All right. If it's because of the spot. In fact, I seemed to be able to help persuade Shi Yuanwei to turn around. Although Chihu Hashirama thought he was not good at speaking, he had decided to make Emiya Shiera realize the dangers of Uchiha Madara's old friend. It's not like that. Maria didn't choose to deceive me. Emiya Shiera shook her head calmly, and actually helped Uchiha Madara, who was not present, to defend herself. To be precise, it should be me who guided Madara to find the way to achieve eternal peace, and it is precisely because of this that the current Akatsuki organization is now the road to eternal peace. Chihu Hashirama frowned. Shinju Hashirama didn't think there was anything wrong with Emiya Shiera's guidance on Uchihara, because he had received Emiya Shiera's guidance before. After all, that era, Shiera Umiya was really not reluctant to guide these younger generations. Many unsolvable confusions that existed in Chihu Hashirama's heart once received answers from Shiera Emiya. He also guessed that Uchiha Madara would definitely get answers to some questions from Shiera Emiya, and he also knew that the answers Madara would not be liked by the world. Eternal peace. This is what Madara and you both wanted to pursue. Emiya Shiera looked at Chihu Hashirama's face, as if he was trapped in past memories, and he wouldn't see the real reason for hiding your own thoughts. Hashima, you have also carried the hope of achieving eternal peace. I have seen two future paths in the ninja world, one born in you and the other in the Sharingan that is bound to Madara. It's never been fooling me. After you died, a large-scale war broke out in the ninja world, which also proves that I once put hope on you was not the completely correct choice. I want to see if the path Madara wants to try will succeed. And your brother? Emiya Shiera's eyes slowly fell on Tomomi Senju, and the eyes of the young Aoyuva made Tomomi Senju tremble. Tomomi's actions only proved to me just right. Maybe I should have chosen Madara long ago. You are just walking on the road farther and farther away from peace in the name of protecting peace. The path Madara wants to take is the right one, so I finally decided to guide Madara to find other ways to get out of this world. Senju Hashimara suddenly turned around and looked at Senju Tobirama again. Tobirama. Chihu Hashirama was a little uneasy. What else has my good brother done? It turns out to be like this. At this moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said quietly, is it because the second generation of Naruto used the power of Lord Emiya for war, but Uchiha Madara helped Lord Emiya to calm the first ninja war? Senju Tobimaru frowned and immediately spoke in a deep voice. Maru helped Lord Emiya to calm the first ninja war, perhaps because he wanted to win his trust and get more secrets and strength from him. This is not slander either. Chihu Tobirama made a reasonable guess on what Uchiha Madara did based on his own understanding of Uchiha Madara. As for the fact that I used Shiera Emiya, at the beginning, I had to do it just to protect Konoha. For Konoha, I can only do anything. I will also be willing to bear the consequences of these wrong behaviors. But there is one thing that Senju Tobirama cannot hide in any case, that is his offensive behavior towards Amirishi Shiera at the last moment of his life. Sorry, Lord Emiya. Senju Tobirama hesitated and looked at Emiya Shiera and continued in a deep voice, in order to prevent Uchiha Madara from using your power to harm Konoha and even the ninja world, I tried to seal the corpse ghosts before I died and offended Yumiya by sealing the body of the god of death. Sarutobi Hinako's pupils shook. Even the eyes of Naofeng Mizuno looked at the other person in surprise. Because this technique of sealing the entire corpse ghost is the last ban on the enemy, and the enemy's soul cannot rest in peace after death. Since everyone will move towards the destination of death, people in the world always respect the dead, hoping that the dead can get eternal peace in the underworld and prevent the dead from resting. The concepts circulating in this world have always been the greatest disrespect. No. Second generation Naruto. This kind of behavior is no longer a word that can be described as offense. Especially. The other party is still Shiera Amiri. The second generation of Naruto actually wanted to seal the Emiya into the body of the god of death. Second Grandpa. Even when Tsunade, who was severely injured by Shiera Emiya, heard Chihautomoma's words, a hint of panic appeared in her already empty eyes, because she never knew that the conflict between her second grandfather and Shiera Emiya was so serious. No wonder. Even when Orochimaru heard this, his eyelids couldn't help but tremble. He finally understood why the soul of Chihao Tobirama was sealed in the body of the god of death. Tomama, you. Chihu Hashirama's face was a little annoyed, and he couldn't help but quickly turned into a hint of helplessness, because he also knew the problems with his brother. This brother. He always regarded Uchiha Madara as his enemy. Especially after Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha with the 9 tails, this younger brother regarded Uchiha Madara as an enemy that must be eliminated. But this younger brother's methods of doing things are too extreme. Even for the prevention of spots. It wouldn't hurt Emiya Shiera like this. The memory of Chihu Hashima still stayed before his death. At that time, the story of medical ninja Shiera was still circulating in the ninja world for generations. The other party didn't care about anyone's identity at all and would help any patient in difficulty, including Uchiha Madara. If everyone in the ninja world receives his help, they cannot seal a kind-hearted soul into the body of the god of death in order to prevent the enemy from getting his help. No. This matter is too much. If the reincarnation of the Chihautomoma immortal land of the Umhara had disturbed the other party's soul, and finally wanted to seal the Umhara's soul in the body of the god of death and could not rest in peace. This. Even if you treat the enemy. This method is a bit too cruel. Besides, treat Shiera Emiya who has helped them countless times. No obstacle. I don't care anymore. Emiya Shiera's eyes looked at Tomomi Senju with a little silence, as if she really didn't care about Tomomi Senju's actions. If it weren't for you, maybe I wouldn't really understand that this world has become helpless. Chapter 165 Orochimaru's Trouble Bureau. It's really. I'm very sorry. Chihao Hashirama lowered his head with some shame. Even this man felt a little embarrassed to speak to Shiera Emiya. His younger brother's behavior was a bit too friendly to describe it as a kind of kindness. This kind of thing. It really made his apology look particularly meager. If he hadn't been dead long ago, at this time, his elder brother should have taken a kunao and apologized for his death in front of Shiera Emiya. brother. Senju Tobirama frowned, and he wanted to defend himself in a deep voice but didn't know how to speak. At that time, he had no strength to solve Uchiha Madara. The only thing that can be done. The only person who can solve it. Only Shiera Umiya, who was reincarnated by his impure land. However, Amiya Shiera's power was beyond his imagination, and he also suffered the greatest bitter fruit, and he personally pushed this person who was once friendly to Konoha to the enemy. There is no need to apologize. It is not necessary for us to indulge in the past. Amiya Shiera shook her head indifferently, ignoring the apology of Chihu Hashirama, but just glanced at all Konoha ninjas present and said, "Now, we are already enemies." Senju Hashirama clenched his fist nervously. When the man heard Shiera Amiya's words, his expression suddenly showed a little uncontrollable sadness, because he heard the determination from Shiera Amiya's words. There was a hint of uneasiness in Chihu Tobirama's expression. Naofeng Mizuno hesitated and didn't know what to do. "Nakaman, Zionin, let's go." Amiya Shiera glanced at Nagato and Konan, who had been treated by slugs, and ordered them to leave with them in a deep voice. "Master Amiya." Nagato lowered his head a little uneasy. Konan looked at Shiera Amiya with some gratitude. Because the two of them did not expect that when Amiya Shiera would expose their identities at the most dangerous time to rescue them when they were in danger. "Yes." Zionin immediately supported Nagato and wanted to leave, but her eyes looked worriedly at a group of Konoha ninjas who were still vigilant not far away. However, the Konoha ninja present did not move any action. At least until the Konoha senior management gave instructions, they didn't know what they should do. At this time, would they come forward to stop these enemies from leaving? At this moment, no one stopped them. Even those who can really make decisions do not know whether they should regard Amiya Shiera as their enemy or should regard Amiya Shiera as an old friend that Konoha cannot recover. The past between Konoha and this man. It seems that they can only dissipate with the departure of Shiera Amiya. Everything. It seems that everything is about to settle. An anxiety appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. He looked at the three reincarnated Naruto present with some nervousness. He still needed to use them to solve Amiya Shiera. If Amiya Shiera and others leave safely, I and Uchiha Obito must be chased by the Akatsuki organization. Other side. I will never forgive my betrayal. Fortunately, Orochimaru also has a friend. This friend did not receive any favors from Amiya Shiera, and he even had a certain degree of vigilance towards Amiya Shiera from the beginning because he came from Miyama Mountain, etc. Jiraiya hurriedly woke up at this moment, and his figure immediately flew up and stopped them regardless of the injuries on his body. I almost forgot. The big-toed immortal once reminded himself of the threat of Shiera Amiya. If Amiya Shiera wants to change the situation in the ninja world, he must not let the other party succeed, or even let the other party have this idea. I'm a little sorry. Jiraiya stood alone in front of Shiera Emiya and his two disciples, and suddenly raised his finger. I can't let you leave here yet. The big toad immortal once mentioned. Jiraiya's expression was a little nervous, and he spoke in a deep voice about the warning of the big toad immortal. If one day Lord Emiya wants to change the ninja world to achieve the so-called peace, then you must be stopped. Although the big toad immortal did not tell me what you would do, it told me that what you want to do is definitely not what we want. Teacher Jiraiya. After a moment of hesitation, Huofeng Mizuno's eyes suddenly jumped and stood beside Jiraiya, and his eyes became firm. This fourth-generation Naruto trusts his teacher very much. He believes that his teacher's judgment will not be wrong. He cannot just let the other party leave. Actually, what the Akatsuki organization has to do is nothing. A hint of joy flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he immediately became carelessly provoked. The Akatsuki organization led by the Supreme Lord Emiya just wants to collect the tailed beast to create a war weapon. One blow is enough to destroy a country's war weapons that kill hundreds of millions of people, in order to intimidate the whole world to obey their so-called peace intentions. The Konoha ninjas present were moved at the same time. Even the brothers Senjo Hashimara and Senjo Tomomara could not help but turn their heads in surprise and look at Emiya Shiera and others. Orochimaru, you. Konan looked at Orochimaru with some shock and anger. Is there anything wrong with what I said? A dangerous look appeared in Orochimaru's snake eyes, and he continued with a sinister smile, after all, I was once a member of the Akatsuki organization. I can't say that the information of the Akatsuki organization is well known, at least I can be called a little bit. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru in surprise, but his eyes quickly fell on Emiya Shiera and others, and his eyes became firmer again. If this is true, then I can't let the other party go. Even Konoha needs to take advantage of this opportunity to keep them. Can you? Orochimaru smiled evilly, as if he was sure that Shiera Emiya could not refute his words. Does Emiya want to refute me? I know many secrets of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru. Nagato looked at Orochimaru with gloomy eyes. Is that so? The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up at this moment. Old Master Emiya. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of his disciple Jiraiya, staring at Emiya Shiera in front of him, and asked for the answer in a deep voice. Will Mr. Emiya want to achieve the so-called eternal peace, just create such a war weapon that will kill hundreds of millions of people at any time? Sarutobi Hinata was unwilling to believe what Orochimaru said. At this moment, he actually had some hope of getting the opposite answer from Shiera Emiya. Past. Sarutobi Hinata had seen Emiya Shiera work hard to save a terminally ill patient. Now, will the other party really want to create a terrifying weapon that can easily kill hundreds of millions of people? However, the answer given by Emiya Shiera was not what Sarutobi Hina wanted, or maybe even what everyone who had contacted him in the past wanted. On the surface, Emiya Shiera's eyes were slightly raised, but she did not deny Orochimaru's words. She admitted indifferently, "Absolutely, that's it." This answer was so lightly from his mouth, but fell into the crowd and smashed straight towards them like a mountain. "Brother." Senju Tobaima's eyes fell on Emiya Shiera, and he finally found a chance to defend himself at this moment. This way of peace achieved by relying on strength and killing is really in line with that guy's evil deeds. Senju Hashirama was silent and did not answer. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru looked at the people of Konoha with an uproar, and couldn't help but chuckled, quietly hiding from the crowd. Because his real purpose has finally been achieved. From this moment on, no one can make the situation peaceful again. The battle situation in this village will be completely rampant from this time. Even Shiera Emiya cannot escape. Even if the first Naruto feels guilty about Shiera Emiya, he cannot stand by and watch the battle when Shiera Emiya hurts Konoha ninja. Finally, Orochimaru stood in the distance with satisfaction, holding his arm, looking at the two sides who were gradually becoming tense, and the smile on his face became completely proud. The real feast has just begun. At the same moment, a time-space vortex appeared beside Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito stood beside him, looking at Shiera Emiya in the distance with a cold expression. "It seems that our plan is implemented quite well, at least it is still on track. Rest assured. No matter what, there will be no mistakes." Orochimaru looked into the distance with a smile and explained softly, "Although it sounds a bit despicable, it is essentially a righteous plot. As long as they enter Konoha, as long as they cannot deny the evil purpose of the Akatsuki organization, this real war is destined to begin. The only thing we have to do now is to watch quietly here, how those Hokages of Konoha deal with the man who was once the safest but now feels the most dangerous. Do you want to guess?" Orochimaru turned his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Obito beside him, and continued with a smile, "Who will be the winner?" Uchiha Obito frowned and did not answer, but his figure turned into a time-space vortex disappeared. After all, Orochimaru is just a chess piece. He is about to reign charge of the UI plan, and he must find an opportunity to find a way to get Nagato's reincarnation eye. Same. Uchiha Obito is not the only one who wants to get the reincarnation eye. Shimura Dan was also hiding in the darkness at this moment and was about to move. He held one of his arms tightly in his hand, quietly waiting for the opportunity he could take action. At the same time, a yin and yang face emerged from the walls at the high point of the field. Is there really no accident? Baiju was a little uneasy looking at the people who were gradually surrounding Emiya Shiera below. He reminded carefully, does Lord Emiya have to face too many enemies? And his opponent is not weak at all. We have no choice but to deal with many of the people inside. Don't worry, absolutely, no. Heiju looked at the predicament that Emiya Shiera fell into with satisfaction, and a gloomy and evil smile appeared on his face. It's finally going to start. Let's start being enemies with the whole world. Emiya, all humans in this world have their own desires and ties. Only I am the companion who stands with you wholeheartedly. Chapter 166 from Wei. For Heiju. I can finally feel a little more at ease. When Shiera Emiya truly admitted that the Akatsuki organization wanted to intimidate the entire ninja world, it was destined to be an enemy of the entire ninja world. Ninjas would not tolerate the birth of such devastating war weapons. Compared to the madman-like plan of Shiera Emiya, who really wanted to resurrect the ancient goddess Kaguya Atsutsuki who came to the world, the war weapon plan of Akatsuki's organization seemed so gentle and cute, but it would never be accepted. In this world, if a war weapon that can destroy a country is not in your own hands, then everyone will never want this war weapon to appear. Especially Emiya Shiera must be able to really make war weapons. This ninja from ancient times knows too many secrets of the past and possesses extremely powerful power. He must have a way to create war weapons. Sure. Jiraiya looked at the Habuki Mizuno and Sarutobi Hinesan beside him and said in a deep voice, "It's exactly the same as the Big Toad Immortal. People like Emiya want to change the ninja world are indeed extremely unacceptable. It doesn't matter. People always foolishly see the so-called future that is near, but cannot see the rise and fall of thousands of years of history across time." Emiya Shiera didn't care about Jiraiya's thoughts, and waved his palm. The green chakra scalpel had appeared. His eyes looked at Jiraiya. However, the established destiny cannot be changed, and it will not be rewritten because of personal wishes. Just like the Big Toad Immortal's prophecy is the same. When Jiraiya heard fate in his ears, he subconsciously remembered the son of prophecy. He subconsciously looked at Nagato and Konan who were standing behind Emiya Shiera. This man. I knew that my disciples were still alive. Even Changman, who had long known that he was still alive, would have conflicts with his other disciples. All right. Get out of the way. You should know that you can't be my opponent. Emiya Shiera calmly raised her eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hinesan in front, and until my plan is completed, I am not interested in slaughtering indifferent. Sarutobi Hinata was still standing there in silence. Whether he or Jiraiya, they knew very well how powerful Emiya Shiera was. They were indeed not opponents of Emiya Shiera. Swordsmanship, ninjutsu, blood success. All are the top existences in this world / To be honest, the pressure of fighting is quite great. It's even bigger than when facing the Nagato trio. If you don't stop you at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with regret, but the short and old figure blocked Emiya Shiera's way with great firm determination. I'm afraid that when the war weapon is completed, we will have no chance to stop you like this. This is the best opportunity. Because Konoha is the strongest moment now. It is even the moment when Naruto, he, wants to burn himself the most. Prepare for the fight. Sarutobi Hinesan quickly formed a handprint. His eyes stared at Shiera Emiya and issued his own declaration of war. Although I never thought I would fight with Lord Emiya one day, I can't retreat if I have already carried the name of Naruto. Nani-I method and psychic technique. Sarutobi Hinata formed the handprint of spiritual arts, and the strong ape demon king in the psychic smoke suddenly appeared and turned into a golden rod and fell into Sarutobi Hinata's hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed forward while holding the golden rod in his hand, and issued his own battle order, Miniman, go and deal with the subordinates of the Amiya, Jiraiya, cover me. Yes. The figure of Habuki Shuman disappeared from the spot instantly. I see. Jiraiya quickly began to form handprints at the same time. This kind of combat order is not without arrangement. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Habuki Mizuno defeating Tiendao Pain with his own eyes, and also saw Shihao Tobirama push Nagato into danger. Let Habuki Mizuno, who is good at Flying Thunder God technique, deal with Nagato, which is the most likely situation of quickly showing combat results. As for Sarutobi Hirakawa himself, this old man already had his own plans in his heart. Dang! The chakra scalpel and the golden rod collided in an instant. The chakra scalpel in Shiera Emiya's hand quickly slashed across the golden rod, and directly slashed at Sarutobi Hinata's palm holding the golden rod, forcing Sarutobi Hinata's eyes tightened, and he had to let go of the golden rod in his hand under the force of the knife light. In an instant, Sarutobi Hinata lost his weapons. The chakra scalpel in Shiera Emiya's hand seemed to have magnetic force inexplicably, and his wrist moved slightly. He quickly used a chakra scalpel to quickly pull the golden rod incarnated by the ape demon king and swung it straight towards Jiraiya, who was making seals. What kind of sword technique is this? Jiraiya saw this fancy sword technique in the ninja world for the first time. She was stunned by this scene and could only hurriedly raise her foot and kick the golden rod back to Sarutobi Hinata's hand. Catch it! Sarutobi Hinata jumped up, and the golden rod in his hand suddenly stretched 3 feet long, and the golden rod suddenly poked into Shiera Emiya's chest. The green sword light in Shiera Emiya's palm stretched out at the same time, and she waved the chakra scalpel with her arm and slashed the golden rod aside. Fire escape! Jiraiya's fingers were raised and sealed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a wave of fire at Shiera Emiya to protect Sarutobi Hinata's attack. Fire escape! Shiera Emiya suddenly raised her other palm. The fireball suddenly drilled out of his palm and threw it towards Jiraiya. When the ground drilled out, Jiraiya instantly forced him to turn over and hide in a mess. It's this kind of move again. Jiraiya hurriedly watched the fireball fall to the ground and burst. Another powerful ninjutsu without any seal is completely unpredictable and speculated. But he and the teacher were in a mess. The progress on the other side of the Bofeng Shui Gate is pretty good. The figure of Habuki Mizuno was moving at high speed beside Nagato, making Nagato's reincarnation eye a little dazzled, and it was impossible to capture the other person's figure. Time and space technique. It's really too advantageous in battle. Nagato looked at Hatsuki Mizuno and felt his scalp numb. Kawaii of Habuki Mizuno was stuck at Nagato's feet, and waved the spire brae and smashed it at Nagato's body. His figure suddenly disappeared the moment Nagato took action. To be honest, it is difficult to deal with the samsara eye. Especially after avoiding the attack of the Kanken eye, it is difficult to find the opportunity to launch a counter-attack. However, Hakyuzui Mizuno has already gained some experience and even found the opportunity based on the attack interval of Nagato. Chance. Hakufeng Mizuno avoided Nagato's attack and smashed Rasuchiro on it. He also made up his mind that the Rasuchiro could be cracked by Nagato. But someone is one step faster. Shiera Emiya waved her chakra scalpel and forced Sarutobi Hinashen to retreat, and her figure fell beside Nagato. Her eyes were calmly staring at the fourth generation of Hokage, and she instantly cut off Habuki Mizuno's arm with a fierce sword. Huofeng Mizuno was so shocked that he took a few steps back. How could it be? Hakusuk Mizuno didn't care about his broken arm, because he knew that the body of the filthy land would recover soon. He just looked at Emiya Shiera, who appeared next to Nagato, who was protecting the other party in surprise, and felt a vague sense of familiarity. Is this the technique of the Flying Thunder God? The technique of the Flying Thunder God. How could the other party use the Flying Thunder God technique? Naoki Mizuno immediately realized the trouble they were about to encounter. A ninja who is good at Flying Thunder Gods can't stop the action at all. Shiera Emiya will probably leave with Nagato and Konan using Flying Thunder Gods. Sure enough, Emiya Shiera reached out and grabbed Nagato and Konan's shoulders. If no one stops him, he will immediately take these two subordinates away and completely get rid of the threat of Konoha Ninja. But after all, he didn't have this opportunity. Sarutobi Hinazan, who had rich combat experience, also noticed the purpose of Emiya Shiera. The third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinasan waved the golden rod and pointed at Shiera Emiya. The golden rod in his hand suddenly extended, and in an instant, he pushed Shiera Emiya's body backwards wildly away from Nagato and Konan. Master Emiya! A look of surprise appeared on Nagato's face. No obstacle. Emiya Shiera's figure has disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen then controlled the golden rod in his hand to quickly retract it. He also knew that this sneak attack was unlikely to achieve more results. However, Sarutobi Hinasan did not notice it. There was a Flying Thunder God mark on the golden rod in his hand. Be careful, third generation of adults. Naoki Mizuno remembered something in shock. Seeing the moment Sarutobi Hinata's golden rod was retracted, he hurriedly reminded Sarutobi Hinata to be careful. On the Ape Demon King's Vajra stick, the Flying Thunder God's seal was already left at that moment. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen had just reacted and put down the golden rod in his hand. He saw Shiera Emiya appear in front of him. The green chakra sword light suddenly swept towards the neck of the third generation of Hokage. Just one blow. This third generation Hokage will have a different body and head. however. Someone saved the elderly Naruto. The second-generation Naruto Senju Tobima instantly landed beside Sarutobi Hinako, dragged the old disciple back a few steps, avoiding the chakra scalpel. At the same moment, Shiera Umiya waved his sword mercilessly and chased forward. At the same moment, a man blocked Amiya Shiera's face with bare hands, held Amiya Shiera's chakra scalpel, kicked Amiya Shiera's chest and pushed it into Amiya Shiera's chest. He forced him to retreat. Wei Gu Shiwen's expression was calm and his arms were intertwined, blocking his kick. I don't want to fight with Lord Emiya. The first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama had a little sadness in his eyes. He seemed to have returned to the moment when he had been facing life and death with his former friend Uchiha Madara, and looked at Emiya Shiera with a particularly heavy expression. But for Konoha. Chapter 167 The Seal of Uchiha Hashirama. Familiar reasons. As familiar as ever. Amiya Shiera looked at Uchiha Hashirama with a quiet look, as if he had known that this old friend would take action at this moment, and there was no surprise on his face. After all, this is in his prediction. Even if Shinju Hashirama might be ashamed of the mistakes his younger brother Tamura made, he would not be able to ignore Konoha when she encounters a crisis. Amiya Shiera did not answer Senju Hashirama, but calmly ordered Nagato and Konan, "You two retreat in the direction outside Konoha, I'll cover you." The next battle. This is the real danger. Even though Amiya Shiera had a plan for this, it was not easy to deal with these Naruto with the amount of Slevel Chakra that is currently limited by the reincarnation of the Filthy Land. But I also have relative plans. No matter what, it cannot be called a danger here. Master Emiya. Nagato wanted to say something else. I want to leave Urabang. Shiera Emiya looked at the several Hokages who were quickly adjusting their formation and surrounding them, and shook her head gently. Your departure is the most troublesome, and the most important. Nagato lowered his head in silence. Walk. Emiya Shiera gave his order, and his figure rushed forward at high speed. His fingers quickly stood up at the same time, and a wall of fire had already blocked these Hokages. The real fight. This moment has just begun. Water escapes and water rushes to the waves. Senju Tobirama quickly combined his hands to form a seal. His technique required a seal, and his speed was slower than Shiera Emiya. The waves instantly rolled up from his side and flooded the fire wall. The fusion of water and fire. The fog spreads on the battlefield in an instant. However, this little fog was completely unhindered for both sides of the war. The perception ability of both sides could no longer care about the obstruction of the fog's vision. They immediately judged each other's position. But this also made Konoha's Naruto notice the trouble. Nagato and Konan had already escaped according to the orders of Emiya Shiera. Although Nagato consumed a lot of chakra in the previous battle, it didn't seem like the other ninjas of Konoha could deal with. Just as Senju Hashirama and others were still trying to discuss countermeasures, a chakra scalpel's green light had penetrated the fog and swept towards them. Careful! Senju Tobirama could only loudly give a message to Sarutobi Hinako and Jiraiya. His figure easily avoided it, but only green sword lights followed by endless streams of green swords. Run over! Kayashimasa jumped up and rushed towards Shiera Emiya. The chakra light attached to the fist hit Shiera Emiya's body. Senju Tobima and Hatsuki Mizuno at the same time threw out the flying thunder god Kani towards Emiya Shiera. At this moment, the two Hokage supported the attack of the first Hokage. Be careful of the Samsara Eye. Jiraiya repeatedly spoke to remind everyone. Yes, Mr. Jiraiya. Huofeng Mizuno quickly agreed loudly from his mouth. Because in the battle just now, another samurai artist, Nagato, did not know enough about the ability of the Flying Thunder God, could easily gain the upper hand, but now they have to deal with Shiera Emiya who has the samurai and masters the Flying Thunder God's technique. Say it bluntly. According to the speed of Shiera Emiya's sudden body just now, it must be no less than that of him and the second generation of Naruto. Perhaps this time it will be a fierce battle. Sure enough. When Habuki Mizuno and Senju Tomoma appeared next to Emiya Shiera with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, Emiya Shiera reacted very quickly, and he jumped his legs and kicked him at the same time, kicking him and Senju Tomoma who were attacking him at the same time. But this also gave the opportunity to get close to Hashirama Senju. However, Emiya Shiera still didn't care at all. She actually fought with Shinju Hashirama directly, and the chakra scalpel on her palm flew up and down quickly. Biba's swordsmanship is not inferior at all. Kishao Hashirama's eyes narrowed and he had to retreat and avoid him in a hurry. His figure was forced to retreat step by step under the pressure of the green sword light. Direct attack. They are all reincarnated bodies of the filthy land and will not die if they are attacked. Don't worry about hurting your elder brother's life by chance. As long as you can break the body of your Excellency Emiya, you can find an opportunity to seal him. Senju Tobirama took over the command position with a sharp voice, and commanded Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to attack in the direction of the battle between Emiya Shiera and Senju Hashima. However, after Chihao Tobirama finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he could not seal Emiya Shiera even if he used all the corpse ghosts to seal it. His eyes drooped slightly, and he corrected his answer to an uncertain answer. Maybe, can. Luo escaped a long bullet. However, Sarutobi Hinazan had already begun to seal the seal immediately, and hurriedly released a commander of the Earth Escape Ninjutsu, and added a Fire Escape Ninjutsu, Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A dirt dragon head that kept spraying mud bombs quickly emerged from the ground. With the blessing of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a layer of flame was instantly attached to the mud bullet in the mouth of the dragon head. It was Sarutobi Hinata's proud compound ninjutsu Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Shi Miyuki was not concerned at all. The chakra scalpel in his hand drew a series of green marks, directly dispersing the flying flame bombs. Chance. Senju Tobirama saw the opportunity at a glance, and the flying thunder god Kyu in his hand was quietly mixed with the flame bombs flying over and threw them out. Next moment, when Shiera Emiya attacked Chihu Hashirama while clearing the flying flame bombs, Chihu Tobira's figure suddenly appeared within 3 feet of his body. As soon as Chihu Tobirama grasped his kunao, he would directly cut Emiya Shiera's chest. As long as he hit, it would be enough to make Emiya Shiera lose his combat power. However, all that responded to him was a dazzling sword light. Emiya Shiera's eyes raised slightly, as if she was not surprised by the appearance of Senju Tomoma. A dazzling green sword light flashed across the Senju Tomoma in front of her in an instant, split into 2. Totomama. Second generation. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. This blow. Actually, it looks quite secret. Shiera Emiya was facing a powerful enemy like the first generation of Naruto Chihu Hashirama, and she was also wary of Sarutobi Hirosen's ninjutsu, and she still had the energy to pay attention to Chihu Tobira's actions. Say it bluntly. When Chihu Tobirama appeared instantly using the flying thunder god, Shiera Emiya was ready to slash out this sword that was enough to kill him with one blow. Everything about you. It's no secret in front of me. Emiya Shiera watched Kishou Tomoma's filthy body slowly reorganize, and a black stick instantly drilled out of the palm of his palm, fixing Kishou Tomoma's body directly to the ground. Emiya Shiera has seen the memories of Tomoma Senju. In the countless battles experienced by Tomoma Senju in the past, it has shown that Tomoma Senju is a ninja who likes to use dangerous moves to pursue quick victory. Perhaps it was because his chakra was not as good as his brother, or perhaps it was because he would die if he was not careful in the Warring States period, which made Chihu Tobima become deeply accustomed to this fighting style of military action. Senju Tobirama desperately tried to break free from the shackles of this black stick. However, these yin-yang black sticks blocked his chakra unicom, making his filthy body unable to move even if it had begun to reorganize. The second generation of adults must be rescued. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately judged the situation at this moment. Although the first generation of masters could be incomparable to Lord Emiya, they were also suppressed under the unparalleled swordsmanship, and it was impossible to decide the outcome for a moment. Although he, Haku Mizuno and Jiraiya were still on the battlefield, he and Jiraiya could only release a few ninjutsu beside them to beat the edge drums. Their ninjutsu could not be the opponent of Shiera Emiya. It is hard to say that they would do anything too much. Even if Mizuno, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, can play a role in this battle that exceeds the shadow level, his role is quite limited. After all, Minato's fighting style often relies on the high-speed teleportation of the Flying Thunder God for raid close combat, and there is no powerful technique, which is restrained by Emiya Shiera. Immortal Mode Open. Naoki Mizuno knew his shortcomings very well and immediately joined the immortal mode. A trace of eyes appeared in his pupils. Although I am not good at using immortal mode, the blessing of the body in the immortal mode should be able to make up for 1 or 2 in battle. That blonde, help a little. Chihu Hashirama immediately noticed the changes in Hakufa Mizuno and asked Hakufa Mizuno to help him delay time a little. I thought of it. Help me delay time, I have found a solution to the solution of your excellency Emiya. Yes. Hakusuk Mizuno immediately flew over, and a spire ball instantly condensed in his hand, and met Shiera Emiya's chakra scalpel, immortal art Rusuk ball. It's meaningless. Emiya Shiera didn't care about the immortal mode of Hatsuki Mizuno. His fingers suddenly raised, and the soil instantly flipped up to sink Hatsuki Mizuno into it. Huofeng Mizuno was almost hit by a move that was caught off guard. He originally wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to avoid this insidious earth escape, but once he avoided it, the Kishou Hashirama behind him would definitely be pressed step by step again, and he needed to delay time at this time. Hakusuk Mizuno didn't care about so much, and he ignored his foot and fell into the soil. He didn't care about his body losing control, so he forced the Rasenguan to hit Shiera Amiri. This kind of out-of-control attack. Of course it will not work at this time. However, suddenly, vines rose on the ground. These vines quickly tangled towards Shiera Amiri's body. Emiya Shiera could only hurriedly give up the opportunity to defeat Hatsuki Mizuno and waved the green sword light to cut off the vines one by one. Who? Chihou Hashirara looked at the wooden escape he released and entangled Emiya Shiera, and even felt a little in awe on his face. He even admired himself a little. The close encounter with Shiera Emiya just now, it's really terrible. It's slashed over one after another. If you don't pay attention, you will be killed instantly. Even if you want to breathe and condense chakra and release a ninjutsu, you can't do it. But as long as you can release ninjutsu, then there will be no more problems in the subsequent battle. Immortal mode open. Chihou Hashirama also noticed this, and his palms closed in an instant and entered the immortal mode at the same time, because he wanted to solve the problem that Shiera Emiya's technique was a powerful sealing technique that could only be used in the immortal mode. The palms of Senjo Hashima were tightly joined together, and while staring at Emiya Shiera who was approaching quickly in the distance, he hurriedly activated his own sealing technique. Immortal Technique Ming Shenmen. Suddenly, a torii fell from the sky. Emiya Shiera was caught off guard, and his body was instantly pressed on the ground and could not move. Finally, Chihou Hashimara felt relieved. This sealing technique called Ming Shen Gate is enough to easily suppress those tailed beasts in the ninja world. It should be no problem to suppress Shiera Emiya for a period of time so that he could not move. Sir, did you succeed? Sarutobi Hinako flew in front of Chihou Hashimama, and finally felt a little relaxed. No. Chihou Hashirama shook his head and stared at Emiya Shiera who was squatting under torii and struggling. His expression became serious again. The Akishin sect can only suppress the chakra in the body of the Supreme Lord Emiya for a period of time. During this period, they must find a solution to Shiera Emiya. If you can't find it, once Emiya Shiera breaks free from the shackles of the Ming Shen sect. However, compared with the many Narutos of Konoha who were facing a great enemy, the sealed Emiya Shiera seemed to no longer have any fighting intentions. His eyes slightly restrained, as if he didn't care much about the trouble of being sealed by the Akishin sect. Chapter 168 Shimura Danzo Who Got the Samurai Eye. What to do? Baiju looked at Heiju nervously and reminded in a low voice, now that Lord Emiya has been suppressed, is there really no problem? No. Heiju was also a little nervous, but he was still confident in Emiya Shiera, but it seemed that he could not do nothing at this time. It needs to prepare the last resort. A means to revive Shiera Emiya. Heiju gritted his teeth, and its figure slowly sneaked into the ground. I'll go find Nagato and let him use the Samka Eye to completely resurrect Wei Iwan. This is to avoid accidents. Heiju had already made this plan in advance. As long as Emiya Shiera can be resurrected, with the power of Emiya Shiera before he was alive, he can completely crush all the Hokage present. However, when Heiju met Nagato, Nagato was also in great trouble. When Nagato and Konan fled from Konoha, Shimura Danzo's figure quietly chased them, and Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito also chased after them at the same time. Even they have just left Konoha village. Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru blocked their way at the same time. Take the reincarnation eye. Uchiha Obito looked at Nagato contemptuously and said indifferently, that's not the treasure you should have. Emiya Shiera is kind to you, I won't. Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru. Nagato gritted his teeth, looked at Uchiha Obito with an ugly face, and cursed sternly, Uchiha Obito, you bastard have betrayed Akatsuki too. Xiao is my organization. Uchiha Obito spread his palms, and a hint of anger flashed across his face, it was me who gave you a new life, but you were going to surrender to Emiya Shiera. It was you bastards who betrayed me first. If that's not the case, I will not take action to take Nagato's eyes at this time. It seems you are determined to take action. Nagato knew that it was useless to show his verbal benefits at this time, so his breathing immediately began to adjust. The chakra gathered quickly and entered a state of combat. It doesn't matter this guy Orochimaru. There is no big threat except for being good at escaping. However, Uchiha Obito's divine power is too weird. Even if he has the reincarnation eye, it is not easy to defeat Uchiha Obito. Nakamen. Zionan's expression was also extremely nervous. In fact, she had a little understanding of Uchiha Obito's ability, and even planned to deal with Uchiha Obito, but later the appearance of Emiya Shiera made her give up her idea. But Zionan does have a combat plan in his mind. But Zionan's combat plan cannot be implemented here at all, so she needs to find a suitable place to arrange the battlefield in advance. Don't be nervous. Nagato shook his head and comforted Konan in a deep voice, wanting to inspire himself in the next battle, I can solve him soon. Before saying this, Orochimaru looked at Nagato with a smile, but he took a step back and whispered loudly, do you want to look behind you? Nagato turned his head slightly and saw Danzo Shimura, the bloody successor of the Cyclops Eye. Shimura Danzo slowly unbuttoned the seal on his arm while he slowly said the reason for his appearance: it should belong to Konoha. You guy dares to show up. When Nagato saw Danzo Shimura appear, his heart immediately became angry because everything today was caused by assassination of Danzo. Originally, Nagato thought there was no chance. Unexpectedly, Danzo would appear to intercept him and Konan when they escaped from Konoha, which is also an opportunity to take revenge. But this is really a wolf in front and a mess behind. It shouldn't be a problem to solve the problem of solving the old guy Shimura Danzo, but it is a problem to solve the threat of Uchiha Obito. But now that things can't tolerate him back down. Because everyone present wanted to seize the reincarnation, I did not seem to waste time. Little devil. Shimura Danzo believed that he had figured out Nagato's abilities and was confident that he would be able to get Nagato's eyes and quickly rushed towards Nagato. Shimura Danzo rushed forward, and the ninja knife in his hand slashed straight towards Nagato's figure, the reincarnation eye. I took it without hesitation. Die! Nagato raised his hand and made a move towards Shimura Danzo with a move, and instantly killed Shimura Danzo on the spot. Shimura Danzo's body rolled and fell out. Nagato immediately turned his head to deal with Uchiha Obito. The laser cannon of Shuradeo immediately drilled out of his shoulders, and shot laser lights at Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito's divine power abilities avoided all attacks and rushed towards Nagato. He didn't think Nagato was his opponent. Or any savant without time and space ability cannot be his opponent. This guy. Nagato looked at his attack with some annoyance and scolded him. He had known that Uchiha Obito's ability was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect that after the actual fight, he would find that he had no idea how to start, as if he could only let the other party slaughter. But a greater threat appeared behind him. Nakaman, be careful. Konan immediately reminded Nagato loudly, and her voice looked at Shimura Danzo, who suddenly appeared again with some nervous voice. Danzo is still alive. The words fell. Konan also controlled origami to turn into dense shurikens, instantly piercing Shimura Danzo's body, completely turning Shimura Danzo into a corpse. However, a strange scene happened again. However, Shimura Danzo's body disappeared strangely. Even Shimura Danzo's figure appeared again and rushed towards them quickly. This time Shimura Danzo liberated his curse seal state, and curse seal patterns appeared on his body, and the speed was astonishingly fast. What the hell is going on? Zionin raised his hand and controlled the detonation talismans to float at the feet of Shimura Danzo, instantly shattering Shimura Danzo, but watched Shimura Danzo rush out again. Not good. A cold sweat broke out on Konan and Nagato's faces at the same time. Because they all have to face a problem, whether it is Uchiha Obito or Shimura Danzo, these two enemies are actually indestructible. I can't kill the other party at all. Sure enough. Uchiha Obito secretly observed while watching. In an instant, he understood Shimura Danzo's tricks and saw through Shimura Danzo's ability to use. Danzo also wants to use Izanagi to take away Nagato's reincarnation eye. Even Uchiha Obito also saw the dense Sharinans embedded in Shimura's arms, which made him realize that Danzo is a tricky guy now. Izanagi, able to turn all unfavorable situations into dreams. As long as Shimura Danzo has a Sharinan, he can always use Izanagi. Uchiha Obito naturally would not tell Nagato about this information, and he even liked to see the trouble Nagato encountered at this moment. If Shimura Danzo could severely damage Nagato, it would be even easier for him to get the reincarnation eye. Shenluo Tianzheng. Nagato roared and launched a terrifying repulsive force. However, both Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Obito were not concerned about Nagato's despairing Shinritens and continued to fight in his direction. Until the end. Shimura Danzo's movements were faster. When his body was attacked by Konan and Nagato, he turned into a corpse and disappeared. All the injuries suffered by these bodies turned into dreams. When his body appeared again, it was actually very close to Nagato. Shimura Danzo raised his hand and took off one of Nagato's eyes. Without any concern for Nagato's pain, his figure quickly fled towards Konoha. At that moment, Shimura Danzo had a good chance to kill Nagato. However, in order to cause trouble for Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru to avoid the two of them freeing up their hands to seize the reincarnation eye they got, Shimura Danzo hopes that Nagato and Uchiha Obito will stay here and continue to kill each other. Snort. Shimura Danzo looked at the Rinpoche in his hand, and a hint of pride flashed through his heart. He needed this Rinpoche to enhance his strength. This time, I finally got it. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with the power shown by the Rinnegan, especially when he saw Nagato defeating Sarutobi Hizun and Konoha Sunin with his own strength. It cost 5 Sharinans. Shimura Danzo glanced at the 11 Sharinans on his arm, 5 of which were completely closed, meaning they could no longer be used. But it's worth it. Shimura Danzo looked back at Uchiha Obito and Nagato who were still fighting, and joined hands to untie his Izanagi. Next moment, Shimura Danzo's body suddenly stiffened. Shimura Dan hid at this moment and seemed to be in an illusion. The remaining 6 Sharinans on his arm flashed with strange light, as if the illusion inside had been activated. If there was a Uchiha clan member here, he might recognize that the Sharinan above was imposed with a transliteration seal. The illusion in the transliteration seal is, when Shimura Danzo unties Izanagi's straight effect, he will transplant the samsara eye into his body. Shimura Danzang didn't care about so much, so he dug out his own eyes with his bare hands and inlaid the reincarnation eye he had just obtained. Ah! Shimura Danzo could only grit his teeth and endure the heart-wrenching pain, and also felt a warm chakra quickly healing the wounds in his eye sockets. Next moment, the visual nerve began to connect. When the samurai eye was embedded in the eye socket, Shimura Danzo woke up from the illusion. He subconsciously wanted to feel the power of the samurai eye, and by the way he wanted to sense what happened to his body just now. But transplantation of the reincarnation eye is just the beginning. Or the end of the illusion in the transcribe seal is just the beginning. When Heiju saw a Shimura Danzo who had just transplanted a reincarnation eye, his inner thoughts were so complicated that they were extremely complicated. What to do? Baiju's half-face finally stopped calm and said nervously, Nakamon's Rinpoche has been taken away by Shimura Danzo, and the other one will soon fall into Obito's hands. Don't panic. Heiju's half-face was still very confident, and he spoke in a deep voice, this guy Shimura Danzang has the curse seal left by Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan can use the power of this curse seal to control him in order to use the natural art of reincarnation to revive himself. What we have to do now is to tell Wei Yuan the news. Chapter 169 News that Shiera Umiya finally waited for. In Konoha village. Konoha's crisis has not been completely resolved. But at least it can prevent them from being too nervous. The palms of Chihu Hashima were still closed, and the magic chakra on his body had been activated, ready to impose a new seal on the suppressed Shiera Emiya at any time. Now, what should I do? Sarutobi Hinaru looked at the figure of Shiera Emiya half-squatting under Tori, and turned to look at his teacher, the second-generation Naruto Senju Tamoma. Do you want to untie the filthy reincarnation technique on the body of your Excellency Emiya and let his soul return to the underworld to rest in peace? It's useless. Kishao Tobimara shook his head, not thinking that he could still unlock the reincarnation of the filthy land. The reincarnation technique on his body must have been out of control, because the last time when the Lord Ushi was reincarnated by me with the reincarnation of the filthy land, he had already mastered the solution to the reincarnation technique of the filthy land, which could allow the reincarnation of the filthy land to continue to act without the control of the caster. Click. The sound of a Tori rupture suddenly fell into their ears, and the voice immediately made the people present look nervous again. Chihu Hashirama immediately reshot the magic, releasing Tori from the Akyo gate, suppressing Amiri Shiera's figure in place. Then are you going to be stalemate like this? Jiraiya felt a little uneasy inside. Other sealing techniques may not be useful. Chihao Tobimaru shook his head, and his eyes looked at Shiera Emiya, as if he could see the terrifying soul hidden under the body of the filthy land. Emiya Shiera's soul is too horrifying. Even the god of death in the underworld dared not fight against his soul. But death is not useless either. At least he could force the Weigong Shiwen to leave the reincarnation body of the filthy land. Senju Tobirama was very convinced that his corpse ghost sealing technique was not successful, but he also achieved the goal of forcing Shiera Emiya's soul back to the underworld. There is still only one technique. Chihao Tobirama remembered the scene he saw before he died last time and said in a deep voice, use the corpse ghost to seal his soul back to the underworld. But the technique of sealing the entire corpse and ghost requires sacrifice. Once the corpse ghost sealing technique is used, the soul will definitely be swallowed and sealed by the god of death at the cost. In the future, there may not be anyone who can use them to help them unblock the god of death like Orochimaru. Fortunately, Naruto never fears sacrifice. No matter how many Naruto present, he would not be afraid of sacrificing his life. Even the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama, who was once considered the most scheming. This is a responsibility. It is also an enlightenment that they have long awakened. Let me do it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, and he said with a calm expression, "I have already prepared this day." And he can only perform this technique because the reincarnated person in the filthy land is essentially the dead and cannot attract the arrival of the god of death. The god of death will only be interested in the soul of the living. 3 generations of adults. Old man. Naofeng Mizuno and Jiraiya immediately became nervous. Monkey. A hint of relief appeared on the faces of Chihao Hashirama and Chihao Tobira, who were pleased that this child they had hoped for in the past had grown into a qualified Naruto. Sarutobi Hinesan looked at his disciple Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, from today on, you will be Konoha's 5 dynasty Hokage." Today, Sarutobi Hinata can only entrust Jiraiya. Because Konoha really couldn't find any other suitable candidates. Ah! Jiraiya was caught off guard. He subconsciously looked at Tsunade and suddenly made a suggestion. "Tsunade is also suitable, right?" "Certainly. Tsunade is indeed very suitable. But Tsunade's current state is very problematic." However, when Shiera Emiya's identity changed, Tsunade's heart almost collapsed, and Sarutobi Hinesan could not determine that Tsunade could still take over Naruto's position. "I suggest that Tsunade succeed the 5 dynasties." Jiraiya did not deny this concept, but put forward a very convincing reason. He looked at the lost Tsunade. If Tsunade shoulders the responsibility of protecting Konoha, she will definitely be able to become stronger again. Jiraiya does have his own selfishness. First, of course, he does not want to be bound by Naruto's position. He still needs to continue to devote his energy to education Naruto Uzumaki and find ways to guide his disciples Nagato and Konan back on the right path. Secondly, he naturally didn't want to see Tsunade's future dark. He knew how much weight Emiya Shiera occupied in Tsunade's heart. Only by refilling another existence with the same weight could Tsunade's heart be cheered up. In the past, Tsunade just carries the will of Shiera Emiya. Now that Emiya Shiera's will has been broken in her heart, she can only try every means to re-implement her new will in her heart. It just so happened that in this world, there is no more suitable fire will in Naruto. Sarutobi Hizaki thought for a while, and after considering Konoha's interests and future, he suddenly realized that the idea proposed by Jiraiya might be the best choice for Konoha. Say something not very nice. Tsunade may no longer be able to face anything about Emiya Shiera, but her life is full of traces of Emiya Shiera, and even her mentality can no longer become a medical ninja or even a suitable ninja. If Jireya's idea. Once Tsunade cheers up, her strength is crucial to Konoha. The only question is whether Tsunade can cheer up again because of her successor Naruto. Maybe, it's fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiho Hashirama and others, and asked about their attitudes. First generation, second generation, Minato, what do you think? This is the business of your generation. Chiho Hashirama waved his hand and didn't care much about such things, but he immediately thought of a fatal question. Wait, Xiao Tsuna will not lose the village after becoming a Hokage. Everyone present couldn't help but jumped. No. Jiraiya shook her head. He knew it was a joke, but his eyes looked at Shiera Emiya, who was suppressed by the Akishin Gate. Actually, Tsunade hasn't gambling for a long time, and she has even almost quit drinking in recent years. All of them are given by Wei Gong Shiwen. However, Shiera Emiya was not moved by this. Old Master Emiya. Jiraiya was in a little heavy mood. He wanted to get an answer from Emiya. Shiera, why must we use extreme terrifying means to create what you think of peace? If you can do it yourself. Emiya Shiera looked up at Jiraiya. I don't have to do this too much. Jiraiya's throat suddenly stagnated. He seemed to have thought of something, and immediately wanted to continue to persuade Shiera Emiya, but there must be something other people can do, such as Naruto. Don't you also believe in the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal? Don't you also think that Naruto is the son of the prophecy? If it is the prophecy of Toad Pill. Emiya Shiera looked at Jiraiya and suddenly spoke, why do you think Nagato will not become a prophetic child? Jiraiya was speechless. Because Nagato and Uzumaki Naruto are both his disciples. Even Nagato now has the idea of changing the ninja world. But Nagato's idea came from Shiera Emiya. Jiraiya has already believed that Nagato and Naruto Uzumaki are both prophetic children, but he cannot accept it no matter what. He must find an opportunity to change Nagato's idea. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen uses the corpse ghost seal to force Shiera's soul back to the underworld, he will go to Nagato and persuade the disciple to give up the war weapon plan organized by the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya. Emiya Shiera called Jiraiya and said calmly, Toad Maple has told you a lot of things, so that you will keep guarding me, right? Yes. Jiraiya had to nod, and he was extremely curious. I have something strange. The Big Toad Immortal told me that Lord Emiya had made extreme actions for peace in ancient times. It was the war weapon plan of the Akatsuki organization, right? If you want to know, it doesn't matter to tell you. Emiya Shiera shook her head and said her way in the ancient times without changing her face. At that time, I just wanted to kill all the disciples of ninja sect, that is, to kill all the people who owned chakra in that era to prevent chakra from being left out. Jiraiya's souls are rising. Even the first generation Naruto, the second generation Naruto and others were shocked at the same time. Kill those who own chakra. Isn't this the ancestor who killed them? This medical ninja from ancient times actually did such extremes in ancient times. Such a secret. It's really unheard of. But this secret is a bit scary. Compared with the indiscriminate killing of Emiya Shiera, the Akatsuki's war weapon plan made them feel so gentle and cute at this time. I really didn't expect. Jiraiya knew that Emiya Shiera would not lie about this matter, but just shook her head and sighed. The medical saint who has been circulating in the ninja world for thousands of years actually has such a past. In order to achieve eternal peace, nothing cannot be sacrificed, just like you do whatever you want for Konoha. But Azura, the ancestors of the Thousand Hand clan and the Uzumaki. Emiya Shiera looked at Chiho Hashirama, as if looking at an old friend of the past. He convinced me at that time and asked me to give up that idea. Everyone's mood was a little relaxed. Although they knew that Shiera Emiya's plan to kill all those with chakra in ancient times was not successful, when they heard someone convinced Shiera Emiya to give up, they still relaxed their hearts for the dangerous situations facing their ancestors. Azura promised me. People in this world understand each other and there will be no war. I believe him. Emiya Shiera reached out to stroke his eyes and stroked the pair of reincarnation eyes. I also used the power of the reincarnation eyes to resurrect all the disciples of the ninja sect who were killed by me, so that the chakra in this world would be passed down again. A cold sweat suddenly appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. Even the few Narutos were a little worried when they heard it. They suddenly understood Emiya Shiera's thoughts at this time because they all knew the history of the ninja world. Whether it is the Millennium Warring States period, or the birth of 3 ninja wars, people from later generations. It really disappointed Shiera Emiya, an ancient ancestor. So, sorry. Chiho Hashirama was a little honest and kowtowed to Shiera Emiya seriously, choosing to apologize for his inability to fulfill his ancestor's promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others could only stand there and spoke in a little shameless manner. Senju Tobirama felt guilty for a moment, and immediately grabbed a point. Wait, the reincarnation eye has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Sir Emiya, something happened to Nagato. Just as Chiho Tobirama thought of this, a voice appeared at the feet of Shiera Emiya. A monster with a yin and yang black and white face came out and reported to Shiera Emiya that the man had been waiting for them to report. Danzang took away Nagato's reincarnation eye. Danzang. Danzang. Everyone present showed a look of shock on their faces. Especially at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more shocked and angry. He didn't expect that when everyone was fighting to the death here, even when he was ready to sacrifice, Shimura Danzo actually secretly went to snatch the reincarnation eye. That bastard! What do you want to do when you grab the reincarnation eye at this time? Chapter 170 Resurrection. Compared to the surprising Konoha ninjas. When Emiya Shiera heard the news, her expression obviously changed. The man's silent eyes suddenly raised, and his face looked as if he was shocked by the sudden snatch of Shimura Danzo. What the hell is going on? Emiya Shiera stared at Heiju in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't Nagato and Konan have escaped? With their strength? It was Uchiha Obito who betrayed us." Kuriko immediately interrupted Shiera Emiya and quickly said the incident quickly. When Nagato and Konan left, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzo joined forces to ambush Nagato and used the forbidden technique that Madara had used to take away one of Nagato's reincarnation eyes. After Heiju finished speaking, he was afraid that things would not be urgent enough. He knew that the people who Emiya Shiera had always recognized valued it very much, and hurriedly added, "Nakaman is now being besieged by Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru, and Nagato is already in danger." "I see." Emiya Shiera's face turned gloomy. At least in Heiju's appearance, he knew that Shiera Emiya must be angry about why, and he also knew that Shiera Emiya the first thing that must have been annoyed that Shimura Danzo had attacked Nagato, whom he recognized, and even took away the reincarnation eye, which was crucial to the UI plan. At the same moment, the faces of Konoha ninjas present also changed suddenly. Sarutobi Hinazan's eyes suddenly became particularly angry. When he was preparing to sacrifice his life to solve the threat of Shiera Emiya, the news came that his old friend Danzo and Konoha's two most dangerous level rebel ninjas joined forces. He had already cursed Danzo from head to toe in his heart. Obito. Naoki Mizuno was unaware of Uchiha Obito's affairs, and his face was obviously a little surprised. "Obito is still alive." Watergate. The Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago was made by Uchiha Obito wearing a mask. At this time, Jiraiya could only tell Hatsuki Mizuno the truth, but his focus was on Orochimaru, frowned and thought about Orochimaru's style. This guy Orochimaru. Is it because Konoha has made such a big deal to make such a big deal in the resurrection of all dynasties so that the Hokage of all dynasties can help him hold back Emiya Shiera and wait for an opportunity to seize the Nagato's Rinpoche? This is really... One wave has not yet settled and another wave has risen again. However, while Konoha was talking here, Heiju persuaded Emiya Shiera next to him. It seemed as if he knew the idea that was coming up in Emiya Shiera's heart, and immediately filled a fire in Emiya Shiera's heart. Vihara. I know you have always hoped that the story of this era will end with the ninja of this era, but we can only rely on you now. Always. Emiya Shiera was unwilling to use Nagato's Samsaka Eye to resurrect. The reason given by Emiya Shiera is that Nagato is also a companion who will change the future of the ninja world together. If Nagato really wants to resurrect a person with the Samurai Eye, then he hopes that Nagato uses the Samurai Eye to help Uchiha Madara resurrection, so that Uchiha Madara, who has been recognized, can complete the Moon Eye plan with his own hands. But now his ideas should have changed. What he should do now is to punish Shimura Danzo, use Shimura Danzo to complete his resurrection, and then give this world a thunderous blow. Heiju looked at Shiera Emiya's eyes more and more anticipated, because he had already seen Shiera Emiya's slowly clenched fists. It knew that this man was undergoing a change of thought, and it knew that Emiya Shiera would definitely want to punish Shimura Danzo for seizing the Samurai Eye. After Shimura Danzo got the Samurai, he was squeezed to death by the power of the Samurai, so that the guy knew that not all the powers he could get involved. Vihara. Heiju called out to Shiera Emiya. At this moment, their ideas are extremely tacit. Heiju knew that Emiya Shiera must understand what he meant and must understand what he wanted him to do, because only that answer could change the status quo. And Emiya Shiera. I will never let down Heiju's expectations. Emiya Shiera suddenly raised her finger in silence. The moment Emiya Shiera's fingers were raised, the expectation on Heiju's face immediately turned into joy. It already knew what Emiya Shiera was going to do. Although Emiya Shiera is unwilling to be resurrected, I have always wanted to be a leader. But now only when he is truly resurrected can he quickly deal with the group of Naruto around him, take back the reincarnation eye that Shimura Danzo took away, and save Nagato and Konan. Brother, be careful. Senjo Tobira immediately noticed something that Emiya Shiera seemed to be doing, and quickly reminded Senjo Hashirama loudly, hoping that Senjo Hashirama would strengthen the seal as soon as possible. However, this reminder has a negative effect. Originally, Shinjo Hashimasa had never relaxed his seal on Shiera Emiya. After hearing his brother's cry, he subconsciously turned back to Tobira, Shinju. Same. It is also this time to look back. The worst situation was also seen in Senjo Hashirama. When Kishao Tobirama made a sound reminder, the curse seal on his body quickly flowed in an instant, and it was actually controlling his body and forming a seal with his hands. Water escapes, water breaks waves. Chihao Tobirama opened his mouth and spit out a high-speed stream of water towards the direction of the Icon Gate. The stream of water cut all Tori open in an instant like a sharp blade. Todomama. Chihao Hashirama looked at this scene with shock. I'm controlled by the curse. Chihao Tobirama's face looked particularly ugly. The curse seal on his body slowly wrapped around him, leaving him with only his own mouth and still able to speak out with difficulty, monkey. Second generation. Sarutobi Hinata immediately understood the meaning of Chihao Tobirama. He immediately raised his hand to put together his hands to form the handprints of the corpse ghost sealing technique and deal with Shiera Emiya as soon as possible. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's body instantly stiffened. Because the curse seal on him spread rapidly, he could not move at all, and could only watch his palms unable to close no matter what. Shib. Jiraiya's face changed again. He remembered that Emiya Shiera had left a curse seal on Sarutobi Hinata and others, but Emiya Shiera had never used the back door of this trap, even when he was just sealed by the Mingshen Gate. Now, why did Emiya Shiera suddenly use the curse seal to control Sarutobi Hinasen and Senjo Tobirama? At this time, this guy suddenly attacked what he wanted to do. Jiraiya couldn't figure it out. However, Chihao Tobirama had already figured it out in an instant. At this moment, Senjo Tobirama's brain combined all the information he received, and he had already obtained an answer that made him feel terrifying. I just learned. The reincarnation eye has the ability to resurrect the dead. In the past, the chakra with a curse seal planted on Shimura Danzo's body. When the two were combined, Chihao Tobirama posted the scene of seeing Shiera Amiria again. He wants to, resurrection. Senjo Tobirama immediately told the answer he had thought of, he wants to use the curse seal, to control Danzo to truly resurrect himself. Same. Senjo Tobirama also gave the most profound reminder. Let's find out Danzo quickly. Senjo Tobirama could not imagine whether it was possible for them to stop this man who could already be called a god in ancient times after Emiya Shiera was truly resurrected. But after all, it's too late. Under Heiju's increasingly anticipated eyes, in the fearful and uneasy eyes of Chihao Tobirama, while a group of Konoha ninjas were still surprised, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from Shiera Emiya's body. Not good. Chihu Hashirama intuitively realized that the situation was not good. A chakra light immediately attached to his palm, and he waved his fists and smashed it towards Shiera Amiri's body. The speed should be faster. I have to stop what is about to happen. As long as you can quickly stop Emiya Shiera, you may be able to. However, everything is useless. The light on Shiera Emiya's body has disappeared. When the white light on Shiera Emiya's body gradually disappeared, the once dead and silent body of the filthy land completely turned into its original body, and the surging chakra in its body was also quickly reviving. This moment, the power of the past finally returned to the body. Those forces that were already obtained in ancient times but had to try their best to suppress them can finally be unscrupulously released in this era. A terrifying chakra exuded aura suddenly swept across Konoha, and countless Konoha ninjas were overturned at this moment. Those towering trees that were once towering in the forests of the village, were shaken violently by the strong wind brought by this momentum. What the hell is going on? Haki Kakashi was thinking about chasing Uchiha Obito, but he was almost overturned by this chakra. Fortunately, Midkai reached out and grabbed him. This. Midkai's feet were inserted on the ground, blocking a group of stinging ninja ghosts, staring at the released chakra with his pupils wide open, and a big cold sweat fell on his cheek. This kind of terrifying chakra. Can humans really have it? Shi Rihong pulled her disciple, her body trembling with vague fear of the chakra momentum. She could swear that she had never seen such a terrifying chakra. Even the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The nine-tailed chakra cannot be compared with this terrifying chakra. In the end, what happened? All the ninjas in Konoha had the same questions in their hearts. Everyone is desperately looking for things they can rely on so that their bodies will not be directly thrown out by the momentum brought by this chakra. The center of the battlefield. the center of this chakra explosion. Two figures stood in this central area. Amiya Shiera lowered her head slightly, stretched her palm calmly, and tightly grasped the heavy punch that Kishao Hashirama hit. No. Or. It is particularly easy to grasp. Because it was so easy for him to catch this punch. Amiya Shiera clearly felt the vitality in his body, the flow of blood vessels in his body, and the feeling that his soul was born by his body again at this moment. Senjo Hashirama was in a particularly heavy mood. This first generation of Naruto felt the most truly terrifying chakra from Shiera Emiya in the central area where Shiera Emiya was truly resurrected. This kind of chakra, even at his peak, I have to admit that I am far from being able to match. Amiya Shiera slowly raised her head and looked at Kishao Hashirama. The reincarnation eye in her eyes broke like paper scraps, leaving only a pair of empty eye sockets that made people look a little scary. However, Amiya Shiera didn't care about the light he had lost at all. This man who personally put an end to his life 1,000 years ago has written a new mark for his life after 1,000 years. Chapter 171 No, my body is a little too strong. Unbelievable. Humans can never imagine an existence they have never seen before. Just as Konoha Ninja can never imagine how powerful the most powerful person in the world is, they have seen it with their own eyes at this moment. The body of the first Naruto Shimura, who was once praised by countless ninjas as the god of ninjas, also became stiff involuntarily in front of Shiera Emiya. At this moment, his soul was also shocked by the fact that he could see a terrifying ninja. What a terrifying chakra! Chihao Hashima looked at Amiya Shiera with a serious expression, but he did not dare to relax because the other party lost his eyes, and even he became even more nervous. Is this Lord Emiya's true power? Amiya Shiera ignored Senjo Hashirama, but just closed her empty eyes and sniffed the smell of earth in the air between her nose. This was a feeling that the filthy body had never had before. Life. It's really beautiful. Compared with the shock of Shiera Senjo's power by Shiera Senjo, Tomoema Senjo has a more intuitive and sober understanding of Shiera Emiya's power. Chihao Tobirama would not underestimate the other person because Emiya Shiera lost her eyes. He knew that the living Emiya Shiera and the reincarnated Emiya Shiera had a gap between heaven and earth. The chakra and soul of the second generation Hokage instantly became tense. His body was still controlled by the curse seal and could not move, so he could only remind everyone present. Careful. He is now. It's no different from the gods. Always try. Chihu Hashirama narrowed his eyes, and his fist suddenly quickly retracted, turned into a palm and slashed towards Shiera Amiri's neck. Only Konoha has the strongest combat power, and only he is the most suitable to test Emiya Shiera's combat power at this moment. Emiya Shiera accurately grasped Senjo Hashirama's wrist. His body seemed to be integrated with nature, and he could clearly sense what was happening around him. Next moment, Chihao Hashirama felt a dizzy turn. When Chihu Hashima realized what was going on, his body had been pulled up by Shiera Emiya and drew it heavily on the ground. The power of both. It's just a world of difference. Brother. Senjo Tobirama saw his brother being hit by a blow, and hurriedly ordered the Habuki Mizuno beside him, 4th generation meta, please help me seal the power of the curse seal. Yes. Naofeng Mizuno was very good at sealing techniques. He knew that the situation was critical and immediately rushed to Tobima Senju and raised his hand to form the sealing techniques. Except for Tobirama Senju. There are also 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan who also need to reseal the curse seal. The powerful power obtained by relying on the curse seal of Emiya Shiera in the past finally reaped the bitter fruit that had been laid long ago after decades. Would escape. Chihao Hashirama didn't care about his embarrassment, so he jumped up quickly, and put together his hands to perform the wooden escape ninjutsu, so that it could be used to entangle Emiya Shiera. 3 vines instantly wrapped around Shiera Emiya's body. Wind escape. Emiya Shiwen turned her head carelessly, raised her palm and waved it. The 3 vines were instantly cut and torn to pieces by wind. Emiya Shiera's body instantly appeared in front of Chihu Hashimama as if teleported in an instant, so fast that the first generation of Hokage could not even react. Bang! A whip leg was thrown on him. Senjo Hashimasa flew backwards unexpectedly. Is the Flying Thunder God? Chihu Hashirama barely stood firm, recalling the way Emiya Shiera appeared in front of him, and judging the other party's speed. No, that's not the Flying Thunder God, just a simple speed. Next moment, Shiera Emiya rushed towards him again. Senjo Hashirama didn't have time to resist too much, so he had time to raise his arms to block him, but was kicked directly into the ruins by Shiera Emiya. But this also gave him a chance to breathe. Immortal Technique Ming Shenman. Chihao Hashirama once again used the sealing magic technique, half-kneeled in the ruins and raised his hand to form a seal, and Tori fell from the sky again. This time. But the Ming Shen sect can no longer seal the guardian in its original seal. Immortal techniques and dust escape. Shi Yumiya waved without raising his head. A dazzling white light turned into a disc in his palm and flew upwards. The moment the white light disc touched the seal of the Ming Shen gate, it turned Tori into nothingness. Dust escape. This is the spoils obtained from the second generation of Tugakamo when the 40 years age Miyashiera calmed down the First Ninja World War. No, it should be said that it is the immortal method and dust escape. If it is more strictly speaking, this is the Sixpathy immortal arts and dust escape performed by the Sixpathy level immortal art chakra, which makes the dust escape enough to achieve unprecedented power. Dust escape. Senjo Tobirama could not judge the dust escape of Emiya Shiera, so he could only guess based on the effect of the technique. However, at this moment, the curse seals on his and Sarutobi Hinata were finally sealed again, and they were finally allowed to participate in the next battle. 4th Generation Project. Senju Tobima raised his hand and put it on the shoulder of Hakusuke Mizuno and formulated a fairly reliable combat plan. Now he is very fast. We left the Flying Thunder God mark on each other's body, flashing back and approaching the attack in an instant. Once the attack fails, we immediately flash back and retreat alternately. This is the safest way. In the battle just now, Tomomi Senju had already seen that Emiya Shiera's speed was now frighteningly fast. At least they could barely avoid the attack with the technique of Flying Thunder Gods. This is also because both of them are reincarnated bodies in the filthy land and have infinite chakra, so that they don't have to care about the consumption of chakra when fighting. But Emiya Shiera may not have no way to deal with the reincarnated person in the filthy land. Although we are the reincarnated bodies of the filthy land. When Chihao Tobirama said this, he frowned and seemed to have thought of something, but he has obtained all my memories, and he will definitely not lack the sealing technique. Yes, I'll be careful. Naofeng Mizuno nodded slowly. Because he had seen many forbidden techniques left by the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobima, Emiya Shiera must also be good at sealing techniques. However, Tobirama Senju's brows quickly stretched out and mentioned another thing. Fortunately the caster named Orochimaru is not here. As long as that evil guy does not unlock the art, our filthy reincarnation technique will not stop. Even if it is sealed, he can find a way to unseal each other and continue fighting. I have to say, this is a method that is almost a scoundrel. As long as their filthy reincarnation technique does not stop, as long as the three of them are not sealed by the Umiyashi at the same time, the battle will never stop. After Tomomi Senju formulated the next tactics, the figures of him and Mizuno Masashimai immediately turned into two flashes, and the two of them instantly moved closer to Shiera Amiri. This is the ultimate combat method of the Flying Thunder God. As long as two Flying Thunder magicians are used at the same time, they will be in the space teleportation state of the time and space art forever before they launch an attack. If you want to solve the problem of Senju Tomomi and Hatsuki Mizuno, you either seize the opportunity to counterattack when they are approaching their attacks, or you can only seize the opportunity to solve one of them during the interval when the Flying Thunder God flashes back and approaches when someone appears. A group of Konoha ninjas were dazzled at this moment, and they could not judge the direction of the two Hokages at all. What's more, Emiya Shiera, who had already lost his eyes, could only sense the two of them who were instantly approaching and judging their positions in a flash. Emiya Shiera raised her hand and pinched Kishao Hashimura's neck, lowered her head slightly, sensed the two figures that were approaching him instantly, and her brows couldn't help but frown gently. Want to crack this trick? It was a bit difficult for him to be blind. However, it seems so easy for him who is truly resurrected. Even if they just stand in place and let Senju Tobirama and Hatsuki Mizumaru attack, their attacks cannot damage his body. The 6L body has powerful defense capabilities, and even the recovery ability is far above the self-healing of Senju Hashirama. Click. Chihao Tobirama instantly approached Emiya Shiera, and the kyu in his hand wanted to stab Emiya Shiera's body instantly broke. How could it be? Immortal method Rusuchiwan. The spire bray in Hakusuke Mizuno's hand hit Shiera Emiya's body and could only stir up a burst of smoke, which made a flash of surprise flash in the fourth generation of Hokage's eyes. However, Hatsuki Mizuno didn't care, and he immediately discovered the effect of his attack. At least his Rasenguan left a flying thunder god mark on Emiya Shiera. As long as you make a mark on the enemy, you can use endless attacks to solve the opponent, and sooner or later you can find a suitable solution to Shiera Emiya. Retreat first. Chihao Tobira hurriedly reminded Bo Feng Shui Gate. The two Narutos immediately used the technique of flying thunder to stay away from Shiera Emiya. Unfortunately, they never have a chance again. 9 painted black balls quietly appeared behind Emiya Shiera, floating strangely behind him, adding a bit of mysterious color to his body. Silently, Emiya Shiera entered the 6-path chakra mode. What is that? A group of people looked at the round of praying for Taoism behind Shiera Emiya in surprise. Because the ninjas of this era have never seen them, no one will know that it is a combination of 7 chakra changes in nature. Same. I didn't know. When the Jade of Quest appears, it means that the mass of chakra has risen, and the peak of the combat power of this world has quietly changed. Even Shiera Emiya in the 6-path mode has a faulty suppression force against all ninjas in this world. Your time and space technique is excellent. Shiera Emiya shook his head gently, and his palm suddenly raised towards the direction where the 2 Hokages flashed back away from him, and a calm voice echoed on the land, but there is no point in front of absolute power. The bodies of Senju Tobima and Hatsuki Mizuno were stagnant at the same time. The 2 people who were already using the Flying Thunder God's technique stopped uncontrollably because the souls in their bodies were slowly leaving from the reincarnation of the filthy land. Not good. Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a soul rising. He watched his soul float up and finally realized something extremely terrifying, something he had never thought would happen. The art of reincarnation in the immortal land. It will be directly forced to be lifted. Once the reincarnation of the filthy land was forcibly untied by the Ushihara, then the reincarnated person in the filthy land can no longer stay in the present world and continue to fight. This world can only be taken by the Ushima Shi-Yuen. Next moment, the souls of the 2 people floated out at the same time. Naofeng Mizuno opened his palm and watched his soul floating in the air. A trace of worry appeared in his eyes because he also considered this issue. That my own child. Hakusuke Minato subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Naruto Uzumaki. Because this time he returned to the underworld, he didn't know if he would still have the chance to see Naruto again in the future. Especially Naruto's future life will definitely become more bumpy in the ninja world under the rule of Emiya Shiera. Chapter 172 Madara is also our companion. The soul of Bo Feng Shuman is still ascending to heaven. If the human souls return to the underworld without any regrets, they can be calm before they die. But Bo Feng Shui Gate is really worried about the present world. Dad. Uzumaki Naruto rushed towards Hakusuke Mizuno. Naruto. Naoki Mizuno looked at his son and wanted to say something that his child could deal with the crisis of Emiya Shiera, but he couldn't think of it anyway. The only thing that can be done. Perhaps it is to implant the belief that one will win for one's son. Naruto. Naruto could only take advantage of the gap where his soul was ascending to heaven and tried hard to encourage Naruto Uzumaki to face the future. I'm really sorry, I haven't helped solve the crisis in the ninja world, but the hope that the future will stop Lord Emiya is on you. I will stop Emiya. In fact, the 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki didn't understand anything. He only knew that Shiera Emiya and Konoha village had a conflict, and even knew what war weapons were. Just looking at his father's eagerly looking at his eyes, the boy chose to grit his teeth and agreed. I believe Naruto can do it. Naruto Mizuno looked at his son, and praised while encouraging, just like my mother, and I believe that Naruto will work hard to grow up and become an excellent ninja. The rest of the voice. The fourth generation of Naruto Shizumizu, the soul ascends to heaven. This is the first Naruto to be forced to withdraw from the battlefield in the battle. On the other side, Senju Tobirama really has no time to chat. This second generation Naruto immediately controlled his soul to perform the magic of spiritualization. He wanted to stay in this world for a little more time, but he refused to give up at this moment. Even so, he was powerless either. Even his soul could not even get close to Shiera Emiya. His soul rushed forward and was knocked away by Shiera Emiya. The soul of Chihao Tobira can only watch his elder brother Chihao Hashirama being beaten, particularly embarrassed by Emiya Shiera, and there is no way to see the power of the former ninja god. Lucky. Or rather, it is misfortune. Even with the art of spiritualization, the soul of Chihao Tobirama could not last longer, and his soul finally had to leave the world, but his soul was not at peace before leaving. The second Naruto left the world. The first Naruto Chihao Hashirama didn't care about watching his brother's soul ascend to heaven, but he couldn't vent his emotions at this time because he refused to give up. Even the weakest Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru has never given up. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinasen has begun to form handprints of all corpses and ghosts. Sarutobi Hinata summoned the god of death and would be destined to die. Perhaps it would be too late for him to summon the god of death at this time, but the responsibility of Naruto also made Sarutobi Hinata unable to retreat. Nonsense and corpse ghosts are sealed. A hint of perseverance flashed in Sarutobi Hina's eyes. The tall phantom of the death god appeared from behind Sarutobi Hinako. But the moment when the god of death saw Shiera Emiya, he opened his mouth silently and waved the short knife in his hand and rushed towards Shiera Emiya. Do you still refuse to remember? However, Shiera Emiya just raised her palm and made a gesture of buckling her fingers, as if she was holding a head. Emiya Shiera has learned from the last time he reincarnated the filthy land and conducted a simple communication with the god of death in the underworld, at least letting the god of death learn fear in front of him, and to avoid the art of sealing the entire corpse and ghosts becoming his obstacle during the reincarnation of the filthy land. Even though I don't need to be resurrected. But such a simple solution can also avoid more trouble. Facts proved. This move is still effective. When the god of death saw Shiera Emiya's fingers, he finally remembered the fear of being dominated by a powerful soul in the underworld. He retreated quickly as if he had encountered a natural enemy. The shadow of the god of death was so scared that it dissipated staggeringly. This time, the god of death was even so scared that he dared not take back Sarutobi Hinako's soul and left the world. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hinashin's body was no longer able to support it. The summoning of the god of death also exhausted his last life. Unfortunately, the result of the appearance of the god of death was disappointing. It was obvious that the god in charge of the death underworld seemed to be like a small animal that encountered a beast when he saw Shiera Emiya, and he couldn't even create a decent trouble for Shiera Emiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not understand the reason. However, the scene of the death dissipating made some people's faces instantly become desperate. Because Jiraiya originally believed that the technique of sealing the entire corpse ghost was the last trump card, that Sarutobi Hinasara sacrificed his life at the last moment to solve the problem of Shiera Emiya. Say it bluntly. There is no more powerful technique than the entire Konoha. Because this technique was once used to easily cut open the most powerful 9 tails in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, the last trump card was resolved so easily. Konoha now. Who else can fight against Shiera Emiya? Would escape Mole Dragon technique. The first generation of Naruto Senjo Hashirama closed his palm. Even though this first generation Naruto knew that he was no match for Shiera Emiya and knew that his defeat was getting closer, he was still making the final effort. Not until the last moment. Senjo Hashirama will never give up. However, the firm will of this first-generation Naruto can only become a footnote to highlight Emiya Shiera's strength in the end. The huge wooden dragon wrapped around Shiera Emiya's body. Emiya Shiera's arm shook hard, and the wooden dragon wrapped around him cracked inch by inch, and the scattered wood chips fell to the ground like rain. Emiya Shiera's figure rushed to Chihuhashimama at high speed, raised his hand and slapped the other party's body. Chiaisha Hashirama's body was slapped by Shiera Emiya, and his soul was slapped out by Shiera Emiya, and the body of the filthy land was instantly released by Shiera Emiya. Old Master Emiya. The soul of this first-generation Naruto quickly rose toward the sky. He looked at the figure of Emiya Shiera, his face full of tension and anxiety, and wanted to persuade him, challenge for peace is never real peace. Nothing to say. Emiya Shiera could not see the face of Chihuhashirama, and knew the unfinished meaning of his words, so she directly interrupted him. I'm not interested in staying here and wasting time. Because his goals have been achieved. It's a pity that when my plan reaches this point, I don't have any pleasant thoughts, and I can't even show how happy I am at this time. After all, Heiju is still by his side. The current resurrection is just the beginning. It can even be said that this complex resurrection plan not only allows him to truly have the power to protect himself, but also uses it to force Heiju, the biggest mastermind behind the ninja world, to propose another thing. Heiju, let's go. Amiya Shiera's body floated out of thin air, and the 9 begging jade hovered at his feet, and he passed through many Konoha ninjas expressionlessly. Each Konoha ninja's face was shocked and fearful, but the terrifying chakra power was suppressed by the terrifying emitting from Shiera Amiya, suppressing everyone present from moving. Yes. Heiju followed with a silly smile. However, the smile on Heiju's face was a little weird. Because it was watching the chastity of the Taoist pursuing under the feet of Shiera Amiya, it had to pay attention to a problem that it also thought was extremely difficult. Amiya Shiera. It seems that he is really too strong. Seeking for Taoist Jade. 7 products of extreme changes in chakra attributes. This ability can only be created by those who truly master the 6 paths of ability. Being able to create the Taoist Jade means that Amiya Shiera is almost exactly the same as the 6th-path immortal Atsutsuki Heiyoshi. This power. It may also pose a threat to Kaguya. If Shiera Amiya's power is the same as the 6th-path immortals, it will be difficult for him to control Shiera Amiya in the future and treat the other party as a container for resurrecting Kaguya. Our plan is no longer a problem. Heiju followed behind Shiera Amiya and carefully mentioned his thoughts. Ihara, after going back this time, should you find an opportunity to resurrect Madara? Spot. After all, we are our companions. Chapter 173 Create a New I. The power can be strong. But the power cannot be too strong. Amiya Shiera was so strong that Hei was a little hard to accept. If the power of the chess piece is strong, it can help you resurrect Kaguya successfully. If the power is too strong, it may make Kaguya's resurrection not go smoothly. Amiya Shiera's power. It must be more than the 10th-ailed man Zulai. This made Heiju miss Uchiha Madara a little. Although in the past, whenever Amiya Shiera was resurrected, Heiju would abandon Uchihama for Amiya Shiera, because he always regarded Uchihama as an alternative. But when Shiera Amiya showed some possibility of his out of control, Heiju immediately began to raise his alternative container first. This guy. She looks like a scumbag. Amiya Shiera will definitely not expose Heiju's thoughts. After all, Heiju's idea came from Shiera Amiya, and Shiera Amiya has to take the initiative to help fuel the fire. Good. I will start preparing for the matter when I go back. You go find Danzang's body and recycle the reincarnation eye. After Shiera Amiya ordered Heiju without looking back, he flew directly into the air. I'll go and save Nagato and Konan first. Clear. Baiju's original body immediately sneaked down. When Shiera Amiya arrived at Nagato, only Konan was left sitting down on his head, holding Nagato, who was seriously injured and dying, in his arms. As for Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru, these 2 people realized the danger and had already escaped. Before leaving, Uchiha Obito got the only remaining Sangha Eye in Nagato because he needed Sangha Eye to have hope of negotiating with Shiera Amiya. Master Emiya. When Xionin looked up at Shiera Emiya in confusion, her eyes suddenly returned to the clarity, and a hint of hope suddenly flashed across her face. Master Emiya, can you save Nagato? With Master Emiya's medical ninjutsu. Xiaonan, don't! Nagato interrupted Konan with a weak voice. His eyes were poached, his body was almost collapsed, and he didn't think he had any value for living. Even if he is alive. What can I do? Amiya Shiera walked to them, reached out and landed on Nagato's chest, checking his injuries. A hot white light suddenly appeared in his palm. Sir Amiya, this is... Nagato immediately felt the surging pure chakra. He felt the power invading his body in disbelief and making up for the life energy he had consumed. Even more incredible is... When Shiera Emiya's palm stroked Nagato's empty eye sockets, Nagato actually grew a pair of eyes again, allowing him to see the light again. This is the power of Yang. Shiera Emiya answered his confusion. This is a kind of power that can truly create life. In a sense, every medical ninja dreams of it, but its existence has long been separated from the meaning of medical care, and it should truly belong to the realm of gods. Nagato stroked his eyes, looking at what he saw in his new eyes with a little shock and joy, but he soon noticed something was wrong, and his eyes looked at the closed hollow pupils of Emiya Shiera. Sir Emiya, your eyes. Oh, I lost my eyes, too. Shiera Emiya didn't care about his blindness. For him, it seems that there is nothing serious about losing the light. Emiya Shiera didn't mention the fact that he defeated the 4 Hokages in Konoha, but just gently patted Nagato on the shoulder. But now I can't reshape my eyes for myself, so I can only continue to rely on you in the future. Master Emiya. Nagato had a little ashamed on his face and apologized seriously to Shiera Emiya. All this is my fault. I shouldn't act rashly, so I lost the Samsara eye. Because he performed poorly in this incident, he even dragged Emiya Shiera into the water. It would be fine if he lost the Sanghara himself, but even made Emiya Shiera lose the Sanghara in this incident. The most troublesome thing is, they all lost the reincarnation eye. So what should I do with the war weapons plan of Akatsuki? After all, the heretic golems can only be used to summon spiritual control by using the reincarnation eye, and only the reincarnation eye can seal the tailed beast into the golem's body. They seem to be in big trouble. Rest assured, Heiju has already gone to look for it. Maybe we can regain a reincarnation eye. Emiya Shiera was very relaxed about the mindset of the cranium eye and continued softly, it doesn't matter if you can't find it. The ninja world still has the opportunity to create a pair of cranium eyes. Yes. There is still a chance to create a pair of reincarnation eyes. After all, Uchiha in the ninja world has not perished. Uchiha Sasuke, who is still in Konoha, has great hope to awaken the Sakura Eye in the future. He even thought about the second double Sakura Eye shortly after Emiya Shiera's second reincarnation. Certainly. The real purpose is not the reincarnation eye. The real purpose is that little devil Uchiha Sasuke. Shiera Emiya just wanted to take advantage of an opportunity to include the little guy Uchiha Sasuke in his future under his control, so as to avoid the problem of his strength growing too slowly. Because they don't have much time left. In Konoha village. After Emiya, Shiera and Heiju left, a group of Konoha ninjas finally realized the danger of leaving. Their fear finally gradually dissipated and they began to discuss what had just happened in the village. None of the 4 Narutos solved that man. When that guy's chakra broke out, I didn't dare to breathe at all. I couldn't even move a step. What kind of enemy is it? I heard. It seems like a medical ninja. It's just that the other party's thoughts are a bit extreme, and it seems that he was angry with the war in the ninja world, so he wants to force the ninja world to maintain peace in an extreme way. Just as Konoha ordinary ninjas were talking about it here, some of the little ghosts who took the Chunin exam were also discussing about Emiya Shiera. But they know less news. It was only after these little guys that Nara Shikamaru helped to summarize it, so they could finally list the information about Shiera Emiya. Even Shiera Emiya's motive for turning against each other was found. Nara Shikamaru didn't say anything nonsense. She slowly hugged her head and leaned against the wooden pole, telling a story she had summarized to all the curious friends. The medical ninja Emiya Shiera of the ancient times was resurrected by the second generation of Naruto in the village using the art of reincarnation after 1,000 years. After the death of the first generation of Naruto, the first war in the ninja world caused by this was calmed. Because of that ninja war, perhaps there will be the second and third wars in the ninja world, which made Emiya Shiera no longer have hope for the future of the ninja world. Therefore, he wanted to create an unprecedented war weapon during the second resurrection of the Filthy Land and even the first resurrection of the Filthy Land, and proposed a dangerous plan to force everyone in the filthy world to maintain eternal peace under the pressure of war weapons. Sounds like a good person. Lee Look gave his thumbs up. Everyone looked at Lee Look with a surprised look, as if they didn't quite understand why this guy thought so. But it seems that this is true again. Although they are already hostile to the enemy, the starting point of the enemy, Shiera, seems to be really kind. Idiotly. Tian Tian immediately raised his hand and slapped Lee Look in the head, helplessly smiled and explained awkwardly at the people present, Lee's injury has not healed yet. Actually, Lee said it is not wrong. Nara Shikamaru sighed, and his eyes looked at Naruto Uzumaki, but even if he is a good person, his future is destined to be our enemy. That's a bit too scary. Yamanaka Ino stood beside Nara Shikamaru, and trembled with the strength of Emiya Shiera, that is the enemy who defeated the 4 Hokages by his own strength. This kind of burden. No matter what, don't add it to young people like them. However, at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly turned around and looked at many friends, clenched his fists with confidence, and made his promise to everyone present. I will definitely stop Emiya. A group of little guys looked at each other. Only Raya stood in the distance, his face was full of anxiety at this moment. After hearing Naruto Uzumaki's declaration, he finally squeezed out a hint of relief from his anxiety. Chapter 174 Let Uchiha Itachi bring back Uchiha Sasuke. In fact, in Jiraiya's view, Naruto Uzumaki in the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal is most likely to be the only candidate in Konoha who can pose a threat to Shiera Emiya in the future. Naturally, Jiraiya needs special teaching to Naruto Uzumaki. Whether it is Naruto Uzumaki's identity as the nine-tailed Toshiki Riki or his prophetic son, Jiraiya needs to spend more energy on Naruto Uzumaki in the future. Naruto. Jiraiya waved at Naruto Uzumaki, as if she wanted to have a good chat with Naruto Uzumaki about the future, and hoped that this little guy would be prepared in advance. However, a Konoha ninja jumped down. This Konoha ninja died in the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiroshao. When Konoha group of dragons had no heads, he regarded Jiraiya in the field as Konoha's future Hokage. Sir Jiraiya, something happened. The Konoha ninja hurriedly reported to Jiraiya and mentioned the trouble of Gaara, a man from the hidden village in Sakura. The man from the hidden village in Sakura is in trouble again. Is that guy who calls me Gaara? When Naruto Uzumaki heard it, he immediately stood up first. He remembered what Shiera Emiya had mentioned to him and took the initiative to take over the task of solving Gaara's trouble. Let me go, I can definitely solve it. People looked at them with distrust. Only Jiraiya chose to agree. Because he knew that Naruto Uzumaki regarded Gaara as his kind. But Jiraiya thought this matter was probably not so easy to solve, so he planned to go over and help seal one, at least not let another mess. The result was that Jiraiya really didn't expect. Naruto Uzumaki solved Gaara alone. This yellow-haired boy directly crossed over and avoided the attack of a shun crane in Jiraiya's stunned eyes, and woke up the sleeping Gaara with one punch. Then, why did Naruto Uzumaki say that Gaara, who was full of murderous intentions, burst into tears after a few words? That little devil! Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that Naruto Uzumaki could make a huge contribution to Konoha at this time. How did it do it? The next day, Gaara seemed to be a little more awake. The red-haired boy in Sand Village no longer looked murderous, but his indifference was not changed for a moment. At least it would not make people feel scared when they saw him. Only this guy had a little more enthusiasm when he saw Naruto Uzumaki. Because the two of them are so similar. Just as Gaara's mother died in order to give birth to him, Naruto Uzumaki's parents also went to death to protect the village and protect him, the child. Secondly, they all spent their tragic childhood. They also feel lonely because the tailed beast in their bodies is afraid of. In addition to this, there is another reason. Uzumaki Naruto, after defeating Gaara, when he told Gaara about his story, he told Gaara about the truth of the story he heard from Shiera Emiya. We are not monsters. Your mother and uncle love you very much. We carry the expectation that those who love us will be placed on us when they are dying, so we can live a happy life harder and earnestly, so we cannot give up on ourselves. It's natural. Naruto Uzumaki has a good friend. Although Gaara never said anything, after he returned, he began to prepare how he should become the Feng-Ying of the sand-hidden village. A man named Kuriki. Especially Kuriki, who was once a rampant person, even though he was only 12 years old, he actually wanted to become the Feng-Ying of the sand-hidden village? Is this little guy really dreaming? But it's really good not to say. The village of Sakai was patrolling the dilapidated and barren villages. The senior management of the village immediately listed I Love as an alternative to the 5 dynasties Feng-Ying, and even began to cultivate Gaara how to become a qualified Feng-Ying. Yes. The death of the 4th generation of Feng-Ying Luosha. This made Sakai village lose the last one with shadow-level combat power. Compared with Gaara in Sand Village, the whole village hopes that Naruto Uzumaki will be a little bad, because Naruto Uzumaki did not become the 5th generation of Naruto Konoha like Gaara. Who made Konoha not lacking a ninja who can hold the position of Naruto like Gaara. Even so, the new 5 dynasties Naruto is still surprising. Tsunade. Konoha's new 5th generation Naruto. This female ninja who was severely injured by Shiera Emiya's surprise attack in the Chunin exam was indeed revived with the inspiration of Naruto's responsibility. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto looked at the top of the Hokage building waving the Hokage hat, and solemnly announced that he would become the Tsunade of the Konoha 5 dynasties. His face couldn't help but become angry. I am the one who should be the Hokage. You little devil! Jiraiya knocked his finger and tapped his head, and said softly, okay, let's say goodbye to your friends during this period. It's almost time for us to work hard to practice. Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand Jiraiya's meaning. Continuing to stay in Konoha means little to your practice. Jiraiya looked at Naruto Uzumaki and had to tell him about Naruto Uzumaki's dilemma. Even if you stay in class 7, you can only perform some ordinary tasks in the future, which is not very useful for your strength improvement. Now if you want your strength to continue to be promoted quickly to the ability to fight with Shiera Emiya, you must spend all your time on practice. Naruto Uzumaki once again felt the feeling of parting. However, Jiraiya's words make the most sense. Because they couldn't ignore the threat of Shiera Emiya. If Shiera Emiya, who was not willing to look up to him, the 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki would not even have the qualification to stand in front of Shiera Emiya. That Naruto Uzumaki didn't want to separate from Uchiha Sasuke, so he put forward his own thoughts. Teacher Jiraiya, can we go with Sasuke? Sasui. There is his own way. Jiraiya shook her head and rejected Naruto Uzumaki. His energy was only enough to teach Naruto Uzumaki, and he was not very proficient in how to teach Sasuke Uchiha to become stronger. In a sense, Jiraiya had long taught Uchiha Sasuke all the fire escape he was good at. He didn't understand the Sharingan and how to become stronger in the Uchiha clan, nor did he want Uchiha Sasuke to suffer. Perhaps letting Uchiha Sasuke stay in Konoha and follow Hakikashi is the best choice. In fact, Kakashi Haki thinks so too. Because he has always been aware of the other hidden secrets of the Uchiha clan's destruction. With the death of the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Chunin exam incident, he may be one of the few insiders and needs to find an opportunity to tell Uchiha Sasuke about this, so that Uchiha Sasuke understands that his brother has difficulties. Unfortunately, Haki Kakashi doesn't have this opportunity. The border of the Kingdom of Fire. Emiya Shiera took Nagato and Konan to rest here. Kuroja mentioned to Emiya Shiera with some annoyance that he and Baiju's original body did not find the whereabouts of Shimura Danzo and the other Sakurai. They were very worried that both Sakurai might fall into the hands of Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito in this incident. It doesn't matter. A pair of reincarnation eyes were lost. Then we'll make up another pair. Shiera Emiya didn't seem to care about the loss of the reincarnation eye, and had been on guard against this matter. Speaking of adding a pair of reincarnation eyes, it was as simple as adding a cup of tea. Emiya Shiera's face was covered with a layer of black gauze, like a blind patient, but she still ordered in an orderly manner, "Go to Konoha to bring back the child of Uchiha Sasuke. That child is a genius who has hope of awakening the reincarnation eye in the future. This task will be handed over to the team of Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame to perform." Ihara, both of them are spies installed by Obito. Kuroju immediately put forward a different opinion and reminded softly, "If Obito knew that the child named Uchiha Sasuke is a candidate for our future reincarnation eye, he might ask his subordinates to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke's child." A hint of surprise appeared in Emiya Shiera's heart. What's the meaning? Can Uchiha Itachi still kill Uchiha Sasuke? If this kind of thing can happen, it will be much more exciting than a pair of reincarnation eyes. Chapter 175 I think Uchiha Sasuke has the potential to become the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Along with the spread of news among ninjas, the major events during the Konoha Chunin exam quickly spread throughout the ninja world, and Konoha could not stop the ninjas from other villages from spreading what happened. But what happened here is really ups and downs. Even many of these things are far beyond people's expectations. Iron Hidden Village. The third generation of Tokugawa Oniki is no stranger to the Akatsuki organization. Lord Tokugawa slowly drank tea and looked through the information sent by the Anbi ninja in Iwahidian village. He saw the appearance of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. It's a good job. The third generation of Tokumai Oniki hired Akatsuki to organize his work, and he was also very satisfied with the combat power that Pen showed during the Chunin exam. It is really not easy to defeat the old man Naruto of the third generation, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. There is no doubt. Pain defeated 3 shadow-level powerhouses. However, when the third generation of Taing continued to look through the information, he opened his mouth and spit out the tea in his mouth, not even caring about the wet tea from his chest, and hurriedly grabbed the information in his hand and looked at it carefully. The more I continue watching, the more serious the third generation of Taiyang's face is. Because in this information, Konoha's rebellious ninja Orochimaru used the art of filthy reincarnation to resurrect all the Narutos against the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain was just an appetizer. Emiya Shiera, Your Excellency. The third generation of Toukage Oniki saw a familiar name, remembered the big man he had met when he was young, and remembered the selfless righteousness of the big man. However, the current Emiya Shiera has completely changed. He actually became the murderer behind a mercenary organization like Akatsuki. Compared to the combat effectiveness of the four Narutos of Emiya alone, this big man was actually the murderer behind the Akatsuki organization. In order to create war weapons that can destroy the country, the third generation of Toukage Oniki was even more shocked. Hey, Dad! Huangtu, the son of the third generation of Tokugawa, stood behind his father and came over curiously. Is this person named Shiera Emiya, the one in the story I heard when I was a child? Yes. The third generation of Toukage Oniki nodded seriously, and couldn't help but recall when he met Shiera Emiya more than 40 years ago. At that time, the shadows of the three villages were not very powerful in the other party's hands. However, at that time, Shimiya Emiya chose to fight for peace. Now he still seems to be doing it for peace, but he is heading to another extreme path. After, don't hire Akatsuki anymore. The third generation of Tokugawa Oniki sighed and issued this order. Because Akatsuki's proposal to create war weapons is not in line with the interests of Iwahide village, as Atisha, he does not want Amirishi Shiera's plan to succeed. Even from then on, they and the Akatsuki organization were still enemies. After all, Iwahide village, one of the 5 major ninja world powers, must maintain the ninja world pattern built by the 5 major countries. They cannot allow anyone to think that they are above the 5 major countries, and they cannot even agree to go along with them. Speak. The opponent's strength is really strong. Huangtu naturally would not deny his father's orders. He was still curious about another thing. Koba and the 4 Narutos are not his opponents. This is for granted. The third generation of Toukage Oniki frowned, remembered the story of the past, and his eyes became heavy. After all, Uchiha Madara admitted that he had lost in his hands. The Uchiha Madara who lost to Shiera Emiya. To this day, there is still deep fear in the heart of this already old Taiyang. I must be no match for your excellency Emiya. The third generation of Tokugawa Oniki slowly walked to the window, looked at the crowded Iwaki village, and sighed softly. I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the ninja world. Then what should we do? Huangtu scratched the back of his head and raised an unrealistic idea. Do you unite with other villages? They probably won't agree, right? How could you agree? The third generation of Toukage Oniki looked at his son as if he was looking at a fool. After the 3 ninja wars in the ninja world, the hands of the 5 great powers ninja villages were already covered with each other's blood, and it was impossible to reach a peace alliance. This is a very troublesome issue. During this period, even if they knew what they might need to do during this period, due to years of struggle in the ninja world, they didn't know how they should act. The only thing that can be done. It was actually just waiting for the situation to develop quietly. Until the future of the situation in the ninja world has become an irreversible point, it will be too late even if they regret taking some action. Follow the information of the Akatsuki organization. The third generation of Tokujonaki sighed and could only do something he could do first. It's best to find out their plan to build war weapons. I heard that boy Diadaran. Huangta mentioned a disciple who ran away from the village. Don't mention that guy to me. The third generation of Tokuwa Onaki immediately waved his short arms angrily, and his proud disciple chose to leave the village without saying hello, and even joined the Akatsuki organization. This kind of thing. The shadows of any village cannot bear it. Fortunately, my earth shadow is quite grand and generous, and he did not issue any rebellious notice to Diadala. When that kid gets tired of playing, he will come back. The third generation of Tokujonaki thinks he knows his little disciple very well. He doesn't think Diadala wants to defect, because there is never a place where Awaken Village can be sorry for Diadala. Even though Diadala almost exploded his tying office when she was a child, he just asked Diadala to live outside the village, so as not to prevent the bastard from playing the so-called explosion art one day and directly bombarding his tying and even the entire rock-hidden village. The third generation of Tokuwa Onaki is training and education for Diadala as the fourth generation of Tokuwa in the future. He does not think that Diadala will stay in the Akatsuki organization. That organization, it will disband sooner or later. At that time, the homeless Diadala will definitely return to the village. Compared with the ice-hidden village, Union Village's reaction was strange. Union Village is not interested in the fact that the owner of the Akatsuki organization is Shiera Emiya, and is not interested in the fact that Shiera Emiya defeats the four Hokages of Konoha. No. It should be said. I am still very interested in one of the Narutos. That guy from Minato has lost. The only thing that interested the fourth generation of Thunderhead in Yungzi village was the defeat of Konoha's fourth generation Naruto Shizumi Gate, because the fourth generation of Thunderhead and his sworn brothers were once defeated by the hands of the Heiku Shizumi Gate in the third battle of the ninja world. It seems that the big man is very fast. The fourth generation of Raikage held an apple hard, and based on his judgment on Hatsuki Mizuno, he put the threat of Shiera Emiya. Although my speed is probably faster than that guy in Minato, I still don't have the confidence to defeat that guy. However, the Naruto Mizuno who had defeated him and his brother, even the first Naruto god of ninja, as well as the former number 1 Kyushin and the third Naruto Sarutoki Hinaru, were not even a match for Shiera Emiya. It looks like it is difficult for me to be a rival to Shiera Emiya. Lord Lei Ying, the secretary of the fourth generation of Lei Ying, stood beside him and carefully reminded him, after all, that was a big man from the ancient times. What if the other party really had any conspiracy? Do we need to pay attention to the news about the Akatsuki organization? Follow me. The fourth generation of Lei Ying has a rough personality and is quite barbaric when speaking, but he has a bit of delicate thoughts under this barbarity. He is more concerned about the improvement within Union Village. Even if there are problems with other ninja villages in the ninja world, no matter how many enemies appear in the ninja world, as long as the development of Union Village is not hindered, and as long as Union Village remains strong, the fourth generation of Lei Ying has enough confidence to solve the crisis. In a sense, this is the lesson of Union Village having enough of participating in the ninja war. No matter what changes occur in the major ninja villages in the ninja world, as long as the internal stability of Yungzhou village is stable and the Yungzhou ninjas are steadily improving, Yungzhou village does not need to worry about how changes in the outside world have reached, because the most important thing is that they can control the power in their hands. Maybe it is precisely this how you pay too much attention to the inside. Union Village is very united, and there has never been a rebellious man in the past few years. Certainly. This is also the limited imagination of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows. Emiyashi era was too early to be active in the ninja world, and this fourth generation Rayon was not born yet. Even his father, the third generation Rayon, had nothing but the impression of Emiyashi era's grand and righteousness, which really made people feel uncomfortable. Compared with these great power ninja villages, the one who really cares more about the Zongnan exam incident is undoubtedly the members of the Akatsuki organization. The members of the Akatsuki organization almost got furious because of this Zongnan incident. Because the Akira organization has no reincarnation eye. Members of the Akatsuki organization can no longer use the slide body technique for ultra-long distance calls. Especially after these members of the Akatsuki organization returned to the organization's base, they found that the leader of the organization, Pain, was completely missing. As for the owner of the Akatsuki organization's power, Emiya was originally a blind man who had lost his eyes. Fortunately, the power of Shiera Emiya is still there. At least the Akatsuki organization will not choose to rebel because of this. However, this does not include the two people Uchiha Obito who was stationed in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itaki and Kanji Kisame. Compared with other people in the ninja world who are concerned about the story of the reincarnation and resurrection of Orochimaru's impure land, Naruto used all dynasties to fight against Emiyashi but suffered a tragic defeat. Uchiha Itaki is more concerned about whether his younger brother was injured in the Chunin exam incident, and Kisame is more concerned about whether the current Emiyashi still retains some strength. Emiyashi era didn't care about their little thoughts at all, but just asked them to go to Kiyat, taking advantage of the period when Konoha has not yet recovered from stability. He found an opportunity to bring back the child of Uchiha Sasuke. That child named Uchiha Sasuke is very outstanding. You too find an opportunity to sneak into Konoha and bring him back. Uchiha Itaki's face changed. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Ganshi Kisame grinned his mouth and expressed his own different views. Isn't that child Mr. Itaki's younger brother? He has a deep hatred with Mr. Itaki. If that child joins Akatsuki... Ganshi Kisame showed a sharp teeth and asked with a chuckling, so, how can Mr. Itaki continue to gain a foothold in the Akatsuki organization? Amiya Shiera was sitting in a wheelchair. He tilted his head slightly as if he was surprised by Ganshi Kisame's objection. In other words, you two don't want to perform this mission, right? No, no. Ganshi Kisame immediately chuckled and denied. No. At least we have to tell us. Uchiha Itachi raised his head and stared at the blind Amiya Shiera, and continued in a deep voice, what's the point of letting Suzuki join the Akatsuki organization? Suzuki is not outstanding now. Is that true? Amiya Shiera seemed to understand his confusion, but explained sincerely, then I can tell you something bluntly, the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon, the power to the next level is the reincarnation I. Is this reason enough for you? Or I can say it more bluntly. In the future, only the Samsara artists can become the leader of the Akatsuki organization. In the years I spent in Konoha, I saw a trait from the child named Uchiha Suzuki, which was enough to make that child shoulder the responsibility of the Akatsuki future. I know. You must be unhappy. I regard that child as the successor of Akatsuki's organization. Amiya Shiera raised his head, covered with a layer of black veil on his face, and said calmly, but, Uchiha Itachi, you can also choose to compete with your younger brother for this. Chapter 176 Important News from Heiju. Outside the base of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame were still immersed in the conversation between Amiya Shiera and them. They were still a little surprised at Amiya Shiera's attention to Uchiha Suzuki. What should I do? Ganji Kisame held his samskin sword and sighed helplessly, Mr. Itachi, if your younger brother becomes the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the future, it seems that this matter is not good for your future life. A hint of worry appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyebrows. Because he didn't expect that his younger brother would be valued to this extent one day, and even be valued so much by a big shot like Shiera Amiya. To be honest, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, it's just a hot potato. Admittedly, Uchiha Itachi was concerned about Uchiha Suzuki being valued by Shiera Amiya, and even felt relieved about Uchiha Suzuki having the opportunity to awaken the reincarnation I in the future. But Uchiha Itachi hopes that his younger brother can spend his life safely in Konoha and have the ability to protect himself in the future, so he can be an ordinary Konoha ninja in the village. Unfortunately, Amiya Shiera has issued a mission. They also had no way to refuse Shiera Amiya's mission. Even if they choose to refuse, there are many others in the Akatsuki organization who will come to perform tasks. Who knows what will happen when those guys perform tasks? Maybe it's fine. It is light to interrupt Uchiha Suzuki and bring people back with one leg. We want to tell Mr. Obito about this. After all, Mr. Obito has obtained the Rinnegan Eye of the organization leader and has been waiting for us to repay his information about the Akatsuki organization, as if waiting to take over the Akatsuki organization. It looks like. Kisame Kanji looked at Uchiha Itachi and provided him with another idea, the big man Emiya Shiera doesn't seem to want Mr. Obito to come back to take over the Akatsuki organization, and he also wants Mr. Itaka's younger brother to take over the Akatsuki organization when he grows up. It's better. Mr. Itaka simply killed his younger brother. This will also avoid more trouble for Mr. Itaki in the future, and will also allow Mr. Obito to take over the Akatsuki organization's plan to continue. Uchiha Itaka's heart was trembling, but he chose to delay the proposal of Kanji Kisame. I need to think about it carefully. No. His younger brother Sasuke seemed to be in a bit dangerous. If Uchiha Obito knew that his younger brother would have the chance to awaken the Shaman Edge in the future, and even was regarded as the successor of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he might have killed him because of this. Because they knew that the reason for the conflict between Uchiha Obito and Emiya Shiera was the control of the Akatsuki organization. Now Emiya Shiera wants to support the 12-year-old boy Uchiha Sasuke. Will Uchiha Obito, the unconscious guy, really agree? Even if it's just that there is a possibility. If he couldn't bring Sasuke back to the Akatsuki organization to protect him, Uchiha Obito might have found an opportunity to kill Sasuke in order to cut off Emiya Shiera's idea. In fact, that's true. When Uchiha Obito received this news, his head was a little too big. XXX. Originally, Uchiha Obito thought that the Naruto of Orochimaru's impure land could solve the problem of Shiera Emiya, but he did not expect that the Naruto of the past dynasties was beaten 4-0 by Shiera Emiya. Alright. Uchiha Obito can only settle for the second best, hoping that he would get the reincarnation eye, so that Shiera Emiya and Heiju could negotiate with him and discuss with him honestly about the UI plan and the Akatsuki organization. Who knew that this guy was not threatened by him? What the hell? Can there be any spare parts for the reincarnation eye? What if Uchiha Sasuke's little head still has the chance to awaken the eyes of reincarnation? Etc. After Orochimaru learned about Uchiha Obito's thoughts, his mind almost burned. He didn't quite understand Uchiha Obito's thoughts. What do you mean is that we betrayed Emiya Shiera and got the Samanian? Do you still want to negotiate with Emiya Shiera? Uchiha Obito glanced at Orochimaru in surprise. Otherwise? The key to the Moon Eye plan is the reincarnation eye. I have the reincarnation eye in my hand, can't I force Shiera Emiya to negotiate? Do you want to deal with that little devil Sasuke? Uchiha Obito groped for the information sent by Kanji Kisame, and couldn't help but frown. He didn't want a pair of reincarnation eyes to appear in the ninja world. At least, don't show up at this time. The only problem is that Uchiha Itaka needs his brother's Maniatoscope Sharingan to awaken. Killing Uchiha Sasuke seems to cause Uchiha Itaka's dissatisfaction. However, Orochimaru proposed another approach at this time. It seems you are in a state of confusion. If Uchiha Itaki and Genji Kakaiki are your people, then we might as well find an opportunity to abduct Uchiha Sasuke, that little ghost. Orochimaru was not satisfied with his failure to achieve his main purpose in this Chunin incident. He suddenly heard that Sasuke Uchiha, who had planted a curse seal, had the opportunity to awaken the reincarnation eye, and immediately put forward another idea to Uchiha Obito. If you can, he may be able to take away the body of that little devil Uchiha Sasuke, and he will have a chance to replace that little devil and get the power of the reincarnation eye in the future. However, in this way, after Uchiha Itachi received news from Uchiha Obito that Orochimaru wanted to take Uchiha Sasuke away, he realized that his younger brother had another choice in the future. Although Orochimaru looks a bit too anthropomorphic to Uchiha's brother, compared to Uchiha's medical ninja, Orochimaru's strength is not very strong and is more likely to be killed by Uchiha Itachi. As for Shiera Emiya's words, the big man has a good moral quality, but his strength is a bit too strong. When Uchiha Itachi thought about these things, he never really thought about the thoughts of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. This brother didn't care so much. He thought he could arrange the safest way for Uchiha Sasuke, just like this man thought he could protect his younger brother by killing his parents and all his fellow races. But Uchiha Sasuke is an independent person. Just as what Uchiha Sasuke wants now is to get more power to kill Uchiha Itachi, instead of continuing to follow the path others have arranged for him. Unfortunately, now Uchiha Sasuke can't find how to become stronger by himself. And his teammate Naruto Uzumaki is getting stronger and stronger, and even Jiraiya, who is better than their team leader Kakashi Yaninhaki, as his teacher. Sorry, Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto Uzumaki said goodbye to them with some embarrassment. I'm leaving class 7 for a while and going out to practice with teacher Jiraiya. That's really... Haruno Sakura immediately showed a hint of joy on her face. If Naruto Uzumaki leaves class 7 at this time, then wouldn't it be left with her and her favorite Sasuke Jun in class 7? I see. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, not because he was sad about leaving him and Naruto Uzumaki, but because he was worried about his future. Because Uzumaki Naruto has found a way to become stronger in the future. Where is yourself? What should I do in my future? If this continues, when will I defeat Uchiha Itachi? When Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and others bid farewell to Uzumaki Naruto and left with Jiraiya, they were confused about their future. He didn't know where his future path was. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. There has never been any intention to accept him as his disciple. Haki Kakashi saw Uchiha Sasuke's confusion, but he didn't know how to teach this disciple at all, because he became a little busy during the period when Tsunade's succession, and he didn't care about Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura for a while. At this time, it happens to be the moment when someone takes advantage of the situation. Orochimaru was wearing his own hood, and Uchiha Obito was hiding beside Orochimaru. They were secretly observing Uchiha Sasuke. Since Orochimaru did not suffer particularly significant losses during the Chunin exam, he only lost 3 important man-made manipulators, and had to come to abduct Uchiha Sasuke in person. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Sasuke's every move in Konoha was clearer than anyone about a person's confusion about his life. At this point in time, someone often needs to guide him out. This is really The best opportunity to abduct this child. At the same moment, Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame also came outside Konoha village. Even if they report the information from the Akatsuki organization to Uchiha Obito, they must come to Konoha to continue the mission of Emiya Shiera. Even if just come here to pretend. They also have to give an explanation to the owner of the Akatsuki organization. Mr. Obito and Orochimaru are here too. Kisame Ganji mentioned the order Uchiha Obito gave to them. We pretended to sneak into Konoha and made a big fuss, allowing Mr. Obito and Orochimaru to take Mr. Itachi's younger brother away, and then went back to report to the big guy. It's hard to hide it, right? Uchiha Itachi lowered his eyes slightly. This is also impossible. But as long as we don't bring Mr. Itachi's younger brother back. Kisame Ganshi chuckled and mentioned their next plan. Mr. Obito can force the big man to rediscuss the matter about the Tsuki-I plan. Uchiha Itachi suddenly fell silent. In this way, does Shiera Emiya have no objection? Emiya Shiera always knew that he and Kisame Kanji were the ones who were inserted into Uchiha Obito. Even though he, a two-sided spy, delivered a letter to Uchiha Obito, he also had to report to Shiera Emiya about Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito's conspiracy against Uchiha Sasuke. But Shiera Emiya seems to have no action. Will that big shot let Orochimaru take Sasuke away? Certainly. Impossible. Even if Shiera Emiya showed a grand and generous personality, he would not be indifferent to Uchiha Obito, and Orochimaru betrayed him, especially the other party wanted to abduct the people he had long been optimistic about. Only it takes a little time for Emiya Shiera. It is necessary to let Heiju and Baiju find their own other subordinates. The country of rain. Heiju finally reported an important news to Shiera Emiya. Since the end of the Chunin exam, Heiju and Baiju have been searching for the whereabouts of another samurai eye. Now they have finally found the person who secretly took away the other samurai eye on Shimura Dan. Even they discovered the secret that each other had been hiding. Wee Iwan, you would never have imagined. The guy named Pharmacist Dori was under Orochimaru, who secretly got the person who snatched the Rinnegan that Danzo Shimura took away. That guy hid another samsara eye privately. He even mastered Orochimaru's filthy reincarnation technique and had been secretly collecting the corpses of powerful ninja world powerhouses. I had already let him secretly find Madara's corpse. Chapter 177, The Pharmacist Dora Who Came to Meet Shiera Emiya. Akatsuki's Base. Shiera Emiya finally met the pharmacist Dora. Although in Heiju's opinion, this should be the second time they met, it was even recommended to Shiera Emiya to recommend this talent lost by Shiera Emiya. Do is also a medical ninja. When Heiju took the initiative to recommend the pharmacist Tao, he smiled and reminded Shiera Emiya, actually, he is also willing to follow Emiya. No medical ninja in the ninja world will refuse to follow Lord Emiya. Pharmacist Deo held his glasses and explained with a smile, however, I think Konoha's new 5-day master Naruto Tsunade may be an exception. Don't mention irrelevant people here. Heiju saw that Emiya Shiera's face was unpleasant, and immediately scolded the pharmacist Dora in a gloomy voice, Aiya's will is to save the entire ninja world, not just to save 1 or 2 patients. Yes. Pharmacist Deo couldn't help but chuckled, as if he didn't understand Emiya Shiera's beliefs, but he quickly added, but when Lord Emiya saved the ninja world, he didn't seem to give up saving those mere 1 or 2 patients. This is the reason why I got the corpse of the reincarnation Emiya and Uchiha Madara, so I took the initiative to surrender to Lord Emiya. Certainly. The most important thing. It's still Lord Emiya's power. Pharmacist Deo stood in front of Shiera Emiya, as if he was a little arrogant and wanted to reach out and waved twice in front of Shiera Emiya, if you want to choose a team, you should stand in the strongest team. Don't be too rude. Heiju couldn't help but feel a little angry when he looked at this scene. Just curious. Pharmacist Deo immediately withdrew his palm and started to praise him, even if he loses the light, he can defeat the 4 Hokages of Konoha alone. When Pharmacist Dora said this, the topic suddenly changed, however, Lord Emiya, who has such power, doesn't need the reincarnation I have collected, right? You. A hint of anger appeared on Heiju's face. He did not expect that the pharmacist Dora, whom he recruited, would not give him face so much, nor even give Shimeyu's face. This bastard thought he had gotten Uchiha Madara's body, and thought that he could make a big difference if he got one of the reincarnation's eyes. This guy. Not afraid of death at all? I wonder if Shiera Emiya could slap him to death with just one slap? Anyway. Pharmacist Dori suddenly raised his head at this time and took out his fatal killer move. The master of that reincarnation eye is neither Nagato nor Lord Emiya. Heiju's heart immediately felt awe. This guy. I know the secret of the reincarnation eye. This guy knows that the real master of the reincarnation eye is Madara. It's Uchiha Madara. Pharmacist Dora said the answer they all knew without hesitation, and even gave his own reasons. When I got the body of Uchiha Madara, I checked it. The end of the Uchiha clan's blood resistance Sharingan is the reincarnation eye of the 6 Path Immortals. Your human experimental research is good. Emiya Shiera frowned, and her tone seemed to be mocking and praising, and then continued, I can allow you to keep that eye, but I have to go through the permission of the owner of that eye. If he asks for it, I have no choice but to do anything about it. After all. Shiera Emiya sighed lightly, I originally wanted to get the reincarnation eye in your hand to use the natural art of reincarnation to truly resurrect Madara. Vihara. A hint of anxiety flashed across Heiju's face. Although it needs Uchiha Madara to resurrect, it cannot be at the expense of Shiera Emiya. After all, Shiera Emiya is obviously more reliable than Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is just an alternative. Yumiyashi was the one he liked the most. Alright. Amiya Shiera waved her hand and signaled that Hei was not going to say much, as if she didn't care about her own sacrifice, but she quickly changed the subject and continued to speak to the pharmacist's Do. Since you want to study the reincarnation eye, you can keep it for a while before our plan begins. As the price, I am willing to let this go. When Amiya Shiera said this, her voice suddenly paused and said her request coldly. The two members of the Akatsuki organization have always been not loyal enough. I am worried that there will be any mistakes in the tasks they are allowed to perform. Please help me bring Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, to me from Konoha. I can let you see the birth of a pair of reincarnation eyes with your own eyes. That's really... I can't be more honorable. Pharmacist Dark's eyes couldn't help but smile. Regardless of Amiya Shiera's blindness, he bowed slightly to the man sitting in a wheelchair, and said with some sarcasm, "If you say it, I just happened to know from the intelligence website of Lord Orochimaru who were the two unloyal members of the Akatsuki organization. They have indeed been colluding with Uchiha Obito." But... After pharmacist Deo finished speaking, he tactfully made his own request to Shiera Emiya and Kuroju. "I need a suitable sacrifice for the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara in the filthy land. At least it must be above the chakra of the Sharingan to make the final guarantee. After all, I was only a subordinate of Orochimaru, and now Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito seem to be staring at the child of Uchiha Sasuke. Those two traitors." Heiju's voice immediately became gloomy. "All right. I agree to this request." Amiyara stopped Heiju's insults, stretched out his finger, and calmly opened his mouth and ordered, "Baiju, the spore technique." "Yes." Baiju's original body hurriedly planted the spore technique on Shiera Emiya's finger. As the chakra gathered between Shiera Emiya's fingers, a white object quickly fell off Shiera Emiya's fingers and turned into a strong white Ju clone. However, this is not over yet. Amiya Shiera's finger fell on the forehead of the white clone, and the rich Yang attribute chakra quickly filled its forehead and turned into a diamond mark. While manipulating the white Ju clone, Shiera Umiya softly ordered the pharmacist Dora, "Before Madara is truly resurrected, let him have as much power as possible in his lifetime as possible. Can your filthy reincarnation technique do this?" "Sure." Pharmacist Do couldn't be more satisfied with this matter. When pharmacist Dora got the order from Emiya Shiera left, Emiya Shiera suddenly spoke first to Heiju and asked the problem with pharmacist Dorera. "This is a very ambitious child." When Shiera Emiya mentioned the pharmacist Dora, he couldn't help but sigh. "Just like me who was once young, I thought that I could see the power of the 6 paths of immortals with the reincarnation eye. In the future, he would also think that if he got the power of the 6 paths of immortals, he would not know that he could change everything in this world. I didn't expect it." Heiju couldn't help but grit his teeth, but he was a little dissatisfied with pharmacist Do's disrespectful attitude. This guy's ambition is a bit too great. "Don't worry. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility that will be derived." As he spoke, Shiera Emiya slowly pushed his wheelchair and turned around. The sound of the wheelchair rolling over the ground creaked, and his voice echoed in the cave. Sooner or later, when he gains the power to transcend mortals, he will understand how many people he will come to change the world. Only by going the wrong way can you discover a truly correct path. In the darkness, Heiju couldn't see the back of Shiera Emiya clearly. However, at this moment, Heiju seemed to be able to see the overlap of the two backs, which was the revival of Shiera Emiya, who had no choice in ancient times. It's a little weird. Baiju's original body spoke in a low voice at this time. I don't know why, but I feel that Lord Emiya has changed a lot. He rarely is willing to consider other people's opinions when speaking and doing things. There is a feeling that if he says something, he will never make any mistakes. Of course it has changed. No. Heiju shook his head quickly and denied his statement. It should be said that Wei Yuan is the real Wei Yuan. That a man who always walked alone in ancient times. In the past, Wei Yuan could still blind himself in the world of medical ninjas. All medical ninjas who admire him were his fellow travelers. Now Wei Yuan just has to face a clear reality. When he wants to change this world, there is actually no human being in this world who is with him. He must use his own strength and wisdom to complete the plan he has made. Like in the past, he was exactly the same when he decided to destroy Ninja Sect. First goals, decisive things, and use any means. But the smile on Heiju's face gradually became stronger. Recalling the great achievements of Emiya Shiera in the past, he added with a sinister smile, it just so happens that Emiya Shiera is the one we need most. Chapter 178 New Storm in Konoha Village. Outside Konoha Village, two figures appeared quietly. It is the second generation of Tying Wu and the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon who are reincarnated in the Filthy Land. Pharmacist Do naturally would not put his body in danger at this time. He could remotely control the shadows of the two former second generations to act. Taking advantage of this period, Pharmacist Dog dug out the grave of the second generation of Tying, allowing him to act with his former old friend, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Ding Huanyu. I didn't expect. The second generation Tu Yingwu looked at the figure of Ghost Lantern Huanyu, and was quite unhappy about the fact that he was controlled by the reincarnation and resurrection of the Filthy Land. One day, we too will be resurrected, but will it be controlled by the magic created by the second generation Naruto? It seems that a lot of things have happened during this period. The second generation Mizuhaha Ghost Ding Huanyu was in a mood, just touching her mustache and said thoughtfully, our mission is to bring back Uchiha's orphans. Unexpectedly, the famous Uchiha clan had only one child left. Speaking of it, after the second generation of Mizuki finished speaking, he looked at the second generation of Tying as if curious, how could the caster resurrect the immortal land and you and me partner? It would be great if the immortal land and resurrect the second generation of Fengying, at least that guy is a little more reliable. Speaking of it, the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon has a good impression of the second generation Wind Shadow Monk. After all, the second generation Feng Ying Satan performed quite reliably when he fought with them in the First Ninja World War. I also want to partner with him. The second generation Tu Yingwu immediately turned his head and his voice was a little dissatisfied because he also hoped to be able to partner with the second generation Feng Ying monk. After all, the second generation Mizukong Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon performed quite unreliable in the battle against Shiera Umiya, and he chose to give up the battle before he even played any role. This kind of teammate. It is really a bit unbelievable for the second generation of Taiying. Pity. Limited conditions. The caster will not consider their ideas. Even the art of reincarnation of the filthy land obtained by pharmacist Dora from Shiera Emiya was quite complete. He only needed to issue one order. The reincarnation of the filthy land must act according to his requirements, and he did not need to take any additional actions. Certainly. Pharmacist Dot occasionally likes to manipulate these filthy lands. Because these filthy landmen have abilities that he has never had before, he feels itchy from time to time and wants to try to manipulate them to defeat their opponents. But now there are too many people in Pharmacist Dog that need to be controlled, so he can only issue shallow orders to these reincarnated people in the filthy land, allowing them to act freely according to the order. I have to say, nowadays, Pharmacist is quite generous. In comparison, the pharmacist's former boss Orochimaru was a little shabby. Because during the Chunin exam, all the Hokages who were reincarnated and resurrected in Orochimaru's impure land were sent back to the underworld by Shiera Emiya, and he could only come here alone. Inside the Konoha dessert shop, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito sat at one of the tables. Uchiha Itagi and Kanji Kisame sat at another table. If any Konoha ninja recognizes that there are 3 class rebels who defected from the village in this sweets shop, they may not be able to go crazy immediately. But one of them had obvious changes in appearance. Uchiha Obito has transplanted one of his eyes for the Sangha eye, and he chose to transplant it shortly after he got this Sangha eye. Because the reincarnation eye can communicate with the heretic golems, he can use the reincarnation eye to control the heretic golems of the Akira organization in his own hands at any time. In the future, as long as the heretic golem and the reincarnation eye are in hand, Uchiha Obito believes that Emiya Shiera and Kurojo can only choose to accept reality. Certainly. Before this, he still needs to block that the last hope of the 2 guys. Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of Uchiha who may awaken the reincarnation eye in the future. However, if you want to steal Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito cannot ignore Uchiha Itachi's opinion. He must inform his spy about this matter. Rest assured, I won't kill Uchiha Sasuke. That would be better. Uchiha Itachi's eyes drooped slightly, as if he had already agreed to let Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru take Uchiha Sasuke away, but his eyes were already scarlet. Then do it. Uchiha Obito glanced at Kanji Kisame and ordered in a deep voice, "You have a conflict with Konoha and cause something to happen. Let's take Sasuke away while the chaos is up, right?" Clear. Ganshi Kisame grinned, and seemed to explain casually, "I hope we can use this reason to report when we go back. Don't care about anything you're doing." Uchiha Obito's lips looked contemptuous and mentioned his plan, "If they are still unwilling to accept reality, I can take the heretic golem away. Once the heretic golem and the reincarnation eye are lost, the Akatsuki organization will only have an empty shell. We will abandon Shiera Emiya and Heijo and build a new Akatsuki." The people present suddenly looked at each other. Speaking of it, this plan is pretty good. The only problem is that the one who wants to implement the plan is Uchiha Obito. Only Kanji Kisame is present and is willing to support Uchiha Obito's idea. That Uchiha Itachi raised a question that made Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru a little worried in the past few days. What if they were going to start a war? It is impossible to start a war. Snort. Uchiha Obito shook his head and raised the problem that existed in Emiya Shiera. If Emiya Shiera really made up his mind, or if he had the ability to chase me and Orochimaru, he would have been chasing us all over the world. As long as we take Sasuke away. The only way Emiyara can have left is to compromise. I agree with this. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had finally understood Shiera Emiya's thoughts and style during this period. Didn't that big shot knows your relationship with Mr. Obito for a long time? But he still wants to send you to take away that child Uchiha Sasuke. There is only one reason. That big man needs a decent compromise. Even if the child Uchiha Sasuke can awaken the reincarnation eye, it will take an extremely long road in the future, and... When Orochimaru said this, his eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi, and he seemed to speak with some intention, some essential conditions. Obviously. Orochimaru got a lot of secrets from Uchiha Obito, including many about the origin of the reincarnation eye and the evolution of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi immediately noticed a cold gaze. However, Uchiha Itachi could only choose to remain silent at this time, because he could not reveal his thoughts in front of this group of people to avoid arousing their vigilance. Actually, whether it is the Akatsuki Emiya Shiera's organization, it is still the Shin Akira organization that Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru want to establish. Uchiha Itachi didn't think they were the right choice. The only one that really suited Uchiha Sasuke's younger brother was this former homeland. Konoha. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes, and his eyes saw a white-haired Konoha ninja standing outside the door. The ninja was wearing a ninja forehead guard with a diagonal head, and the forehead was reflected in the afternoon sun, and the vortex mark on it was still brand new. Outside the dessert shop, a hearty laughter happened to be heard. A Konoha Kanon wearing a green vest walked over with her friends. They looked at the Shanginin standing at the door and greeted each other enthusiastically. Yo, Kakashi, why are you free to come here today? I happened to make an appointment with Sasuke here to discuss something. Haki Kakashi lowered his head and put his Konoha ninja guarding his forehead. His eyes quietly glanced at the Konoha sweet shop. He had already vaguely seen several familiar figures, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now, Haki Kakashi only has one thought in his mind. Kakashi Haki hopes that his student who always acts very arrogant will not appear here. Hey, Kakashi, I'm not late, are you? At this time, Uchiha Sasuke's voice appeared in Haki Kakashi's ears, and he complained casually, "What I hate the most is sweets, why do you want to make an appointment to meet at a sweets shop?" Chapter 179 Uchiha Sasuke Who Made Defect. This is really a big trouble. When Haki Kakashi saw several rebellious nuns appearing in Konoha's sweets restaurant, he became extremely nervous and was always on guard against their actions. Even among the several rebel nuns here, Uchiha Obito, whom he cares most, Haki Kakashi dared not act rashly to avoid conflicts in the downtown area of Konoha. After all, the strength of these rebels cannot be underestimated. Even in the Chunin exam incident, Shiera Emiya and Nagato are the most threatening characters, but Konoha is not qualified to ignore Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Compared with the fact that Uchiha Itachi who had been informed, it can be regarded as a friend. Certainly. This requires one thing to ignore. That is, Uchiha Itachi was not discovered by Uchiha Sasuke. Haki Kakashi knew that there was a hidden truth in the destruction of the Uchiha clan, but he had no way to investigate it. Therefore, he really didn't know how to tell Uchiha Sasuke all the truth. Fortunately, when Uchiha Sasuke arrived, several rebel ninjas at Konoha Dessert Restaurant seemed to have noticed something and quietly disappeared into the store, avoiding a conflict. But as Konoha's ninjas, Haki Kakashi could not turn a blind eye to these rebel ninjas, especially Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito are the two rebel ninjas that Konoha is most concerned about, and it was also the major incident that triggered the Chunin exam. This big event. It also caused Konoha to lose the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru. The most important thing is that the result of the Chunin examination incident was not very friendly, which directly led to the resurrection of Emiya Shiera, allowing the other party to easily destroy the Konoha Naruto who was reborn in the filthy land. The other party even shocked the Konoha ninjas with its momentum alone, leaving a considerable shadow in the hearts of many Konoha ninjas. Haki Kakashi made a few excuses for Uchiha Sasuke and asked the student to practice on his own. He found several of his friends and sent someone to report to Tsunade Nobuna, while taking the others to block Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. However, before these Konoha Kanin discovered Orochimaru's traces, they first discovered Uchiha Itachi and Gansha Kakaiki from the Akatsuki organization. This is not what Haki Kakashi wants. Haki Kakashi didn't want to have a conflict with Uchiha Itachi at all, and even planned to turn a blind eye to Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame. But Uchiha Itachi has been waiting for Haki Kakashi for a long time. This is really a coincidence. Haki Kakashi sighed, and glanced at the two friends he brought with him, Asuma Sarutobi and Yurihiro. These two friends were not aware of the story hidden behind Uchiha Itachi, and even looked a little eager to try it out. No. It should be said. This is really a coincidence. Uchiha Itachi politely greeted the three Konoha Kanin opposite, Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, and Mr. Kakashi, long time no see. Where is Orochimaru? Haki Kakashi asked first and was also sensible to Uchiha Itachi, who just wanted to surround Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Kakashi. However, as Mako Sarutobi didn't care about so many. He immediately turned 2 chakra knives out of his hand, looking at Uchiha Itachi and Ganshiki Kisame wearing a black robe with a serious expression. Compared to Orochimaru, the talents of the Akatsuki organization are more dangerous, right? Good. Shirihong's eyes also became slightly serious. Haki Kakashi felt helpless. He looked at Asuma Sarutobi and Yurihong who stood up and wanted to fight, and looked at Kisame Kansumi who also wanted to fight. Mr. Itachi, we seem to be just right. Kisame Kanji pulled out his Sam's muscle sword and grinned at Sarutobi as Mag, because his and Uchiha Itachi's mission is to create trouble in Konoha to attract attention for Uchiha Obito and let them take away the child of Uchiha Sasuke. Then let's do it. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes, and the Sharingan illusion instantly solved Konoha Kamienahiri red, and 3 painted black magma began to turn into the shape of the main Pedia Sharingan. Next moment, Kisame Kanji took action at the same time, waved the Sam's muscle sword in her hand and rushed towards Asuma Sarutobi, and cut it towards Konoha Kanon at an oblique angle. By the river of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Haki Kakashi stood in a row. Haki Kakashi hesitated and slowly raised his fingers, but before he could take action, Uchiha Itachi's Maniatoscope Sharingan seemed to have already reflected into his eyes. Monthly reading. At this moment, the world turned black and white. This is the second time Haki Kakashi has been infected with Uchiha Itachi's illusion of the Fuchi reading technique. The last time they exchanged information about Uchiha Obito in the spiritual world of Yuki. This time, Haki Kakashi seemed to be mentally prepared. Akatsuki Organization. Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Koha's enemies have already set their sights on Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi did not hide it, and directly revealed his information. We got an order from Shiera Emiya, asking us to bring Sasuke back to the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru and Obito Uchiha's purpose of sneaking into Konoha was to prevent Shiera Emiya from getting Sasuke. There is nothing we can do about it. Whether Uchiha Sasuke joins the Akatsuki organization or is taken away by Orochimaru, it is extremely dangerous for Uchiha Sasuke, and he can only pin his hopes on Konoha. Hope. Konoha can protect Sasuke. Only. Uchiha Itachi couldn't tell the reason. Because Uchiha Sasuke may awaken the reincarnation eye in the future, it will definitely attract Konoha's attention, and he cannot let Konoha's senior management know about this. But Haki Kakashi is a valuable person who has trust. After all, Haki Kakashi does have the strength to fight against Uchiha Obito, and is also Uchiha Sasuke's team leader Uchina, and he will definitely be able to protect his subordinates. Alright. Actually, this task is quite difficult. But Haki Kakashi didn't refuse and immediately promised Uchiha Itachi, I understand, I will protect Sasuke. But Haki Kakashi couldn't help but make his request. Sasuke's child has been blinded by hatred. Itake, I already know that there is a hidden truth in the genocide incident. Can you tell me the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan? At least. This will not make Uchiha Sasuke obsessed with hatred and unable to extricate himself. There is no need for this. Hate can make Sasuke's Sharingan stronger. Uchiha Itachi rejected Haki Kakashi's proposal. He did not intend to let his brother give up his hatred, nor did he intend to reveal his deep past at this moment. Or Uchiha Itachi never wants to reveal it. Go and stop Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito first. When Uchiha Itachi saw that Haki Kakashi wanted to ask questions, he immediately threw a big thunder to him. When you are pestering me and Kisame here, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito have already hidden and taken the opportunity to take Sasuke. A hint of nervousness immediately appeared on Haki Kakashi's face. At this moment, the two of them cooperated very well. In the present world, by the river of Konoha, the fierce battle between Kanji Kisame and Sarutobi Asuma has just begun. Uchiha Itachi had already stroked his eyes and retreated as usual, as if his eating illusion was cracked by Haki Kakashi again, and his body took a few steps back weakly. Kisame, let's retreat. Uchiha Itachi reminded Kisame Kansumi in a deep voice, revealing a painful voice without any trace of performance, and expressing his own problem. My Tsukiyoki has been cracked. Mr. Itachi. Ganshiki Kisame's face immediately became nervous. While waving the knife to force Asuma to retreat, he turned around and looked at Haki Kakashi and quickly turned around to support him. Ganji Kisame looked at the calm Haki Kakashi opposite, and then at Uchiha Itachi who was obviously sick beside him, and couldn't help but frown. This is a bit difficult to do. If you still want to entangle them, you need to fight against three by yourself, and you also have to take care of Uchiha Itachi who is seriously ill and seriously injured in the battle. We can't handle the job like this, right? Ganshi Kisame whispered to remind Uchiha Itachi. Whether facing Uchiha Obito or Emiya Shiera, the two of them were too small to make it difficult for them to get along, and he hadn't even started to warm up. Kakashi also has a Maniatoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi let Ganshi Kisame get rid of her thoughts with just one word. Kaleidoscope. When Ganshi Kisame saw Haki Kakashi revealing a scarlet-red color exposed on his forehead, he didn't dare to look at Haki Kakashi's eyes again. This is a problem. As Uchiha Obito's subordinate and Uchiha Itachi's teammate, Kisame Kanji has a lot of understanding of the power of the Maniato Sharingan. Water escapes and water rushes to the waves. After saying that, Kisame Ganshi immediately combined his hands to form a seal, and hurriedly cast a powerful water escape, quickly dragging Uchiha Itachi to retreat quickly. Tiu escape Tiu flow wall. Haki Kakashi raised his hand and cast a seal to block the waves of water that were rushing, staring at Uchiha Itachi and Ganshi Kisame with a serious expression. We chase. Asuma Sarutobi held two chakras and planned to catch up quickly. But he had just started fighting with Kisame Kanji, and he couldn't even be warmed up. Asuma, stop chasing. Haki Kakashi immediately stopped Sarutobi Asuma, turned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "They have escaped. It is important to investigate the whereabouts of the enemy who infiltrated Konoha first. Time is tight. I must return to Suzuki Uchiha immediately." Haki Kakashi faintly regretted that he had supported Uchiha Suzuki to train. Perhaps he should be more suitable to bring Uchiha Suzuki with him. Even if Uchiha Suzuki was blinded by Uchiha Itake's appearance, it would not fall into Orochimaru's hands. Now, Uchiha Itachi was already transmitting information to him very quickly, and Haki Kakashi only hoped that he would be able to hurry back to Konoha at this time. But he was late after all. Even though it was only a short time to waste, Haki Kakashi rushed to the training ground where he assigned Uchiha Suzuki to practice, and only saw an empty space. As well as some slight battle traces. There are not many signs of battle. Kakashi Haki lowered his head and checked the traces in the training ground, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Suzuki did not take fierce resistance. Although the power gap between Uchiha Suzuki and Orochimaru is huge, and Uchiha Obito is right beside him, Uchiha Suzuki's fighting style often leaves a lot of battle traces. Even if it is just a few fire escape ninjutsu, it will leave a lot of traces, but there are too few traces here. This means that the worst situation may occur. Uchiha Suzuki, who has been yearning for stronger power to take revenge, is very likely to be deceived and abducted by Orochimaru, and chooses to follow Orochimaru to take the initiative to defect. This kind of thing. It's really possible that it happened. Especially when Uzumaki Naruto was officially accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, his strength became stronger and more important, making Uchiha Suzuki's heart increasingly unbalanced. The former Crane's Tail Uzumaki Naruto truly became a disciple of Konoha Sunin, and was even highly expected by Jiraiya. However, Suzuki has been staying in place before he can walk, and no one will guide his practice again. Even because of the busy work of leading the team, he can even take on the entrusted tasks that can exercise combat effectiveness recently. For Uchiha Suzuki, who is constantly eager to get strength, for Uchiha, who is proud of himself, this strong environmental change is too easy for him to be instigated to go to the wrong path. Haki Kakashi had noticed the inner changes of his student and wanted to find time to have a good chat with the student, but his movements seemed to be as late as his teacher. Report to the 5th generation of Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki is missing. Haki Kakashi took a deep breath. He was carrying a lot of responsibilities on his body, hiding his guesses, but he just spoke in a deep voice and ordered his friends, "Suzuki is very likely to be kidnapped by Orochimaru and Obito. I'll go and investigate Suzuki's whereabouts. Asuma, you go and ask for support." Sarutobi Asuma patted Haki Kakashi on the shoulder. As a young ninja, the situation that Haki Kakashi could easily see was naturally hidden from Sarutobi Asuma's eyes. However, years of friendship made Sarutobi Asuma not choose to expose Haki Kakashi's thoughts. Careful. If things cannot be done. Anyway, Kakashi, I will catch up as soon as possible after reporting the news. Chapter 184 Shadows of the Immortal Land. Hayden Kakashi's judgment is good. because Uchiha Sasuke did choose to defect on his own initiative. When Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito found him and suggested that they would make him stronger, Uchiha Sasuke had decided to choose to defect from Konoha. Even though the other party is a dangerous rebellious man. However, in order to complete revenge, Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the source of his power at all. As long as he could kill Uchiha Itachi in the future, he could abandon everything about himself. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke chose to defect to Orochimaru, but his arrogance was still on his face. I hope you won't let me down. Of course not. Orochimaru didn't care about Uchiha's personality. He looked at the proud boy in front of him and stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth greedily. I hope Sasuke-jun becomes stronger, the better. Most. The future will really awaken the reincarnation eye. At that time, the fruits you harvest will be more fruitful. Unfortunately, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito took Uchiha Sasuke and left Konoha not long after. Haki Kakashi had already followed their traces of leaving Konoha. If it weren't for the actions over there. Orochimaru noticed Haki Kakashi's tracking and his eyes fell on Uchiha Obito. That's Obito's former close friend who is unwilling to give up on you. Snort. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but snorted coldly, and was full of disdain for Haki Kakashi who was tracking him, and jumped towards Haki Kakashi. I'll stop him, you can retreat first. That's so thankful. The smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth immediately became rich. Really? Konoha's ninjas. It seems that everyone will never escape their bond. When Orochimaru thought of this, his eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke, as if he saw another yellow-haired ghost in Uchiha Sasuke. As well as the teacher of that yellow-haired little ghost. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto should practice in the Kingdom of Fire. If they receive the news that Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by him from Konoha, it will be very troublesome for the master and apprentice. Let's go. Orochimaru smiled and asked Uchiha Sasuke to keep up with him and leave quickly. If we left too late, it would be bad if the news was learned by people who shouldn't have known. The words have not ended. A splash of water suddenly flew out of the forest. The smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared instantly, and he hurriedly raised his arm, but the splash of water instantly penetrated his arm like a bullet. This is... Orochimaru's heart was shaking. This move reminded him of a young man he had captured. This is... the Ghost Lamp Clan's water and iron cannon art. The iron cannon technique that instantly penetrated his arm was obviously not low, far exceeding the young man named Ghost Ding Shuya he captured. Ha 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 ha! A burst of laughter suddenly appeared in the forest. Young people today are really amazing. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon from the forest, he crawled out, scratching the back of his head with a little embarrassed look on his face, as if he was very embarrassed about his sneak attack. I have been ready for a sneak attack in secret, but I can't kill you. However, there was no smile on Orochimaru's face. Because he had already seen something in his heart from the person. This guy. He turned out to be a reincarnated person in the filthy land. Ninja world. There is also a skill who is good at reincarnation in the filthy land. All right. The second generation Mizukage ghost Ding Huanyu looked at Orochimaru without responding. He didn't feel embarrassed to talk to himself. He took the initiative to spread his palms and continued, although the sneak attack on you, the junior, did not succeed, the result of our battle should not change, right? Who is this guy? Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously looked at Orochimaru. Does the young people today even recognize me? The second generation water shadow ghost lantern Huanyu couldn't help but touch her proud mustache, and a wrinkled expression squeezed out on her face. This is really a forgetful ancestor. The second generation of water shadow, the ghost lantern and fantasy moon. Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed, revealing an extremely dangerous look. Compared to the appearance of the second generation of Lord Mizuki here, what I am even more curious about is the craftsman who was reincarnated from the second generation of Lord Mizuki. After all, the identity of Ghost Ding Huanyu is not difficult to guess. A strong man who is very good at the art of water and iron cannons was also wasted with extremely precious sacrifices to resurrect the psychic with the art of reincarnation of the filthy land. He must have a very high status. I guessed it right. The second generation Mizukage ghost lamp fantasy gave Orochimaru a thumb, then slowly shook his head. It's a pity that the answer to the second question cannot be told you. But I've guessed it. Orochimaru's expression moved, and his eyes stared at the ghost lamp Huanyu in front of him, as if he had seen through who the person behind him was. Do. Is it you? Orochimaru's eyes immediately became dangerous. He seemed to want to verify the facts he guessed. In this world, besides me and Mr. Amiya, if there is anyone else who can learn the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, it is you. Especially the reincarnation of the filthy land with such a high degree of completion. When Orochimaru thought of this, he had completely verified his inner guess. He thought of the assistant who was behind him who could only help him with chores and even could not participate in combat missions. His face had become particularly ugly. I am worthy of being Lord Orochimaru. A cold voice appeared in Orochimaru's ears. However, a sharp blade sounds faster than this. A tall and thin figure wrapped around his body seemed to emerge from the air behind Orochimaru out of thin air, and the ninja knife in his hand suddenly penetrated Orochimaru's body. It's you. Orochimaru's face finally became gloomy as if water was about to drip. He looked back at the figure who appeared behind him, but the corner of his mouth was filled with contempt. The second generation of Earth shadows are not. Do. You guy. I really hid a lot of good things on my back. When Orochimaru said this, his eyes had become cold, but his movements were much faster than his voice. However, do you think you have learned the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, and 2 shadows were born in the filthy land, so you have the qualification to betray me? Next moment, Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened. Another Orochimaru instantly emerged from his mouth. Nani-I method and psychic technique. Orochimaru quickly used his Orokai flow substitute technique to land in a safe position. His palms quickly closed and summoned 2 coffins instantly. My collection. But it's no less than you. Click. The lids of the 2 coffins fell down with a bang. 2 figures walked out of the coffin. The 4th generation of Mizuko Yuki Yakura. 4th generation of Fengying Luosha. In that incident of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru did not use these 2 shadows because he needed to borrow more of the power of the Hokage of the past dynasties. These 2 assassinated shadows could not play any role in that battle, and were only kept by him as a backup. Now, it just happens to work. The battle situation seemed to have begun to reverse at this moment. If we look at the quantity alone, Orochimaru plus the 2 shadows to fight against the 2nd generation Mizuki and the 2nd generation Tokumai, the 3 shadows to fight against the 2 shadows and even have advantages, especially Orochimaru, who also knows the advantages and disadvantages of the reincarnated people in the filthy land. Orochimaru's collection is indeed rich. The 2nd generation Tugaiwa said the words of the pharmacist Dori. His attitude seemed to always be filled with respect for Orochimaru. It seems that my actions are a bit too anxious. But pharmacist Dori's voice soon became serious again, and he explained the difference between them seriously to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the gap between Hakimaru is very big. At least your 2 collections seem to not perform well in the battle. The 4th generation of Mizukage Gugakaya Yakura died under the assassination of Ganji Kisame. The 4th generation of Fenkage Raza was killed directly by Orochimaru himself. On the contrary, the abilities of the 2nd generation Earth Shadow and the 2nd generation Water Shadow are not weak. At least these 2 when he was young, Wei Ying was active in the dangerous warring states period. The most famous thing about them was that they were defeated by Shiera Emiya. It just so happened that almost all the well-known strong men in the ninja world were once defeated by Shiera Emiya, and their defeat was not considered a big deal. Then, let's see the truth under your hands. A trace of mockery flashed across Orochimaru's face. He naturally knew the difference between shadow and shadow, but the 2 shadows he summoned were just to help him cover up. True combat power. But I am a self who knows the shortcomings of the reincarnated person in the filthy land. The most important thing is, I just happen to have allies nearby. As long as Uchiha Obito solves the problem, Hakiki Kakashi will support him immediately. Sisui, stay away. Orochimaru raised his fingers and softly soothed Uchiha Sasuke's mood. Although you have seen a strong man like Lord Emiya, I think you shouldn't mind seeing another battle at cage level. Such opportunities are rare. Chapter 181, You may not know much about the shadow level fighting style, Do. Yes. This kind of opportunity is rare. Even in Orochimaru's life that had lived for 50 years, there were only a handful of battles that broke out in the shadows of the two villages, let alone the battle between the four shadows. This kind of battle, it must be extremely intense. However, when Orochimaru controlled the fourth generation of Fengying Luoxia toward the second generation of Tuying Wu, the battle between the two sides was almost crushing one by one. The fourth generation of Fengying Luoxia controlled the golden sand to roll upwards, turning into a golden spear and stabbed at the second generation of Tuying Wu, but was instantly destroyed and decomposed by a dazzling white light. Dust escaped the art of stripping the original realm. After the white light between the second generation Tuying Wu's palms closed, it quickly destroyed the body of the fourth generation Tuying Luoxia. Because the body of the reincarnation of the filthy earth was destroyed, the fourth generation of Earth Shadow Luoxia instantly lost its combat power, and the body fragments turned into white paper and flew in the sky. The chakra required for this technique. Orochimaru suddenly felt a sense of badness in his heart. He had already noticed something unusual. Pharmacist Do's filthy reincarnation technique was better than his. How is this possible? Orochimaru believes that his attainments in the art of reincarnation in the ninja world are unparalleled, and even the second generation Naruto who has developed the art of reincarnation in the art of reincarnation in the art of reincarnation in the world is not as good as him. The most perfect technique of reincarnation in the filthy land. Pharmacist Do is just his assistant, so how could he surpass himself in the art of reincarnation in the filthy land? The reincarnation in the filthy land he controls can actually play out the shadow level chakra that is almost the same as before in his lifetime without losing control. How is this possible? Orochimaru is not a person who is unwilling to admit that others' talents. He even admitted that many people are stronger than him in some aspects, but in the technique he is best at, Orochimaru cannot tolerate that he will be surpassed by others. Especially the pharmacist who thinks he has limited qualifications. This guy. It's obviously just a medical ninja. Even I watched Pharmacist Do get to this day step by step. This guy has always been unsatisfied in combat effectiveness. How could he have such talent in the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, surpassing himself who has been immersed in this art? The battle on the other side. It's also almost one-sided. Ha 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 ha. Yakura, you are still exactly the same as when you were a child. The second generation water shadow ghost lamp Huanyu laughed and controlled the water iron cannon technique to penetrate the filthy body of the fourth generation water shadow Yakura. Second generation order. The fourth generation Mizuki Gaji Yakura looked at the jumping second generation Mizuki's eyes and couldn't help but jump, and his body fell down as if he had lost all his strength. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's side was almost completely defeated. Do, you guy is hiding so deeply. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and looked at the two shadows of the reincarnation of the filthy land, forcing him to speak and delay the time. I'm curious. When did you perfect the reincarnation of the filthy land? It's even faster than mine. I'm so sorry. Sir Orochimaru, it seems that my progress has shocked you. For me, this should make it a privilege to keep following Orochimaru. Pharmacist Dora controlled the second-generation Tsuchimera to float to Orochimaru, and whispered with his body, however, I don't have time to chat, and I don't plan to let Orochimaru delay time. Please ask Orochimaru to hand over Shizuke to me first. Shizuke. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Shizuke, who was hiding beside him, as if he had figured out something in an instant, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Are you from Shiera Emiya? To be precise. Pharmacist Deo had to correct Orochimaru at this time. He could not reveal the secret that he had long defected to Shiera Emiya. I should be from the Akatsuki organization now. Orochimaru's momentum suddenly became even more angry. What is the difference between the people from Akatsuki and Shiera Emiya? Shizuke won't leave you. Orochimaru stepped forward and blocked Uchiha Shizuke's face before he even helped Uchiha Shizuke find a reason. The attacker that Shizuke wants to kill is in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Shizuke's eyes froze. Orochimaru. Pharmacist Deo seemed to be thinking, and then questioned, it seems that there is no need to cover up each other anymore, right? Aren't Uchiha Itachi and Ganji Kisame both spies sent by Uchiha Obito to lurk in the Akatsuki organization? You guys won't. I thought Lord Emiya would turn a blind eye to this. Orochimaru's heart was shocked. No. That idiot Uchiha Obito guessed wrong again. The idiot thought that the subtext of Emiya Shiera sent to Kanji Kisame and Uchiha Itachi was to have a peace talk, but he didn't expect that Emiya Shiera had already prepared a backup plan. Uchiha Itachi and Kansumi are just baits. The one who really came to take Uchiha Shizuke away was pharmacist Dora. This is not good. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and simply ignored him. He quickly hugged Uchiha Shizuke, and flew towards the distance. Etc. Uchiha Shizuke hasn't figured out the details yet. He wants to find out where Uchiha Itachi is in and which side can make him kill Uchiha Itachi. However, Orochimaru can't care so much. He only cares about the qualifications and body of Uchiha Shizuke, a kid, who can awaken the reincarnation eye in the future. Dry Kisame, Uchiha Itachi. While fleeing to the distance, Orochimaru shouted loudly at Kisame and Itachi Uchiha. He believed that these two people must be hiding beside him. Stop them! The pharmacist Do is also here to clean up you. Just as Orochimaru expected, Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame were indeed hiding in the dark because Uchiha Itachi could not give up on his brother's safety. Under a big tree. Ganji Kisame stood under the tree with a big knife in the Sam's muscle. Uchiha Itachi sat on the trunk, observing the battle not far away calmly. What do you say? Ganji Kisame looked up at Uchiha Itachi, as if asking for his opinion. Mr. Itachi, are we going to intervene? Uchiha Itachi's body turned into a crow and dissipated. Of course you have to intervene. Because Uchiha Itachi's purpose is to prevent Uchiha Shizuke from leaving Konoha, both Orochimaru and Akatsuki's organization are the targets he wants to stop. Now Orochimaru is at a disadvantage. If Uchiha Sasuke was really brought back to the Akatsuki organization, it would be really hard for him to intervene. Even if Shiera Emiya wants to do anything to Sasuke Uchiha, he will be useless. After all, he knows that he cannot be the opponent of Shiera Emiya. On the battlefield, Orochimaru escaped very quickly. However, the second generation 2 Yingwu's pursuit speed is faster. The bandaged Doi shadow blocked Orochimaru's way, and happened to form a clamping formation with the second generation Mizuki Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon, who was chasing Orochimaru. Take Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru. Pharmacist Deo was still using the help of the second generation 2 Gaiwa's body to speak out, and seriously persuaded Orochimaru to accept the reality. Only Lord Emiya can truly let him realize the potential he has. If he falls into your hands, he will only be a secret bead that will be. Snort. Orochimaru was extremely disdainful of pharmacist Dora's persuasion and wanted to scold him coldly. Have you started to despise me after finding a new backer? No. I only have respect for Lord Orochimaru. After all, when I was confused about life, Orochimaru taught me to collect information and intelligence, and find out my true self. Now, I've found it. After pharmacist Deo talked about himself, he talked about his understanding of Orochimaru, but Orochimaru is still lost. Our talents cannot always become the wind that activates the ninja world. It is also a blessing to be a windmill waiting for the wind to come. Orochimaru. You can't be a match for Lord Emiya. Uchiha Obito cannot resist Lord Emiya's will. While controlling the two shadows to approach, pharmacist Dori began his persuasion to surrender. Why can't you stop here and take Sasuke and me to apologize to Lord Emiya? I believe that with Lord Emiya's open-mindedness and magnanimity, I will definitely forgive Orochimaru, and even re-entrusted the important tasks to Lord Orochimaru. That guy is not very generous. A ferocity suddenly flashed across Orochimaru's face. His neck stretched out instantly, and he actually bit his back with his back towards the second generation Mizuki Ghost Lamp Fantasy. At this moment, Orochimaru was the first to prepare for the battle. He wanted to seal the second generation Mizukage first, and then compete with the second generation Tukage, the extremely mobile Tukage. But his ideas were a little naive after all. The second generation Mizukong and the second generation Tukong have fought side by side after all. Even if they are not harmonious with each other, the two can still take action at the same time in tacit understanding. The technique of Iron Cannon pierced Orochimaru's neck, and the second generation Tokaiwu also pulled out the ninja knife from his hand and rushed down, slashing towards Orochimaru's chest. I've been fooled. Orochimaru's body instantly turned into a ball of soil. The Earth Clone. Pharmacist Do was suddenly shocked. As a medical ninja who is not known for fighting, Pharmacist Dora does not have a special understanding of the details of the battle between the shadow level. He just believes that the two shadows must be at ease with each other. However, the two shadows he controlled were just following his orders, but did not choose subjective actions, so naturally he would not tell him that Orochimaru was just a shadow clone. But where is Uchiha Sasuke? This is the person Yuri originally wanted. The pharmacist was afraid that they would hurt Uchiha Sasuke, so he hurriedly ordered the two sharks to stop the attack, and even took the initiative to control their actions. Next moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly emerged from the soil under the feet of the second-generation Mizuki Ghost Lantern Huanyu, and raised his hand to look at the second-generation Mizuki's body. His primary target was still this Mizuki. After all, the earth shadows that can fly are difficult to touch. In comparison, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon is a soft persimmon. A group of long snakes instantly penetrated the body of the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu. At the moment when the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu's body was broken, sealed spells sealed his body, completely sealing his actions like a mummy. The second generation Tu Yingwu also realized that something was wrong. Or the pharmacist who was controlling him also realized that something was wrong. After all, I was a little careless. I actually thought that the shadow level battle was ninjutsu and I didn't understand the fighting methods of these shadow level powerful men who participated in life and death battles for many years. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the second generation of Tu Yingwu is enough to complete the task. Although Orochimaru used some tricks to seal the second generation Mizuha Ghost Lantern Fantasy, as long as he could take Uchiha Sasuke away to complete the mission, it would not be a loss. However, when the pharmacist Dora controls the second generation Tugaiwa to grab Uchiha Sasuke's body, a group of crows appeared in front of him, turning into Uchiha Itaka's figure and blocked him. At the same time, Ganshi Kisame rushed out in an instant, waving the big sword of the squid in her hand, and the wide squid muscle wrapped in water splashes to force the earth shadow back instantly. These two traitors. Sure enough, he appeared at this time. Although your filthy reincarnation technique is excellent. Orochimaru looked at the second generation Mizukage Ghost Lamp Huanyu wrapped in rice dumplings with satisfaction. He slowly withdrew his palm, looked up at the second generation Dogakage who was forced to retreat, and chuckled, and said to the pharmacist behind him, "But, you don't seem to be very good at using them to fight, Deo." Chapter 182 Welcome back to the present world, Mr. Madara. Battle, fight. This really encountered my own learning blind spot. Even this is not an experience that you can have. Pharmacist Do has always had a clear understanding of what he wants to learn and has never been very good at fighting, but just thinks that it is enough to protect himself. Now, some things seem to be really necessary to study them seriously. At least you won't be so careless when facing these shadow-level powerful men. Now, the situation has become the disadvantage of pharmacist Do again. This disadvantage makes it impossible for him to have hope of taking Uchiha Sasuke anymore. It seems that the second generation of Dogami alone cannot do this. Next to Orochimaru were Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame, and the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura and the fourth generation Feng Shiraza were also quickly recovering their filthy body. From the perspective of the open, Orochimaru's side already has 5 shadow-level combat power. But the only second generation Tu Yingwu was left in the hands of pharmacist Do. But something went wrong quickly on the battlefield. The moment when Uchiha Sasuke saw his brother Uchiha Itachi appear, his face immediately became furious, and his anger even directly destroyed his reason. Itachi! Uchiha Sasuke's finger immediately hooked the kuna in his ninja bag, jumped up, waving the kuna at Uchiha Itachi's neck. However, this attack is so fragile. Uchiha Itachi seemed to be unaware of anything, and he didn't even look up at him, as if he knew Uchiha Sasuke's moves well, and raised his hand to hold Uchiha Sasuke's wrist. Click. The palm twisted violently. Uchiha Sasuke's wrist was dislocated instantly, and the kunai in his hand fell to the ground. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke roared in pain. However, his brother seemed to care nothing, and even felt his roar of pain was a little noisy, so he let go of his dislocated wrist and punched him in the stomach. Click. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth opened silently, and huge pain spread from his lower abdomen to the nerves all over his body, making his body kneel to the ground weakly. Ha, ah, ha, ha. Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes and knelt on the ground blankly. Only heavy breathing sounds remained in the little guy's mouth. It's too fierce to attack my younger brother, Itachi. When Orochimaru watched this scene happen, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but laugh. Is this Mr. Itachi's younger brother? Ganshi Kisame grinned and raised her own doubts with a chuckling. It's really impossible to see that there is a value that is being fought for between Mr. Obito and Shiera Emiya. Fail the enemy first. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and didn't want to mention these things. His eyes fell in the second generation Tu Yingwu. He thought about his next move. Based on my observations on the battlefield just now, this second generation Tu Yingwu has a strange ability. At least he has flying ability and powerful concealment ability, which seems not to be easily taken down by them. But what? It doesn't matter. Because Uchiha Itachi's purpose is to delay time. After all, the longer they took the second generation Toukeijo, the more likely Konoha's ninja will catch up, and the less likely Uchiha Sasuke wants to leave Konoha. This is indeed the case. After all, facing the second generation of Dogami who can fly and hide, Orochimaru and Kisame Kanji could not think of a way to quickly solve each other. The only way it is to slowly delay finding a chance to kill with one blow. But just as they cannot defeat the second generation of Taing in a short time, the second generation of Taing in a short time can't defeat them, and the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate from the beginning. It's really bad. Pharmacist Dora controlled the body of the second generation Tokiwu, and dodged Orochimaru's mouth and suddenly spit out a giant sword that was dozens of meters long, and then raised his hand to destroy the water dragon bullet technique of Ganshiki Kisame. I originally thought that relying on 2 ghosts could complete my mission. But, forget it. Fighting is not something I'm good at. This kind of task that requires combat should be handed over to some ninjas who like to fight to perform. When pharmacist Deo said this, he seemed to be deliberately refuting Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru, we are ninjas who use the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Our victory or defeat may still fall on the people who are reincarnated in the filthy land. Orochimaru's eyes immediately became cold. This is... What's the meaning? Are there other stronger inventory in pharmacist Do's hands? This guy has been helping him dig graves and robbers in the ninja world. How many precious collections have he kept secretly? However, other combat powers that can play a role in this situation are not useful except for some shadow-level combat power, right? How many shadow-level powerful people in this guy have retained in the past few years? Next moment, the second generation Tu Yingwu controlled by pharmacist Do suddenly landed on the ground not far away. The mentality of this caster who has been hiding behind the reincarnation of the filthy land seemed to have changed suddenly. He actually felt a little more ridiculous and chuckled when he spoke, as if he had already decided that the next battle would completely become his advantage. So, our warm-up is coming to an end. Before the next real battle begins, I may need to ask you the last sentence on behalf of Lord Emiya. After all, that adult has always been a medical ninja known for his kindness. He cherishes human life quite well. I always need to maintain his image a little. You guys present? Pharmacist Do's tone gradually became colder, as if he was questioning or giving an ultimatum. Are you really ready to betray Lord Emiya and the Akatsuki organization? This is... A sharp teeth appeared on the corner of Ganshiki Kisame's mouth, as if she didn't quite understand what pharmacist Dora meant. Do you want to subdue us again on behalf of that Lord Emiya? Although Kisame Kanji respects Shiera Emiya, Kisame Kanji values Uchiha Obito's promise to him even more. Your collection seems to give you great confidence. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart, but behind him were the recovered 4th generation Mizukage Yakura and 4th generation Fenkage Raza. Left and right. They are Kanji Kisame and Uchiha Itaki respectively. No matter how you look at it. Pharmacist Doc seemed to have no reason to issue the so-called declaration of victory at this time. Even if he was reincarnated as a psychic, the victory or defeat between them was still unknown. What kind of collection is it? It actually gives this guy so confidence. The second generation Tu Yingwu's fingers suddenly stood up under their gaze, and the voice suddenly mixed with a hint of determination and coldness, as if this was his last trump card. Psychic technique. The spiritual spell on the ground is generated instantly. A coffin came out of the psychic smoke. However, a sneer flashed across Orochimaru's mouth. He knew the weakness of the filthy art of reincarnation, and immediately raised his hand to throw a shuriken at the coffin. When communicating, that coffin is also the carrier of the reincarnated person in the filthy land. Ninjutsu Shuriken Cheo clan art. Orochimaru's fingers were raised when he was throwing out the shuriken at the same time. The flying shuriken immediately divided up more than a dozen clones and pierced them towards the flying coffin. Madness! Orochimaru kept watching shuriken fly away with a sneer, wanting to use this to belittle the assistant who betrayed him a few words. Doku, fighting is not a house, the weakness of the art of reincarnation in the filthy land is there, I will not let you communicate with me. Boom! The lid on the coffin flew out instantly. This seemed to indicate that the filthy reincarnated person in the coffin seemed to be no longer waiting. As the coffin broke, a surging chakra momentum suddenly emanated from the coffin, and a huge soaring smoke and dust stirred up on the plain. All the Shurikencheo clones that Orochimaru threw out were flooded by this smoke and dust. This also indicates the arrival of this filthy reincarnated person can no longer be stopped. Chakra, amazingly powerful. Ganchikikaiki's chakra was the most abundant among the crowd, but his face became solemn at this moment, because he had sensed the power of the visitor. Who is this terrifying chakra? How is it possible? Chakra of this level. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he felt a sense of familiarity vaguely, as if he was the strong man of the first generation of Naruto who had come out of the immortal land. Uchiha Itachi's expression was still calm, but his feet moved slightly, as if he inadvertently blocked Uchiha Sasuke, who was still in pain behind him. Click. A palm wearing black gloves rested on the coffin. This is the palm of the filthy reincarnated person in the coffin, which makes people feel even more nervous when they look at it. Other side. It's coming out. Welcome to return to the present world. Pharmacist Dog controlled the second generation Tu Yingyu's body and spread his palms. He treated the visitor very respectfully in his tone, but he also chuckled while speaking. He seemed to be really happy with the arrival of this filthy reincarnated person. Don't care at all. The opponent's power can get rid of his control at any time. While watching the filthy reincarnation appear from the dark coffin, Pharmacist Dora continues to speak with a smile on the body of the second generation Tou Yingyu. I am very honored to be able to welcome your return on behalf of Lord Emiya. Then Pharmacist Do said a name. A name that suddenly changed the color of the people present. Mr. Madara. Chapter 183 Good Eyes. Spot. Uchiha Madara. This man in the entire ninja world deserves so much attention from Pharmacist. When Orochimaru thought of this, a blood rushed up in his mind instantly, and the anger and panic in his chest spread throughout his body. What the hell? What a joke! The collection that Pharmacist Dori actually contains Uchiha Madara in her private collection. Even Uchiha Itachi and Ganji Kisame's faces were no longer indifferent, because no one in the ninja world could ignore the existence of Uchiha Madara. Crash! A man with hair disguised came out. He was wearing red armor and stepped out of the coffin from the darkness with a cold face. He looked up at the second generation Tu Yingyu in front of him. Just a few steps. It makes people feel a sense of pressure coming to their faces. the terrifying man who once competed with the first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama in the past, and he never decided on the final victory until both sides died. He left the only one who was fierce in the ninja world, who was left by killing Shura, the ninja world. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Uchiha Madara flipped his arms and recognized his status with the second generation of Tokugawa at a glance. He also saw that there were people who manipulated him behind the second generation of Tokugawa, and also heard the man who manipulated the reincarnation of the filthy land mentioned a name that interests him very much. What the hell is going on? What about that kid from Nagato? Uchiha Madara picked up his arm, his face still looked cold, but his voice became a little gentle. What is your relationship with Lord Emiya? I am a subordinate of Lord Emiya. A chuckle appeared in the pharmacist Dori's voice. He didn't say much nonsense, but just controlled the second generation Tsuchimaru and others to look at Orochimaru. There was a little problem in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito snatched away the Samayan eye left by Mr. Madara in the ninja world, and took them to betray the will of Lord Emiya and Mr. Madara. At this time, I can only reincarnate Mr. Madara's filthy land. That guy Obito betrayed me. Uchiha Madara's face changed instantly, but it became calmer in an instant, and even a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Humph, it's really no surprise. This kind of thing. I've guessed it long ago. Uchiha Madara never believed in Uchiha Obito. Before he died, he even took the opportunity to plant a curse seal in Uchiha Obito's heart, just to prevent that guy's betrayal. But Uchiha Obito's betrayal is a trivial matter. You can solve the arrogant and arrogant junior by just one's hands. His Excellency Emiya, have you been resurrected again? Uchiha Madara is more concerned about Shiera Emiya. Because Shiera Emiya guided him to obtain the plan of the Moon Eye, he was also an ally who was truly recognized by him. In addition, Shiera Emiya's power must not be ignored. Yes. By chance. Pharmacist Dori controlled the second generation Tokugawa to look at Orochimaru, and continued with a smile. Thanks to the Lord Orochimaru who wanted to use the power of Lord Emiya, Lord Emiya was able to return to the ninja world because of this. Uchiha Madara nodded with ease, his eyes flowed slightly, observing Orochimaru and others, and asked slowly, in other words, does Lord Emiya need to use my power to clean up these traitors now? To be precise, it was to take that child from their hands. Pharmacist Do's voice fell into Uchiha Madara's mind, and he specially controlled the second generation Tokugawa's finger to point out Uchiha's fingers. Shihasazuke's direction, because Mr. Madara's samurai was taken away by Uchiha Obito, the Akatsuki organization's plan needs a new samurai option to continue to be implemented. That child is the child whom Lord Emiya believes is most likely to awaken the samurai. I'm here, so I don't need so-called alternatives. Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, thinking that after she was resurrected, they didn't have to worry about Uchiha Obito taking away the samurai and betraying them. However, when Uchiha Madara saw Uchiha Sasuke, a look of surprise appeared on her face, because this child looked so similar to his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. But A curiosity immediately arose in Uchiha Madara's heart. Coupled with the evaluation of Emiya Shiera for this little guy, he became quite interested in Uchiha Sasuke. Old Emiya really thinks that little guy has hope of awakening the reincarnation eye. Yes. It's just to get Sasuke. I will reincarnate Mr. Madara's filthy land at this time. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly, and had already recognized Pharmacist Dora's words, and even planned to help Pharmacist Dora take away the little guy Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara wanted to see how talented this little guy who looked very similar to his younger brother was, and he was actually worthy of being so high profile. After all, Uchiha Madara who truly possesses the reincarnation eye. It is better than anyone else how difficult it is to awaken the reincarnation eye. Just awakening the Uchiha clan's Maniatoscope Sharingan to the eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan is not enough to obtain the cells of Chie-Isha Hashirama. It will take a long time to awaken it. This child who looks very similar to Izuna. Can you really awaken the reincarnation eye in the future like yourself? Just as Uchiha Madara was staring at Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru and others were getting nervous because the pressure from Uchiha Madara was a little too heavy. Even if the other party just reveals a little chakra momentum, coupled with the great reputation that has been passed down to this day in the Warring States period, it really makes people dare not move at will. Mr. Itachi. The shark's face of Kisame Kansumi has no ease of the past. His palm tightly grasped the hilt of the Sam's muscle sword, and the grinning smile seemed to make more self-deprecating. It seems unlikely that we will be the opponent of this big man. Certainly. It is impossible to be Uchiha Madara's opponent. Even if Genji Kisame is confident and known as the tailless beast, he can clearly feel the gap between him and Uchiha Madara. Same. The same is true in Uchiha Itachi's heart. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi knows more about Uchiha Madara's power than anyone present. Find an opportunity to withdraw. Orochimaru's eyes lowered. He wanted to find an opportunity to take Uchiha Sasuke away from here, but he just needed to betray Uchiha Itachi and Kanji Kisame to cover his retreat. However, before they could think of a countermeasure, Uchiha Madara had already chosen to make the decision to promise to help take Uchiha Sasuke away. So, I can only ask Mr. Ban for everything. Pharmacist Dori smiled and entrusted the task to Uchiha Madara. Kin. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly. The words fell. Uchiha Madara's figure moved, but he walked calmly towards Orochimaru and others step by step. Every step he took would make his enemies more psychologically stressed. Genji Kisame's expression changed slightly. This man, who has always been known for his abundant chakra and is fearless, his heart subconsciously began to drum with the sound of Uchiha Madara's footsteps. A drop of cold sweat slowly appeared on Genji Kisame's forehead, flowing down his forehead, and the Sam's muscle knife in his hand suddenly swung. Crazy! Genji Kisame rushed forward, and the bandaged Sam's muscle sword in his hand waved in his hand and cut it directly towards Uchiha Madara's neck. Click! Spikes pierced the bandage. The sharp spike of the shark muscle stabbed Uchiha Madara first. Are people from the dried persimmon clan? Uchiha Madara raised her brow unexpectedly, and she tilted her head directly to pass the Samatsu muscle. She stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps and grabbed the wrist of Ganshi Kisame. The shank of the shark muscle instantly extended and wrapped around Uchiha Madara's wrist. However, Uchiha Madara's movements were faster. His eyes instantly turned into Sharingan. He had already observed all the movements of Ganshi Kisame and Samaji. He hit Ganshi Kisame's chin with an elbow. Bang! The tall body flew upside down. Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kisame in the air again, and kicked him in the chest again, kicking him away. Ga! 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 A crow scream suddenly appeared. A group of crows flew in front of Uchiha Madara's eyes, quickly turning into Uchiha Itake's figure, and the kunai in his hand instantly struck Uchiha Madara's chest. A sneak attack launched with the help of illusion. Uchiha Madara mocked contemptuously, raising his hand only to use his wrist to resist Uchiha Itake's attack. He looked at the kunai in Uchiha Itake's hand and felt a hint of surprise, and he took the initiative to praise this junior. Uchiha flying skill. Your swordsmanship is well practiced. However, Uchiha Itachi did not answer. After swinging 3 swords in his hand, he shook his hand and threw Kuma out as a shuriken. Within 1 second, Uchiha Itachi began to make seals at the same time. This man's sealing speed was amazingly fast at this moment. It was when Kyuuba was knocked away by Uchiha Madara, and his handprints were quickly completed. Fire Escape Rao Fireball Technique. A huge fireball gushed out of his mouth. The seal speed and ninjutsu are both excellent. A hint of praise flashed across Uchiha Madara's face again, as if he was very satisfied with Uchiha Itachi's basic skills, but his sealing movements were not slow at all. But luckily my fire escape technique is pretty good. Uchiha Madara sneered at the corner of her mouth, and as the fireball was about to hit him, a wave of fire suddenly spit out of his mouth. Fire Escape Rao Fireball Technique. A larger ball of fire gushed out of his mouth, and instantly swallowed Uchiha Itachi's fire escape ninjutsu as if crushing him. Flame. Burning towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes, and the 3 magma in his eyes quietly turned into a kaleidoscope, and a line of bright red blood and tears flowed down the edges of his palms. Next moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly took away his palm. Amaterasu. A little strange black flame seemed to appear from the void and fell into the fire. The black flames were used as fuel to burn quickly. Even the flames can burn. Pharmacist Dori's voice came from behind Uchiha Madara, as if he was extremely curious about the black flame. That's Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara chuckled. He knew a lot about the ability of the Uchiha clan's Maniatoscope Sharingan, and also knew that there were records about Amaterasu in the past. One of the abilities of the Uchiha clan's Maniatoscope Sharingan is said to be enough to burn everything. It seems that the eyes they have are also good. Chapter 184, Let's Stop the Farce of Playing House. Good. This is also a rare high evaluation given by Uchiha Madara. However, as the owner of Amaterasu Maniado Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi was not happy at all because of this, and the pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Because only Amaterasu can come in handy. After all, his Maniatoscope Sharingan abilities are only Amaterasu and Tsukiku. Tsukiku, which relies on illusion as support, will definitely be cracked by Uchiha Madara. That is the most powerful man in the Uchiha clan's record. Uchiha Itachi would not think that his Tsukiku could stop him. But Uchiha Madara was just a compliment. This man just gave a little praise to the interesting junior, and layers of blue skeletons appeared on his body, quickly wrapping his body. The rich chakra wrapped the blue skeleton like blood vessels and turned into a tall half-body giant. This is Susanoo. Uchiha Madara controlled the half of Susanoo coming out of his body and raised his palm, and a curved giant sword with dazzling blue light fell into Susanoo's hand. The blue Susanoo slashed the knife down with a sharp knife. A slash instantly split the vast passage of Amaterasu Nobaya, and the huge sharp sword tip pointed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Alright. The ability of the Mainladian Sharingan is of no significance. Uchiha Madara stood under Susanoo's protection and chuckled and invited, anyway, the battle between the Uchiha clan is a competition between the Mainladu Sharingan. Since you have defected to Obito, you must know that the final battle between us craftsmen with Maniatoscope Sharingan is just a battle between Susanoo, the ultimate eye technique in Maniatoscope Sharingan. Let's show your Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and held his palm. At this time, in fact, he was not sure. However, Uchiha Madara's eagerness to try made him unable to retreat. What's more, Uchiha Itachi also needs to use his Susanoo to fight and delay time for the arrival of Konoha Ninja as much as possible. Next moment, a red skeleton emerged from him. Uchiha Itachi raised his fingers, staring in the direction of Uchiha Madara while quickly controlling his Susanoo, who appeared proudly. Somewhat unexpected is they all chose the second stage of Susanoo. Same. They also chose each other's techniques at the same time. What is this? Uchiha Sasuke looked up weakly at the blue half-body giant and red half-body giant appearing on the battlefield, and looked at the fierce battle with horror on his face. This fighting style, in terms of expression alone, it even seems far away in the Chunin exam. The legendary Susanoo. Orochimaru was not nervous, and even looked at the two different Susanoo battles happily. His eyes looked at this and that. Final. The dangerous snake eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke. This little guy is the shortcut to obtaining this kind of power in the future. Next moment, the more serious the smell of gunpowder on the battlefield. Even everyone knows that the next battle will be even more terrifying. Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo and raised his palm. The red Yasaka no Baya quickly hovered in Susanoo's hand. Do you want to use this trick? Uchiha Madara must not retreat because of this. Susanoo, who was controlling himself, suddenly raised his arms and tore it open like air. A string of Yasaka's aura appeared from the blue Susanoo's hands and threw it directly towards Uchiha Itachi. This guy! Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo hurriedly threw out the magma in his hand. In an instant, the two different colors of Yasaka no Baya collided directly together, causing both Susanoo to be shaking, and even cracks appeared on Susanoo. Both of them knew very well. They must strengthen their Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi didn't have time to think so much. His body was not as strong as the reincarnation body of the filthy land. The shock waves that collided with two different Yasaka's Hashira. His younger brother Uchiha Sasuke couldn't bear it either. The red Susanoo drilled out blood vessels again, making it look like a truly terrifying half-body giant. Even a layer of solid armor was covered with it, holding a gourd in his left hand and a round shield in his right hand. This is the fourth stage of Susanoo. When Susanoo, the red half-body, turned around suddenly, waved the round wavy shield in his hand and smashed directly to the ground, resisting the explosion's shock wave. Yada mirror. Uchiha Madara recognized the red Susanoo shield artifact and thought thoughtfully, the legendary defense artifact is enough to resist or even rebound any physical attacks. That is, there should be an offensive weapon. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the cracks that appeared in the explosion of his blue Susanoo, and his eyes were still looking at the red Susanoo. Uchiha Madara was very curious about what the weapon was holding in the red Susanoo's other hand, and seemed to be able to judge the excellence of this junior. However, what Uchiha Madara never expected was Uchiha Itachi controlled the red Susanoo, and soon showed him another weapon. The red Susanoo held a huge gourd in his hand. A bright and eye-catching light like a lava suddenly penetrated the cracked blue Susan like a red rainbow. Even the remaining momentum of light decreased slightly. A Karasukara Kenri also penetrated Uchiha Madara's body. So it's the legendary Ten-Fist sword. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh, not caring about the fact that this legendary artifact might enchant his soul. His will. It won't fall under the Ten-Fist sword. Uchiha Madara's fingers were raised at the same time, and the blue Susanoo began to grow rapidly in an instant, and his body was also wrapped in Susanoo's core crystal. The light of the Ten-Fist sword slowly broke. No. It should be said that it was breaking instantly. Because Uchiha Itachi suddenly interrupted his Susanoo for no reason at this moment, he immediately planned to retreat after realizing that his attack could not solve Uchiha Madara, or that he was ready to retreat at the beginning of the battle. However, his body seemed to be unable to hold on. Using Tsukiyoshi on Haki Kakashi, and using Amaterasu and Susanoo in the battle with Uchiha Madara, made it difficult for Uchiha Itachi to maintain stability for a while. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground in a mess, but he stubbornly pulled his brother to escape. Fortunately, he also has a teammate. Although this teammate was ordered to monitor him. At this moment, Kisame Ganshi was fast, and his appearance became a little weird. He rushed out like a half-human and half-shark monster, and directly crossed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's bodies and quickly escaped into the distance. Anytime. You can't give up your mission. Even though Ganshi Kisame knew that he was not Uchiha Madara's opponent, he was always ready for the second move, and he formed a strange tacit understanding with his teammate Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru was stunned. No. These two guys escaped with Uchiha Sasuke. Isn't that the only one left to face Uchiha Madara alone? Orochimaru's pupils looked at the backs of Kisame Kanji and the Uchiha brothers escaped in shock. He suddenly seemed to feel something and slowly turned his head again, and saw a mountain-like giant behind him. Susanoo, complete body. This is a bottle of, a real martial god on earth. Anyone who sees a full body that is hundreds of meters tall will find it difficult to defeat the other party, or Uchiha Itachi had expected this before choosing to escape. After all, he is from the Uchiha clan. He also has many secrets of the Uchiha clan. Especially some secrets of Uchiha Madara have been heard of. This man who must have the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan must also have the complete body of Susanoo. As long as the power that is almost invincible in the world, the ordinary maniatoscope Sharingan cannot be his opponent. This group of guys. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and burst out with an astonishing speed at this moment. His lower body swam rapidly towards the distance like a long snake. Do you want to escape? Uchiha Madara smiled disdainfully, looking at the three gradually tiny figures, as if watching a few ants that could be crushed to death at any time struggle to flee at his feet. Next moment, Susanoo suddenly pulled out a huge ninja knife. A slash instantly shattered the air in front of him, and slashed towards the direction of the three of them's escape, leaving a bottomless wide ravine on the ground. Endless smoke, dust, and mud instantly spread out. Ganji Kisame and others were instantly affected by the aftermath of this slash and rolled and fell before the wide gully. At this moment, this wide gully became an insurmountable dead end in the world. In the sky, the tall blue martial god soared into the sky. This martial god drew an elegant arc in the sky, and his tall body slowly landed in the wide gully. The wings behind him swayed, making its huge body float in the air, and only a huge head blocked everyone. Uchiha Madara stood among the crystals on the blue Susanoo's head, staring at the crowd who were getting up in a mess, and a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, mocking the innocence of these guys trying to escape from him. That's all for playing house farce. Uchiha Madara looked at the uneasy people with a sneering look, and controlled her body. Susanoo stretched out a huge palm. Now, hand over that child. I don't want to just return to the ninja world, so that the hope of Lord Emiya failed. Chapter 185 Meeting. Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Madara. Because no one can resist Uchiha Madara's power. Uchiha Madara's complete body, Suzanu's wings stretched out like a cover of the sky, and the black Kairad boy he grabbed, soaring towards the sky. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi could only watch his disciples being taken away by Uchiha Madara Susanoo, and his weak body could not make any resistance at all. Even Uchiha Madara learned that Uchiha Itachi, who possesses the main Ladao Sharingan, turned out to be Sasuke's brother, so he chose to let them go gently. This brother, it will be a victim of cultivating the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan. But Uchiha Itachi only had a ray of worry about his younger brother in his heart. He only hoped that his younger brother would not be hurt in the Akatsuki organization. As for the others, everything in the future is unknown. As long as Uchiha Sasuke's safety will not be a problem, even if this younger brother is led by Shiera Emiya and Madara Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha is sure to get this younger brother back on the right path. After all, as long as Uchiha Sasuke wants to open the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan and even awaken the Saimayan, he needs to get pupil power from his brother. The two brothers are destined to see each other again in the future, but when they meet again, they may be the time for life and death to fight. However, Ganji Kisame and Orochimaru didn't know all this. After watching the tall blue martial god fly away, they finally realized that they had already survived a great disaster. What a lucky guy! Pharmacist Dog controls the second-generation Daroki Wu to untie the sealed second-generation Mizuki Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon, and says goodbye to Orochimaru Lantern with a smile. I hope that when we meet in the future, Lord Orochimaru will still be so lucky in his life, so see you again. Bang! The two shadows turned into smoke and dissipated. Orochimaru couldn't help but gritted his teeth hatefully. His former useless assistant had a new backer and looked at him as if he wanted to climb on his head and look down on him. Certainly. They were just annoyed. The other two people who watched the battle were all left with fear. Haki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito. After this match between the former teammates, it was difficult to decide the outcome. Until the pharmacist Takara communicated with Uchiha Madara and even Uchiha Madara showed up in full-body Susanoo, Uchiha Obito immediately chose to stop fighting with Haki Kakashi. He knew that his real crisis was coming. That guy Uchiha Madara, reincarnated and resurrected by the pharmacist. For Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Bamba is more dangerous than Emiya Shiera. At least if he is careful and guarded, he will not be killed by Emiya Shiera at any time. That guy Uchiha Madara. But a curse seal was buried in his heart. The worst thing is that Uchiha Sasuke was also taken away by Uchiha Madara, and he may be regarded as an abandoned son who can be executed at any time. Uchiha Obito glanced at Haki Kakashi coldly and immediately blamed everything on this former teammate. If it weren't for your troubles, that little devil Uchiha Sasuke would not have been taken away by Uchiha Madara. Now thanks to you, the entire ninja world will be in danger. Saswai. Haki Kakashi looked at Susanoo in the distance. It gradually turned into a small blue dot, facing the fact that his disciple was stolen again. You. Compared to other people who may question Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru's behavior of abducting Konoha ninjas, the questions raised by Haki Kakashi are more realistic at this moment. Why should I snatch Sasuke? Yes. This question is more important. Haki Kakashi always thought that his student was carrying too much hatred and responsibility, which might lead him to an extreme path. But is there any other secrets about that student now? Uchiha Sasuke is obviously just a Konoha Shinen. Even if he is the orphan of the Uchiha clan, opening the Maniatoscope Sharingan in the future may be his limit. How could that student be so important, causing troublesome characters such as Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara, and Emiya Shiera to compete? Snort. Uchiha Obito won't answer Haki Kakashi's question. Now, I must find my ally Orochimaru as soon as possible. They must find a way to meet the crisis brought about by Uchiha Madara's resurrection as soon as possible. If we look at what Uchiha Obito did, in fact, all his current behaviors cannot be called betrayal of Uchiha Madara, but he has always had the idea of betraying Uchiha Madara in his heart, and Uchiha Madara has always suspected that he might betray. At this point, Uchiha Obito really wants to betray him if he doesn't rebel. After all, Uchiha Obito knew better than anyone else how proud they were when they mentioned their plans when they were old and weak, and they were the real ones. On the other side, Konoha's reinforcements also caught up. However, these reinforcements came too late. Many rebels who were heading to Konoha had left, and only the abyss ravines left by Uchiha Madara were left on the battlefield. Has Madara been resurrected? Is this what he did? The 5 Dynasties Naruto Tsunade arrived at the scene in person. She came to encircle Orochimaru. While speculating on Uchiha Madara's power through the abyss that were lingering in fear on the ground, she listened to Haki Kakashi reporting on everything that happened at that time. But Kakashi Haki didn't know much. Because he only saw Uchiha Madara defeating Uchiha Itachi and others like a god descending to earth, and then snatched Uchiha Sasuke and chose to leave. That is. Tsunade frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly asked Haki Kakashi a question. Uchiha Sasuke didn't defect himself, right? Haki Kakashi was silent and didn't know how to answer. In fact, both him and Tsunade knew that Uchiha Sasuke had a high possibility of choosing to defect for his strength, but this reason seemed to help the student get rid of his guilt. Just tell Jiraiya and Naruto like this. Tsunade issued his own Naruto order, not intending to issue a wanted order about Uchiha Sasuke, but just patted Haki Kakashi on the shoulder before leaving. I hope the stories in us won't repeat themselves in the next generation. The rest. It depends on their own. Obviously. This is the back door of a Naruto. This back door retains the possibility of Uchiha Sasuke returning to Konoha. At least, the Hokage Tsunade did not want Class 7 to encounter the dilemma of her and Jiraiya, and repeat the mistakes of Haki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Certainly. Naruto's soft heart can be hidden from many people. However, it can't be hidden from anyone who knows Uchiha Sasuke. For example, since childhood, Jiraiya has watched Uchiha Sasuke grow up and become stronger. When Jiraiya received the news, he could quickly determine what position the child Uchiha Sasuke would have in this battle against him. But Jiraiya already understood the painstaking efforts of Tsunade, an old friend, and did not intend to break this whole. He could even continue to inspire Naruto Uzumaki to practice harder on this ground. Naruto. Sasuke was taken away. Who? A hint of shock and anger flashed across Naruto Uzumaki's face. Based on existing information speculation, it should be the Akatsuki organization under Emiya Shiera. Jiraiya vaguely doubted that Shiera Emiya's different eyes were taken by Sasuke Uchiha during Konoha during that time. Because Shiera Emiya's attention made him suspicious. Does that child named Sasuke Uchiha actually have the ability to change the world? After all, Uchiha Sasuke almost became his disciple. We want to bring Sasuke back. Uzumaki Naruto made his request with an extremely serious expression. But we can't do the power now. We must become stronger to take Sasuke back from Shiera Emiya. While Jiraiya was inducing his disciples, he secretly gave him a vaccination for Naruto Uzumaki. However, you must be prepared, Naruto, once Sasuke is used by Shiera Emiya, you and Sasuke may become enemies in the future. The Country of Rain. Outside the base of the Akatsuki organization, the rain in the sky was still continuous, and Shiera Emiya's head was covered with black gauze, as if she could only sit in a wheelchair because of her blindness and difficulty moving. Nagato held a paper umbrella in his hand, and they welcomed Uchiha Madara and the arrival of Sasuke Shiha. Uchiha Sasuke wanted to retreat slightly. Because during the Konoha Chunin exam, Shiera Emiya's identity reversal was too scary, and he had become an extremely dangerous figure in the heart of this black-eyed boy. This man, not a medical ninja who treats diseases and saves people, but a dangerous guy wearing a medical ninja cloak wants to subvert the world. However, in order to gain more powerful strength, Uchiha Sasuke had no choice but to step forward and follow Uchiha Madara to pay homage to Shiera Amiri. Snort. Uchiha Madara reached out and stuck out his palm, covering Uchiha Sasuke's head, blocking the rain in the sky for this little guy. But soon there will be no need to be so troublesome. Emiya Shiera seemed to have noticed Uchiha Madara's small movements. His fingers suddenly raised and pointed at the sky. The clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed by a terrifying hurricane. The rain stopped quietly. The long-lost sunshine shines down. This move easily changed the power of the weather, immediately attracted the attention of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, causing the pupils of both of them to shake at the same time. It's not just them. Even everyone standing behind Shiera Emiya was shocked at the same time. This power. It's really a bit unimaginable. Interesting. Uchiha Madara's lips immediately slight chuckled. Looking at the body of Emiya Shiera's living body, she knew that the man was truly resurrected, and she couldn't help but think in her heart that the power that this Emiya lord truly possessed was much stronger than he thought. But at least they should still be allies at this moment. Now Uchiha Madara only hopes that the resurrected Lord Emiya will not covet the power of the 10 tails. Chapter 186. Because of Uchiha Obito, the situation becomes very bad. In fact, this is what Uchiha Madara thinks too much. Emiya Shiera didn't care about the future resurrected 10 tails in the ninja realm, and also told Uchiha Madara everything that happened after his resurrection. For example, in order to seize control of the UI plan, Uchiha Obito ordered his subordinates to kill a head-to-tailed beast, resulting in their plan to capture the tailed beast being postponed and unable to be opened in advance. For example, in order to seize the power of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito joined forces with Orochimaru to resurrect the Akatsuki organization, and almost destroyed the Akatsuki organization, but unexpectedly led to his unsuccessful resurrection. In short, Uchiha Obito insisted on infighting to make the mess. Emiya Shiera has been working hard to help clean up the troubles caused by Uchiha Obito. I'm so ashamed. After hearing everything, Uchiha Madara had to choose to apologize. The man's forehead was beating, and he didn't expect that the Uchiha Obito carefully selected before his death was so stupid and short-sighted. After all, the Black Jew, who was originally left by Uchiha Madara, was quite reliable. He did not hesitate to perform any of his tasks when Uchiha Madara was alive, and he took care of Uchiha Madara conscientiously. On the contrary, Uchiha Obito left by Madara Uchiha. Actually, it caused them a lot of trouble. Uchiha Madara had a little regret. Perhaps it was because he was optimistic that the power burst out in his heart was enough to open the Maniatoscope Sharingan before he died, but his power made his vision limited to this. The power of the Maniatoscope Sharingan level and the power that could execute the Moon Eye plan were very different. That idiot! So many troubles have been caused for the control of the USEI plan. This kind of plan. What's the important thing about control? After all, their real purpose is not for peace in the ninja world. In order to let the ninja world enter the illusion world of infinite moon reading, isn't it the same for who will use the infinite moon reading technique? All right. It may indeed be different. After all, those who truly gain the power of the 10 tails can be called a god who can change the ninja world after they have obtained the power of the 10 tails. It is not surprising that Uchiha Obito has his little thoughts. But Uchiha Madara looked at Emiya Shiera. He couldn't see that Emiya Shiera had the idea of snatching control of the Moon Eye plan with Uchiha Obito. Shiera Emiya was still very sincere in treating Uchiha Madara, his ally, and his words meant to hand over the resurrection of the 10 Tails and the UI plan to Uchiha Madara. Our plan, please. Because the art of reincarnation of the filthy land can bring the deceased back to the peak of his life, there was something wrong with my body. Obito took away your eyes and betrayed Akatsuki. Heiju found Do and resurrected you. Now he can only entrust everything to you again. Your Excellency, Emiya's body doesn't look like something is wrong. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. He could feel the terrifying chakra hidden under Emiya Shiera's body, which made him feel a little palpitation. If my perception ability is correct, the power of Emiya seems to be even better than that guy Hashirama. This is a bit too amazing. In front of the chakra of Shiera Emiya, Uchiha Madara even had an illusion that there was still a gap in their power. A sort of. Step 1, the same gap. No. This is not an illusion. Uchiha Madara remembered that when Emiya Shiera greeted him, she easily changed the weather, confirming that Emiya Shiera's power and his power were of different levels. This kind of power. It should be called the 6 of L power. Emiya Shiera was not reluctant to share his chakra secrets, and even took the opportunity to directly hang up a bait. When you get the 10 tails, you can also have this level of power, because this level of chakra itself contains 7 chakra changes in nature, which is almost a qualitative change compared to ordinary chakra. Description of this power. It immediately aroused Uchiha Madara's infinite curiosity. Because after Uchiha Madara opened the samurai eye, he truly and thoroughly mastered the 6 chakra attribute changes, and this power is higher than the strength level of the samurai eye. As a Shura, who loved fighting in the ninja world, when he saw someone stronger than him, he was happy to see the hunting. No matter what, Uchiha Madara wanted to try the power of the 6 of L path. Uchiha Madara's 5 fingers were slightly aroused, and she could not curb her curiosity, and she could not even suppress her urge to challenge Amiri Shiera. You will understand if you get the 10 tails in the future. As if Uchihara couldn't tell because of his blindness, Uchihama wanted to challenge himself. He continued to hang food on the fish hook casually. What's the point in our plan now? Uchiha Madara finally cared about the main business of the UI plan. The situation, it may be a little bad. Emiya Shiera took Uchiha Madara to the depths of the Akatsuki base, watching the heretic golem in the depths of the Akatsuki base still sitting in place, still a huge empty shell. It's obvious. The plan seems to be the first step. No. It should be said that it is not just the first step, and it is even a bit backward, because the Samka eye left by Uchiha Madara has been lost. Certainly. It cannot be considered as lack of progress. At least the power of the Akatsuki organization is unprecedentedly powerful. Whether it is the truly resurrected Emiya Shiera or the Uchiha Madara in the filthy state, they both have the power to suppress the entire ninja world and seize any head and tail beast. The problem is, the 3 tails have not been resurrected yet. No matter how strong they are, they have nowhere to display. Just as Uchiha Madara wanted to sigh and complain a few words about the messy situation of the UI plan, a sensation of psychic smoke suddenly rose up, and the heretic golem of the Akatsuki base disappeared in front of them. The psychic technique. Uchiha Madara's mouth was so angry that she smiled backwards, as if she had unexpectedly someone was so bold that she even used his reincarnation eye to steal his heretic golem in front of him. Someone has psychicized the heretic golem. It should be Obito. Heiju's figure quietly crawled out of the ground and reported the matter carefully. The other reincarnation eye is in the hands of the pharmacist Dora. Now Obito has transplanted the reincarnation eye in the ninja world. Has he transplanted my eyes? Uchiha Madara turned around and glanced at Heiju, and suddenly sneered at the corner of her mouth. That can't be better. Just so. I also need someone to truly resurrect him. That idiot Uchiha Obito seeks death, and he wants to use it as a sacrifice to perform the natural art of reincarnation. Check where he is. After asking, Shiera Emiya added, Heiju, Akatsuki, and the UI plan will be handed over to Madara in the future. That. Hei absolutely agreed with this, but he just looked at Emiya Shiera with some worries. Emiya Shiera's eyes could not see objects, but when she turned her head, she accurately captured Uchiha Sasuke's position. I'll take care of that child and let him become an alternative to our plan. Basic. Uchiha Madara casually said that there was no need for this, but he nodded in favor when he looked at Uchiha Sasuke's face, and even became a little interested. Is that child the last Uchiha? Now. The last tribe. Will you choose to stand behind him in the future? Matter. It seems to be becoming more interesting. Before the UI project officially started, Uchiha Madara was also very interested in raising the child Uchiha Sasuke, and he even hoped that this junior of the same clan would become his companion. Especially this is the younger generation named Uchiha Sasuke who looks very similar to his former younger brother Izuna. Izuna. Before you die, please let me protect the Uchiha clan. But at that time, no tribe member chose to follow me. At this moment, Uchiha Madara remembered his brother's last words, and suddenly felt that the young man Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside him as if he was destined. Now, what do you mean? Is it actually to let me protect Uchiha's last little devil?